Chapter 1357. Following the Iceworm King's tide-like sound, all the surrounding ice worms chased after Xiaohua. These tens of thousands of ice worms fluttered in the air, creating a sound similar to a tidal wave crashing against the shore. This wasn't the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was that behind Xiaohua, the Iceworm King actually chased after him. Its speed wasn't slower than Xiaohua's, it was even faster. How could Xiaohua have time to look back? Just these tens of thousands of ice worms were enough to take his life, not to mention the Iceworm King that actually had spiritual sense. Xiaohua exerted all his strength and tried his best to fly out of the canyon. But as soon as Xiaohua flew out of the canyon, an earthen yellow brilliance descended from the sky and wrapped around his body. Xiaohua's eyes swept over and saw the short and fat cultivator on the shuttle. He secretly complained in his heart, "This is what it means to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind." Fortunately, he still had fireball talismans in his hand. With a wave of his hand, several fireball talismans flew into the air and exploded towards the earthen yellow ring. Ping, ping, ping. Several fireball talismans exploded, and sparks flew everywhere. Unfortunately, the ring did not explode into pieces like Xiaohua had imagined. It was so much so that the speed of the ring's descent was not affected at all. Xiaohua's fireball talismans only caused the ring to sway slightly. AI, is this the difference between magic tools and yellow talismans? Is this the difference between a second-layer qi refining cultivator and a seventh-layer qi refining cultivator? Xiaohua already saw the triangle in the short and fat cultivator's hand and couldn't help but sigh. At the same time, he also secretly felt lucky that he was able to kill another 7th-level qi refining cultivator. Seeing that the fireball talismans were ineffective, Xiaohua didn't have any more tricks up his sleeve. With a wave of his hand, he threw a fire net talisman into the air. A fire net blocked the bottom of the ring, and he quickly flew towards the short and fat cultivator's shuttle. That cultivator had already guessed Xiaohua's intentions. With a wave of his hand, several confinement talismans also flew towards Xiaohua. At the same time, the shuttle under his feet flew out several feet, increasing the distance between him and Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He shot out several more fireball talismans, blowing away the oncoming confinement talismans. Seeing the short and fat cultivator pulling away from him, he knew that his usual trick had already been seen through. In the air, the descending ring had already arrived above Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua's fire net talisman was only able to block it for a moment before it was completely crushed by the ring. It continued to fall without stopping, smashing towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua sighed and hurriedly flew to the side, trying in vain to dodge the ring. Unfortunately, this ring was not a yellow talisman. Under the control of the short and fat cultivator, its speed was not something that Xiaohua could dodge. Xiaohua had just flown a meter or so away when the ring came down on him. Seeing that the ring had arrived above his head, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out the devil spear. He was about to stab the ring above his head, but at the same time the ring fell, the Iceworm King also chased out of the canyon. As soon as the Iceworm King came out of the canyon, its cold divine sense swept out again. Seeing two cultivators, the Iceworm King's 8 antennae rapidly swayed. An extremely cold spiritual energy was generated from the Iceworm King's antennae, and then it split into two and shot towards Xiaohua and the short and fat cultivator. The ring fell on top of Xiaohua's head and directly wrapped around him. Xiaohua's demonic spear simply pierced empty air. Immediately after, the ring shook above Xiaohua's head and transformed into an earthen yellow circle, covering Xiaohua inside. Xiaohua felt as if his whole body was being pressed down by a huge force, unable to move in the slightest. Next, the earthen yellow circle entered Xiaohua's body and tightly wrapped around him. It was several times harder than a confinement talisman. Not only that, when Xiaohua was hit by the short and fat cultivator's magic weapon, the Iceworm King's extremely cold spiritual energy also attacked. In an instant, Xiaohua's whole body was condensed into a layer of frost. Moreover, the frost was condensing from the outside to the inside. Not only the yellow circle that the short and fat cultivator used to attack Xiaohua, but also Xiaohua's own defensive iron cloak talisman, they were all condensed into a solid layer of ice. Xiaohua was like an icicle, falling straight down into the pitch-black bottom of the canyon. Seeing that Xiaohua had been hit by his Dharma treasure and the Ice Worm King's spirit chi and had fallen into the air, the short and fat cultivator's face lit up with joy. However, before his joy could fully emerge, the Ice Worm King's spirit chi attacked him. The short and fat cultivator could only freeze the joy on his face. He urged the shuttle under his feet to flee far away, wanting to escape from this canyon. While he was fleeing, he didn't forget to urge the magic weapon in his hand. Another ring flew out from the magic weapon and struck horizontally at the Ice Worm King, wanting to stop it. The Ice Worm King's wings flapped, and the sound of tides rose again. All the ice worms flew out of the canyon, chasing after the short and fat cultivator. At the same time, they also chased in the direction that Li Xiaowen and the others had fled. As for the Ice Worm King, it didn't care about the ring flying horizontally at all. It flew straight up and crashed into the ring. With a crack, the ring hit the Ice Worm King's body. Before the ring could turn into a circle, it was frozen into a block of ice by the Ice Worm King's extreme cold. After being hit by the Ice Worm King, it turned into ice shards and fell into the air. The Ice Worm King's antennae swayed slightly, but its skull-sized body didn't stop at all. It was faster than the short and fat cultivator's shuttle and chased out of the canyon. In the night sky, the slanting full moon poured its bright light onto the Ice Worm King's body. Very little of the moonlight dissipated, but most of it was absorbed by the Ice Worm King's body. Xiaohua was hit by the Ice Worm King's extreme cold. His entire body was frozen solid, and he fell from the sky. The layer of ice frozen by the Ice Worm King was different from ordinary ice worms. Inside the layer of ice, Xiaohua felt a bone-piercing cold seeping into his body bit by bit, as if trying to freeze every inch of his body. He knew that if this cold seeped into his body, he would be completely turned into a block of ice. Not only would he be unable to move his hands and feet, even his true chi would be frozen. Whatever magic power and other things would be unable to flow. Therefore, in his panic, Xiaohua immediately used his Heart Sutra to move the true chi in his meridians bit by bit with difficulty, hoping to force the extreme cold out of his body. Just as Xiaohua was silently circulating his Heart Sutra, a loud bang resounded. It was as if an ice cube had crashed into another ice cube. Xiaohua fell to the ground. Around him were icicles that fell to the ground from the air. The huge impact shook Xiaohua until he was dizzy. The true chi in his body was almost out of breath. While Xiaohua was dizzy, he immediately focused his mind and tried to move his true chi, hoping to pull himself out of the jaws of death. It was the same as Xiaohua's usual nighttime cultivation. However, at this time, he couldn't sit cross-legged nor could he close his eyes. The reverse light in the space behind Xiaohua's head stopped rotating. Countless different starlight descended from the sky, wrapping around Xiaohua and the blocks of ice around him. Those blocks of ice were admittedly extremely cold and thick, but they couldn't prevent Xiaohua from absorbing the starlight at all. In the night sky, the full moon that had already descended had an extremely strange trace of brilliance falling on Xiaohua's body. Like the other starlight, it was absorbed by Xiaohua. Following the absorption of the starlight, inside Xiaohua's body, inside his bones and flesh, there were 132 mysterious that emitted pitch-black flames. As soon as these pitch-black flames appeared, they immediately began to swallow the different starlight that had seeped into Xiaohua's body. After the starlight was absorbed, the pitch-black flames didn't change at all, but the extreme cold that had invaded Xiaohua's body was already stopped. Moreover, as time passed, the ice on the surface of Xiaohua's body actually gradually melted. The true chi in Xiaohua's meridians also slowly accelerated. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua gradually woke up from his unconscious state. The true chi in his body had already returned to normal and he could feel his hands and feet. However, because Xiaohua was awake, the different starlight had already disappeared and the reverse light had also begun to mysteriously rotate. Xiaohua checked for a bit and knew that the cold air had already been forced out of his body by the circulating true chi. Moreover, because of the forced circulation of true chi, his magic power had actually increased to a certain extent. This is actually a good place to cultivate. Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised and couldn't help but think to himself. Then, Xiaohua's arms exerted strength and the tip of the demonic spear in his hand pierced outwards with all his strength. Ka! There was a slight sound at the tip of the spear, but Xiaohua's body didn't break free as easily as before. This Ice Worm King is really powerful. Xiaohua's heart still had lingering fear. He once again exerted 120% of his strength and exerted all his strength to struggle. After the time it took to eat a meal and who knows how many times he tried, Xiaohua finally broke the ice on his arms and legs and broke free from it. Looking at the other parts of his body that were covered in ice, Xiaohua picked up the tip of the spear and began to randomly poke. Unfortunately, the effect was limited. Immediately after, Xiaohua took out the fireball talisman and wanted to try using a fireball. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up. Not only was he afraid of injuring himself, he was even more afraid of attracting the Ice Worm King again. In the end, Xiaohua once again used the tip of the spear to poke outwards from the inside for who knows how long before the ice on his body was completely shattered. Where is this place? Xiaohua broke free from the ice and only now had the mind to look around. What is this? Xiaohua looked around and his gaze fell on his feet. Under his feet was a transparent layer of ice. Following the faint reflection of the ice on the stone walls, Xiaohua saw that there were many black things in the ice. When he squatted down and looked carefully, he couldn't help but jump in fright. Those black things were actually lifelike people. When he looked carefully, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. This was because every human figure in the ice had a frightened expression on their faces. Every one of their movements was not one that wasn't struggling, but every one of their eyes was filled with despair. Sigh, these people are probably the same as me. They encountered the Ice Worm King and were sealed in ice by the Ice Worm King. After a long time, they turned into a big block of ice. If I didn't break free today, wouldn't I end up like them? Sealed under this layer of ice with them? Xiaohua thought. Then he saw the storage pouches on these people's waists and some magic tools in their hands. Xiaohua's heart stirred. He picked up the tip of the spear and began to chisel at the ice under his feet. Chapter 1358. Xiaohua's arms had the strength of 10,000 jin. Coupled with the sharp tip of the demonic spear, this was his secret technique to break through with force. However, at this moment, it had no effect. Xiaohua didn't know what the Ice Worm King's extremely cold aura was, but the layer of ice it formed was actually so sturdy. Xiaohua tried a few times, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the surface of the layer of ice, let alone break the layer of ice and take out the storage bag inside. Xiaohua was somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing he could do. Looking at the gradually darkening night sky, he knew that the full moon had already set. It was the darkness before dawn. If he didn't take advantage of this time to escape from the South Kai Ping, when the sun rose, all the ice worms would come out and he would die without a burial place. Therefore, Xiaohua took out a flight talisman and stuck it on his body. His body flew lightly, and after looking at the direction, he was about to fly towards the canyon. At this moment, Xiaohua's gaze landed on the canyon where the Ice Worm King had chased from. In the darkness, there was actually a faint light. Although the light was far away, Xiaohua could see it very clearly. It was faint like a pile of fireflies. What is that? Could it be some kind of treasure? Xiaohua's heart was moved. He thought of what Li Xiaowen and the others said. There were some uncommon spiritual herbs in the South Kai Ping, which attracted cultivators to take the risk. The Ice Worm King should have already chased out of the canyon. I'm afraid it's killing that short and fat cultivator. Moreover, the ice worms in the canyon have all followed the Ice Worm King. At this moment, the nest should be empty. Since this young master suffered a big loss here and almost lost his life, how could he not take some treasures to calm himself down? Xiaohua thought to himself. He took out a stack of fireball talismans from his bosom and landed on the ground. Sticking close to the ice at the bottom of the canyon, he quietly flew towards the light. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the light seemed very close, but it actually flew very far. Moreover, along the way, he only saw corpses in the ice from time to time. Other than that, there were some strange spiritual fruits growing in the ice. As for the ice worms and the like, there wasn't even half of them. Xiaohua knew that the layer of ice was hard, so those rare and precious spirit fruits were unable to be transplanted into his space. He could only pluck the fruits from the ice. Before he even reached the place where the light shone, he had already plucked more than a dozen icy fruits of various sizes and colors. When Xiaohua arrived in front of the light, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. That thing was the size of an egg, and there were still some flaws on it. That light seemed to be absorbed from the full moon in the night sky. At this moment, as the full moon fell, the light had already dimmed. What is this? What is it for? Xiaohua stood at the side with some hesitation. Although he was standing there, he could clearly feel that it was much colder than before. He knew that this coldness came from this egg-like thing, but he still didn't know what this thing was for. Forget it, let's just take it first and talk about it later. Xiaohua had always been the type of person who would rather take the wrong thing than let it go. How could he return empty-handed? Just as Xiaohua bent down and reached out to grab it, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out in the silent canyon. Someone's there? Xiaohua stared blankly and became vigilant. At this moment, other than the faint light coming from the egg, everything else was pitch black. He couldn't see any hiding place. Xiaohua didn't have time to look back. His eyes turned slightly and saw a groove next to the ice layer next to the egg. Without thinking, he laid down on his back. At the same time, he also grasped the tip of the demonic spear in his hand. The night was pitch black, so he wasn't afraid that someone would see clearly. Xiaohua had just laid down when the sound of flying came closer. Listening to the sound, it was coming towards the egg. Could it be that short and fat cultivator from before? Xiaohua laid there, not daring to move in the slightest. Only his eyes were left spinning. Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and the others should have already escaped from the southern color plane. How could they dare to come back? Moreover, those two short and fat cultivators came early in the morning. Those red worms were also theirs. They should have been used to lure the Ice Worm King. Their goal should be this egg-like thing. Xiaohua immediately understood. Those two short and fat cultivators had come early in the morning and arranged everything to lure the Ice Worm King out. However, his group of 6 had disrupted their plans, so the short and fat cultivator had the intention to kill them. Just as he was thinking, that cultivator had already arrived next to the egg. Borrowing the dim light of the egg, Xiaohua could already see the cultivator's figure. It was indeed short and fat. Moreover, that cultivator's Daoist robe was damaged and his hair was covered in ice. It seemed that it was extremely difficult for him to escape from the Ice Worm King's attack. This guy's methods are quite good. A 7th layer Qi refining cultivator was actually able to dodge the attack of the Ice Worm King, which is comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. Xiaohua thought with some amazement. Although the cultivator was close to the egg, he was still cautious and didn't rush to pick it up. First, he placed a yellow talisman on his body, then 2 more on his left and right hands. Next, he tilted his head and listened carefully. At this time, apart from the light of the egg, the entire canyon was pitch black. The short and fat cultivator simply couldn't see Xiaohua lying on the ground. After a while, seeing that there was nothing else around him, the short and fat cultivator leaned over and took the egg in his hand. It seemed to be extremely cold. The cultivator's hands were trembling. Borrowing the faint light of the egg, Xiaohua could clearly see the cultivator's expression of extreme surprise and joy. Hee, the Ice Worm King's egg. I finally got it. Although it's a bit lacking, but it's enough. I have hope of reaching foundation establishment. The cultivator couldn't help but mutter to himself. Then he clapped his hands and put the egg into the pitch-black storage pouch at his waist. Humph, if it weren't for those rogue cultivators, I'm afraid I wouldn't have succeeded so easily. However, Junior Marshall Brothers' life wouldn't have been lost here. Those rogue cultivators are really hateful. The short and fat cultivator slapped his storage pouch and took out a flying talisman. He stuck it on his body and urged his transcendence energy to fly away. Just as his feet left the ground, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew out from the ice trough and shot towards the short and fat cultivator like an arrow. The short and fat cultivator was originally extremely vigilant. But after easily obtaining the Iceworm King's egg, he knew that there was no danger nearby. He was overjoyed and inevitably relaxed. Moreover, he was already flying, so he was even more unguarded. Xiaohua's sneak attack was just perfect. Who is it? The short and fat cultivator heard the movement and immediately slapped his storage pouch. However, Xiaohua was very close to him, and Xiaohua's flying speed was comparable to an 11th layer qi refining cultivator. In such a short distance, Xiaohua was scheming against the short and fat cultivator. How could the short and fat cultivator have time to resist? Kacha, a crisp sound rang out. Under Xiaohua's enormous strength, the devil spear tip had already pierced through the short and fat cultivator's defense. Immediately after, with a poochie sound, the spear tip pierced deeply into the cultivator's back. Just like how it killed the other person just now, the black qi on the spear tip wrapped around the cultivator's heart, and the cultivator's vitality was completely gone. A pitiful 7th layer qi refining cultivator, under Xiaohua's close-range attack, simply didn't have the strength to fight back. Unexpectedly, he didn't even turn his head and died tragically under the devil's spear tip. Even at death's door, he didn't know who killed him. After killing the short and fat cultivator, Xiaohua's heart finally relaxed. With a shake of the spear tip, the short and fat cultivator's corpse was thrown onto the ice. Looking at the 3 storage pouches on the cultivator's body, Xiaohua unhesitatingly opened them. When he opened them, he saw that of the 2 pitch-black storage pouches, only one contained the Iceworm King's egg that he just put in. The other was completely empty. As for the seemingly ordinary storage pouch, apart from the triangular magic tool, there were some high and mid-grade spirit stones, as well as many yellow talismans and a small booklet. Then, Xiaohua joyfully took out the booklet and the Iceworm King's egg. When he looked at it in the nearly empty light, he saw that the booklet was followed by the insect scripture, but it wasn't a cultivation method. Bad luck. Xiaohua sighed. These cultivators, why didn't they put the cultivation method in their storage pouches? They really made this young master work for nothing. Saying this, Xiaohua casually threw the booklet and the Iceworm King's egg into his own space. Then, he took everything else from the storage pouch into his own space. With a wave of his hand, he was about to throw the 3 storage bags to the ground. However, on second thought, he remembered that these storage bags represented supreme-grade spirit stones. It would be a pity to throw them away for no reason. With that thought, he put the storage bags into his sleeve. Afterwards, Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew up and flew towards the other side of the canyon. After entering the other side of the canyon, he flew for another pipe of smoke. The sky gradually brightened and 2 more canyons appeared in the canyon. Where should I go? Xiaohua scratched his ears and cheeks. He was most afraid of this kind of fork in the road. How could I forget? Xiaohua slapped his forehead and remembered the consecutive note talisman that Li Xiaowen gave everyone before entering the southern Kaiping. Wasn't that the consecutive note talisman supposed to be used at this time? Xiaohua quickly took out the consecutive note talisman and urged it with his magic power. The consecutive note talisman actually let out a soft whistle and circled in the air before flying towards the canyon on the left at extreme speed. Little ancestor, can you not scream? Hearing the sound, Xiaohua was greatly shocked. He was really afraid that this sound would attract the Iceworm King. That was a strength comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator. It was far from something Xiaohua could resist. Xiaohua urged the flight talisman and closely chased after the sharp whistle, flying through the twists and turns of the canyon. Early in the morning, Xiaohua's luck really exploded. In the time it took to eat a meal, he didn't know how many twists and turns he took, but Xiaohua actually didn't encounter a single iceworm, let alone the Iceworm King. Hearing the sharp whistle in front of him stop, the canyon in front of him suddenly opened up. Xiaohua understood that he had most likely passed through the southern Kaiping. Sure enough, a surprised voice sounded from the foothills in the distance. Fellow Daoist Yong, is that you? Fellow Daoist Yong? Yong Shang? Xiaohua was stunned. Soon after, he slowed down his flying speed and said in a clear voice, "Which fellow Daoist in front? I am Xiaohua." "Ah? Fellow Daoist Xiao? How did you escape?" Xiaohua heard the voice in front of him. It was Fan Daomao. Chapter 1359. That's strange. Fellow Daoist fan, could it be that only you could escape, and I should be buried in the South Kaiping? When Xiaohua saw Fan Daomao, he felt relaxed. Although he said so, he had a smile on his face. Not at all, not at all. Fan Daomao was embarrassed. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, please don't blame us." Fellow Daoist was besieged by the ice worms at the beginning, and was also ambushed by the disciples of the Black Spirit sect. I thought that even with our cultivation, it would be difficult to escape. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao. I'm afraid that it bodes ill rather than well. Fellow Daoist Xiao. As they spoke, 3 people flew from the foot of the mountain. They were Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, Sun Fian, and only Yongshang was missing. Greetings, fellow Daoists. I was lucky to escape with my life. Xiaohua cupped his hands and greeted. "Ai, not bad, not bad." Li Xiaowen returned the greeting and said, "In such a dangerous situation, fellow Daoist Xiao was actually able to escape, very good." Then he looked around and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you also saw the situation last night. In the ice worm swarm, we couldn't even take care of ourselves, so it was difficult for us to help you. Please forgive us." Xiaohua shook his head and said with a smile, "I already said last night that in the South Kaiping, I will be careful. If there is any accident, I won't dare to implicate you. Whether I stay in the valley or escape outside, it's I's business. It's not your fault." Then he looked around and asked with concern, "That? Fellow Daoist Yong, did you stay in the valley?" Li Xiaowen smiled bitterly and told him what happened. It turned out that after Li Xiaowen and the other 4 were discovered by the ice worms, they tried their best to escape. However, their flying speed was not as good as the ice worms, and they were not as skillful as Xiaohua. Therefore, they could only rely on the yellow talismans in their storage bags to disperse the ice worms while trying their best to escape from the valley. In that situation, no one had the time to look at each other. When they escaped from the South Kaiping, they found that Xiaohua and Yongshang were missing. There was no need to talk about Xiaohua. When they were escaping from the southern Kaiping, they had already seen Xiaohua throw out an incomparably powerful fireball talisman and be besieged by a swarm of ice worms. In their impression, with Xiaohua's cultivation, there was no way he could survive. But what about Yongshang? Based on everyone's memories, it seemed that Yongshang had followed behind them and escaped together. As for where and when he disappeared, no one knew. Although the 4 of them managed to escape with their lives, which could be considered a great fortune, but another problem appeared. Apart from Fan Daomao's silk bag, which had already been used, Xiaohua and Yongshang's silk bags had not been used. Without these 2 people's silk bags, no one would know where the final location would be, and the so-called cultivation technique and treasure would naturally be hopeless. Actually, when they saw Xiaohua being besieged by the ice worms, they had already somewhat given up in their hearts. However, the 4 of them still waited here, hoping that after Fan Daomao came out, the 5 of them would discuss what to do. But what shocked them was that the one who came out wasn't Fan Daomao, but Xiaohua, who they thought had long been frozen into an icicle. Spirit husbandry sect? When Xiaohua heard Li Xiaowen's description, he couldn't help but be stunned. He asked curiously, "Those 2 short and fat cultivators were from Spirit Husbandry Sect? 2 Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples?" Fu Shu asked curiously, "Not just one." "Oh, that's right." When Xiaohua heard this, he knew that he had let it slip. When he was ambushed by the 2nd Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple, Li Xiaowen and the rest had already escaped. What they saw was only the 1st Spirit Husbandry Sect disciple. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "When I escaped from the southern color plane, I saw the cultivator who controlled the red flying insects and the other short and fat cultivator being frozen in the icicle. That's how I knew that they were 2 Spirit Husbandry Sect disciples." "I see." Fu Shu nodded slightly. That's right, fellow Daoist Xiao. Sun Fian, who had been silent all this while, said in a low voice, that, fellow Daoist, when you passed by the two spirit husbandry sect disciples, did you see a black spirit storage bag? Spirit storage bag? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and said with a smile, why is fellow Daoist Sun asking this? After hearing Xiaohua's words, not only did Sun Fian's eyes light up, even Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and Fan Daomao's eyes widened. Looks like fellow Daoist Xiao has seen this spirit storage bag before? Li Xiaowen said with a smile. Hee, fellow Daoist Li, are you also interested in this spirit storage bag? Xiaohua asked ambiguously. Sun Fian changed from his previous wooden expression and said first, of course, a spirit storage bag is the foundation of carrying spiritual items, just like a spirit storage bag. It's just that a spirit storage bag is even more precious than a spirit storage bag. In the country of Xi, only the spirit husbandry sect and a few other sects that rear spiritual items have spirit storage bags. The other sects don't have them. I have always wanted to carry spiritual items, but I never had the chance to get one. So, if it's convenient for fellow Daoist Xiao to transfer it to I? This. Xiaohua knew the use of the spirit storage bag and already understood where the red flying insects and pigeons came from. But he still faintly felt that there was something inappropriate about it. Seeing Xiaohua hesitate, Sun Fian was even more certain of Xiaohua's thoughts and said anxiously, fellow Daoist Xiao, I am willing to offer 30 supreme-grade spirit stones in exchange for this spirit storage bag. Fellow Daoist Sun, you want to exchange a mere 30 supreme-grade spirit stones for a spirit storage bag? Li Xiaowen said coldly, a spirit storage bag is much more precious than a spirit storage bag. I'm afraid it's not something that can be exchanged with these spirit stones, right? Sun Fian was a bit embarrassed and rubbed his hands. I know that this spirit storage bag is priceless, but we rogue cultivators have accumulated it for many years and used many methods, but it's only this many spirit stones. No matter how much more I have, I can't take it out. Xiaohua's eyes swiveled. He was just about to refuse, but his gaze swept over and saw the eagerness in some people's eyes. His heart involuntarily shuddered, and he thought to himself, this spirit storage bag is admittedly good, but it's also a scourge. Leaving it with me will definitely arouse the covetous eyes of others. Why don't I exchange it for something else? I don't have any spirit items left. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, fellow Daoists, I's cultivation is shallow. To be honest, I haven't even heard of this spirit storage bag. If everyone is interested, I am naturally willing to take it out to exchange. Oh, that's great. Fu Shu clapped and said, does fellow Daoist Xiao have 2 spirit storage bags? Why don't we bid? Xiaohua didn't hide it either and nodded, saying, I indeed picked up 2 spirit storage bags, but they were both empty. I even thought that they were spirit storage bags. In addition, I need cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and the like, but I don't need them for the time being. Cultivation techniques? When everyone heard that there were 2 spirit storage bags, they were delighted at first, but when they heard that Xiaohua wanted cultivation techniques, they frowned again. For a moment, there was actually an awkward silence. Li Xiaowen looked at everyone and took the initiative to say, Sigh, fellow Daoist Xiao, I am also an itinerant cultivator. Of course, I know what fellow Daoist lacks. But my heaven-forsaken cultivation technique can only be given to fellow Daoist Xiao by fellow Daoist Qing. We don't have the right to give it to you privately. Moreover, looking at the current situation, I'm afraid that we don't have the cultivation techniques that we obtained ourselves, so we also don't have the means to give it to you. Sigh, that's right. Everyone also echoed. How about this? I know that fellow Daoist wants to learn the art of talisman crafting. I am not talented, but I'm willing to teach you with all my heart. What does fellow Daoist Xiao think? Li Xiaowen, who had never wanted to teach, put forward a very good condition. Unfortunately, Xiaohua simply didn't care for such a condition. Thinking for a moment, Xiaohua said, fellow Daoist Li's condition really moves I. However, fellow Daoist also wants to cultivate. How could I dare to always disturb you? How about this? If fellow Daoist Li has any talisman crafting ancient books that seem to have the same value as this spirit storage pouch, I will also exchange it. Li Xiaowen was somewhat hesitant. To tell the truth, if he were to take out 1 or 2 talisman crafting techniques, it simply wouldn't have the same value as the spirit storage pouch. There were also several people watching from the side, so he couldn't be stingy. Just as Li Xiaowen was hesitating, Sun Fian smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I don't have any talisman crafting techniques here. However, I do have a book on alchemy techniques." Alchemy techniques? Hearing this, Li Xiaowen was also astonished. Fellow Daoist Xiao, the spirit storage pouch is admittedly precious, but it doesn't seem to be as precious as alchemy techniques, right? Sigh, I was precisely going to explain to fellow Daoist Xiao. I's alchemy techniques are also incomplete. I also plan to use a book on the basics of artifact crafting from the spirit storage pouch, as well as some spirit stones to exchange with fellow Daoist Xiao. Sun Fian said. Artifact crafting? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly said, this cultivation technique is admittedly not easy to find, but finding one on alchemy and artifact crafting is also not bad. Soon after, he nodded and said, if fellow Daoist Sun has such a book, even if it's not a cultivation technique, I would be happy to exchange it. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fu Shu and Fan Daomao were greatly anxious. They hurriedly called out to Xiao Hua, and also stated their conditions. Their things were also not bad, but unfortunately, it was not a cultivation technique, and it was also not to Xiao Hua's liking. They could only cup their hands and say, fellow Daoists, I only picked up 2 spirit storage pouches. For fellow Daoists will definitely be disappointed, so I can only pick up what I need to exchange it. Please forgive me, fellow Daomao. Fu Shu and Fan Daomao were very disappointed, but they also knew that what Xiao Hua said was the truth. On the other hand, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were very happy. Li Xiaowen gave Xiao Hua a book on talisman crafting techniques that he obtained. In addition, like Sun Fian, he also gave some top-grade spirit stones as additional compensation. However, how could Xiao Hua accept too many top-grade spirit stones in front of everyone? He only picked up 2 spirit stones of different attributes of the 5 elements. It's only 10 top-grade spirit stones. It shouldn't arouse the evil intentions of others, right? Xiao Hua thought without changing his expression. On the other hand, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were overjoyed. They put away the spirit stones that they took out and patted Xiao Hua's shoulder knowingly. After putting everything into his own storage pouch, Xiao Hua took out the 2 spirit storage pouches and handed them to Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian. The 2 of them took them and carefully checked them before putting them into their sleeves. So it was just a guess about the spirit husbandry sect. Since we saw the spirit storage pouches, there's no doubt that the spirit husbandry sect was at that time. Those who commit evil deeds are doomed to destruction. The disciples of such a famous sect actually plotted against fellow Daoist Xiao. Naturally, they ended up being frozen into ice pillars by the ice worms. Sun Fian said with a smile. However, Sun Fian was slightly stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua with a strange expression and asked, fellow Daoist Xiao, since the 2 disciples of the spirit husbandry sect were frozen, how did you escape? Chapter 1360. Looking at the strange expression on Sun Fian's face, Xiao Hua was very annoyed. He wished he could take out all the fireball talismans and smash them down. You say, this person usually keeps his mouth shut and doesn't say anything. Why is he so curious at this time? I gave you the spirit storage pouch and even gave you so many top-grade spirit stones. Why can't I shut your mouth? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Actually, this kind of question generally involved a cultivator's divine ability, so it was naturally secretive and not suitable to be asked. However, Xiao Hua's cultivation was low, and even though his magic power was deep, it was still not enough. In this group of cultivators, he always had the attitude of a junior. Sun Fian's way of asking, the meaning of concern was even more than probing. It was not particularly abrupt. I spoke too much. Sun Fian saw that Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant and immediately cupped his hands in apology. However, his words had already been said and extremely successfully aroused the curiosity of Li Xiaowen and the others. What was the use of apologizing now? Xiaohua cursed in his heart. His eyes turned, looked at everyone, and said with a smile, "Everyone, guess, how did I escape danger?" Guess? Sun Fian's eyes widened. He seemed to have heard such a funny answer for the first time. Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't keep us in suspense. This is fellow Daoist's secret. Hehe, it's fine if you don't say it. Fu Shu said with a smile. At this time, we should be thinking about whether to continue waiting for fellow Daoist Yong here or look inside. Xiaohua was very happy in his heart. This Fu Shu is really funny. However, Li Xiaowen's brows did not relax because of Fu Shu's words. Instead, he looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Xiaohua very keenly sensed something was wrong and asked awkwardly, "Fellow Daoist Li, could it be that you guessed? Is this the reason?" Li Xiaowen thought for a moment, took out a yellow talisman, and handed it over. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He reached out and took it. When he saw it clearly, his expression changed slightly. That yellow talisman was none other than the fireball talisman that Xiaohua refined. Hehe, fellow Daoist Xiao, did you rely on this strange fireball talisman to escape from the group of ice worms in the South Kaiping? Seeing Xiaohua's expression change, Li Xiaowen had a knowing expression and laughed. Xiaohua's thoughts turned rapidly, and his face changed into an extremely embarrassed expression. He said embarrassedly, "It's not I. I wanted to take it out the day before yesterday, but, Sai, you can't blame fellow Daoist Xiao for this." Li Xiaowen took the fireball talisman from Xiaohua's hand and said with a wry smile, "Even I occasionally came across this strange fireball talisman in Eg. I spent a lot of effort to buy a few. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to be so rich and overbearing, to buy so many." Xiaohua stared blankly and hurriedly said, "Fellow Daoist Li misunderstood. When I bought it, it was very cheap." After thinking for a moment, Li Xiaowen nodded. "I think fellow Daoist bought it early. That's because the strangeness of this fireball talisman hasn't been discovered yet." "Fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist Xiao, what are you talking about?" Fan Daomao asked curiously. "How come I don't understand?" Hehe, no wonder fellow Daoist Fan doesn't understand. Li Xiaowen explained with a smile. After listening for a moment, Xiaohua finally understood. It turned out that after Li Xiaowen got the news that he was going on a treasure hunt, he went to Eg to purchase the things he needed. He himself was a talisman master, and he also had some acquaintances in Eg. From those sellers, he learned that a very strange fireball talisman had recently appeared in Eg. The talisman paper and talisman ink used to refine these fireball talismans were all low-grade, but the talisman characters on the talisman paper seemed to be naturally formed. It was very obvious that the method of writing high-grade talismans was used on these low-grade fireball talismans. The strangest thing was that the power of these fireball talismans was really terrifying. They were directly comparable to the legendary fireball talismans of the highest grade. Li Xiaowen himself could also refine fireball talismans, but he could only refine low-grade fireball talismans using low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink. Even if he switched to mid-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, only a small portion of the fireball talismans refined would be of mid-grade. If he used high-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, there might be a chance to increase the quality of the fireball talismans to the mid-grade. However, Li Xiaowen wouldn't squander money and use high-grade talisman paper to refine low-grade fireball talismans. Therefore, Li Xiaowen was very curious about this fireball talisman. He found many sellers and spent a lot of spirit stones to buy several talismans. One was for research and the other was for collection. Even just now in the southern color plane, he only used 2 talismans in an extremely dangerous situation. This fireball talisman is really amazing. Li Xiaowen sighed with emotion. Just now when I used ordinary fireball talismans, or even yellow talismans like fire snake talismans, those ice worms could only be driven away. After a moment, they would chase after me again. However, the flames emitted by this fireball talisman could actually melt the ice worms. If I had a large amount of these fireball talismans, I would be able to calmly escape. I wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Ah? There's actually such a bizarre fireball talisman? Sun Fian said in astonishment. Which expert refined this fireball talisman? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart violently beat. Li Xiaowen sighed with emotion. According to reliable sources, this fireball talisman is the work of 3 old monsters of the Ardent Fire Mountain. 3 old monsters of the Ardent Fire Mountain? Fan Daomao's eyes widened. Those are nascent soul stage cultivators. They were bored enough to refine this fireball talisman. For what? Nascent soul stage cultivators are all old monsters who have lived for who knows how many years. Moreover, their temperaments are all strange. Who knows what they're thinking? Maybe because they're idle and bored. Sun Fian said disdainfully. I also have some doubts. Li Xiaowen scratched his head and said, if they were bored and gave pointers to juniors, refining a few would be fine. But it said that EG has quite a few of these fireball talismans. These 3 old seniors can't always be refining these low-level yellow talismans, right? When Xiaohua heard this, he laughed and said, it's nothing. Maybe they've accumulated it for many years, and their disciples took it all out to exchange for spirit stones? And fellow Daoist Zhao's conjecture is quite reliable. Li Xiaowen nodded and asked again, when did fellow Daoist Xiao discover this fireball talisman? Long ago. I discovered it on EG a few days after I followed Senior Qing to Jinghua City. At that time, the price was very cheap. Xiaohua didn't conceal the time. No wonder fellow Daoist Xiao was very generous when he threw out these fireball talismans, as if he didn't feel any heartache. Li Xiaowen laughed. Xiaohua took out several fireball talismans from his storage pouch and handed them to the 4 people, saying, when I bought them, they weren't expensive to begin with. Naturally, I didn't feel any heartache. However, there aren't many left in the southern color plane that relied on them to blast open a path. Please kindly accept these, fellow Daoists. I was also very curious about such a miraculous fireball talisman. Sun Fian and the others very happily took them and carefully looked at them before putting them away in their storage pouches. They weren't talisman masters, so their understanding was limited. However, supreme-grade fireball talismans could save lives in certain situations. This was something they knew very well. All right, fellow Daoist Xiao, being able to escape was beyond our expectations. Our treasure hunt has increased by another percentage. Li Xiaowen clapped his hands and said, but next, should we continue to wait here for fellow Daoist Yong? Or should we go and provide support? Fu Shu had just asked this question, but now that Li Xiaowen brought it up again, everyone looked at each other, not saying a word more. The situation was very obvious. Even the 2nd-level qi condensation Xiaohua had flown out, but the 4th-level qi condensation Yongshang still hadn't come out. Was there any need to say what happened to Yongshang? Perhaps he'd already been frozen into an icicle. Waiting was definitely not a good strategy, so they could only go in and search. However, everyone had just escaped from inside and had almost lost their lives. Who would dare to go in again? However, if they didn't go in, they wouldn't be able to get Yongshang's silk bag, and they wouldn't be able to find the place arranged by Qing Fengmin. Giving up like this was admittedly something they weren't willing to do, but taking the risk of death was something they didn't dare to do even more. What should they do? The 5 people looked at each other and stared at each other. None of them spoke. After a long while, Fan Daomao sighed. Alas, what a pity. What's there to pity? If fellow Daoist goes, we're willing to. Fu Shu said halfway and smiled wryly. We can't go, and I don't have anything to promise. If it really doesn't work out, then you and I will disperse. Our Heaven's Forsaken isn't the first time it's been organized. There will be opportunities in the future. It's still useful to keep our lives. Fan Daomao glanced at Fu Shu and shook his head. Fellow Daoist Fu misunderstands. What I pity is Yongshang. I heard this guy say that he just obtained a cultivation method. It's said that it's an extremely powerful divine ability. It doesn't matter if he dies, but that cultivation method is only frozen in an icicle. It's really a waste of God's gift. Cultivation method? Xiaohua's heart jumped when he heard this, but he looked at Fan Daomao and didn't quite believe it. Fellow Daoist fan, are you telling the truth? You're not deceiving everyone, right? Li Xiaowen said softly. Fan Daomao rolled his eyes at Li Xiaowen and said impatiently, fellow Daoist Li presumably knows about Ai's friendship with Yongshang. It's not strange for Ai to know about this kind of thing, right? And that's true. The two fellow Daoists are also inseparable from each other in Heaven's Forsaken. I can clearly see that this cultivation method is really a pity. Li Xiaowen sighed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, didn't you not have a suitable cultivation method? This thing seems to be extremely suitable for you. Sun Fian suddenly said. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I want it, but I also need to cultivate it in my current life. That might not be the case. Fu Shu glanced at the valley behind him and said, I think that fellow Daoist Xiao has a chance to find that cultivation method. Strange, why is that? Li Xiaowen didn't wait for Xiaohua to speak and asked. Fellow Daoist Li, you see, fellow Daoist Xiao was clearly lucky to escape from the southern color plains. Moreover, he has a fireball talisman in his storage bag that is very good against ice worms. Fellow Daoist Li only obtained this fireball talisman a few days ago, but fellow Daoist Xiao was actually able to purchase it a month ago. Presumably, he has some fate with the southern color plains. Say, if someone can enter the southern color plains, wouldn't fellow Daoist Xiao be the only one suitable? Chapter 1361. Hearing this, Xiaohua sneered in his heart. He could still see through this little trick. Yes, fellow Daoist Fu's words are reasonable. Li Xiaowen nodded, but when he saw that Xiaohua didn't bat an eyelid, he smiled and said, however, the South Kaiping is extremely dangerous. It's one thing to be able to escape, but fellow Daoist Xiao wouldn't risk his life for a cultivation technique that he doesn't even know exists. Don't you think so? Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fellow Daoist Li is right. Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything else. How about this, fellow Daoist Xiao, if you can find fellow Daoist Yong's silk bag, fellow Daoist Yong's storage bag will belong to fellow Daoist Xiao. Everything inside, including the things abandoned by us, we can let fellow Daoist Xiao take them all. What do you think? Fan Daomao's eyes turned rapidly as he continued. Sun Fian shook his head. Fellow Daoist fan is wrong. If fellow Daoist Xiao really finds the silk bag, that storage bag originally belonged to fellow Daoist Xiao. What right do we have to stop him? Then he looked at Xiaohua and said, however, fellow Daoist Xiao, if you can get the silk bag after I find the treasure in the future, I'll give you 20% of it. What do you think? Yes. Fan Daomao and Fu Shu also echoed. We also have the same idea. Then, they looked at Li Xiaowen and said, fellow Daoist Li, how about we give fellow Daoist Xiao 20% of our things as well? This isn't impossible. Li Xiaowen looked at Xiaohua and said, if you can really take out the silk bag, then you'll give us a second chance to find the treasure. It's only right that we give 20% of the things. Xiaohua originally didn't want to pay attention to it, but seeing the four of them say so, he couldn't help but feel moved. These five escaped before me. They definitely didn't encounter the Iceworm King. It was just ordinary ice worms chasing them. Moreover, from what everyone said, Yongshang seemed to have followed them for a long time. If he died, he wouldn't have been close to the canyon where the Iceworm King was. Li Xiaowen and company were probably chased by the iceworms and thought that the canyon was filled with iceworms. However, I was the last to fly out, so I didn't see any iceworms along the way. Even if there is a group of iceworms, as long as it is not the Iceworm King, I can still escape freely. Who would be afraid of them? Thinking of this, Xiaohua looked at everyone and said with a smile, I had a hard time encountering Tianqi's operation, so of course I don't want to give up, but Ai's cultivation is still shallow, and escaping is already a fluke. I really don't want to sell my life for these treasures. If any fellow Daoist wishes to go, I am also willing to take out my 20%. Oh, and I will also gift the few fireball talismans I have to that fellow Daoist. Some treasures? Fu Shu smiled bitterly and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, 20% for each of us is already a lot. The share of the four of us is about the same as fellow Daoist Zhao's share. Fu Shu directly omitted Xiao Hua's last two sentences, looking very earnest and well-intentioned. How about this? Li Xiaowen said, if fellow Daoist Xiao is willing to go, each of us will take out 25% of the treasures to round it up to fellow Daoist Xiao. How about it? Very good, we agree. Of course, no one had any objections and looked at Xiao Hua eagerly. Xiao Hua scratched his chin with his finger and looked at the distant canyon entrance. After a long while, he sighed and said, alas, poor people have short ambitions. Who told I to not have a suitable cultivation method? Since that's the case, I will go. Great. Everyone clapped their hands and praised. Fellow Daoist Xiao, shouldn't you leave your silk bag behind first? Fan Daomao probed. If I can't come back, what's the use of taking 4 silk bags? Xiao Hua sneered. Hee, fellow Daoist Xiao is right. Fan Daomao smiled and said no more. Since he had made up his mind to take the risk, Xiao Hua asked Li Xiaowen for a connecting note talisman as well as a few other yellow talismans before flying towards the canyon. After Xiao Hua flew away, Li Xiaowen and the others looked at each other. They all had the same thought in their eyes. Then, they all returned to the foothills and sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. Do you all think I am a fool? Xiao Hua slowly flew into the canyon. As he pondered, he sneered and said, everyone's cultivation is much higher than this poor Daoist's, but not a single one of them dares to come forward. Instead, you're tempting this young master with your words. I wonder who will be the one to benefit in the end. Xiao Hua didn't fly very fast. After flying for a while, he saw that it was the same as when he came out. There was nothing special in the entire canyon. Unconsciously, his courage grew. He looked back and saw that there shouldn't be anyone following him, so he increased his speed and looked for the path he came out of. Because he was looking for Yongshang, and it was more likely that he was looking for Yongshang's corpse, Xiao Hua flew very low and carefully looked at the bottom of the canyon. At this time, the sky was already bright. In the far eastern horizon, a red sun was gushing out from the sea of clouds. The entire world was full of vitality. Unlike the vitality in the early morning, the canyon Xiao Hua was in was abnormally cold. The deeper he went, the more ice and frost he saw. Of course, there were also many strange spiritual herbs along the way. Xiao Hua didn't care about them. As long as he could pick them, he would pick them and transplant them into the space. Just when Xiao Hua was about to move a foot-tall spirit grass into the space, he suddenly remembered that he had placed the Ice Worm King's egg into the space last night. Could it be that the spirit grass inside would be frozen to death? When Xiao Hua immersed his thoughts into the space, he found that everything was the same as usual. That egg-shaped Ice Worm King egg was placed inside, and the spiritual herbs were not affected at all. And, fortunately, I was a bit anxious last night. Fortunately, nothing happened. Xiao Hua sighed in relief and threw the Ice Worm King egg into the furthest corner of the space, letting it be far away from the spiritual herbs. Just when Xiao Hua was checking the space, from the southern plain, far away from Xiao Hua, came a j sound. Although it was far away, the sound seemed to be able to resonate in people's hearts. Xiao Hua's heart shook when he heard it. He quickly pulled his mind out of the space and dodged. Not caring whether it was useful or not, he hid between a mountain rock at the bottom of the canyon. Gga. Another 2 hurried sounds shook Xiao Hua's little heart and made it beat wildly. Then, it was silent again. What is this thing? Xiao Hua's face was gloomy. He thought to himself, listening to that sound, it should be a kind of bird. This thing actually dares to call out in the Ice Worm King's territory. I'm afraid it came here to cause trouble? A single Ice Worm King can freeze I to death without even getting close. Adding on an inexplicable bird, won't I be dead? When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will also suffer. He better not get involved with others. Thinking about this, Xiaohua lost his enthusiasm to explore. He came here because he knew that there were no ice worms in this canyon. Since there was an unknown danger, he naturally had to retreat. Just as Xiaohua turned around, his gaze suddenly landed on a large tree halfway up the mountain with only bare branches, and there was actually a person looking down on it. Ah! Xiaohua was slightly startled. His body stopped for a moment, not daring to move. Seeing that person also not moving, he raised his voice and said, "Fellow Daoist, please." That person still didn't move. Could it be a dead person? Xiaohua stared blankly and thought to himself, in the southern color plains, everyone was frozen to death. This person, Xiaohua didn't dare to approach. He soared up and looked from afar. When he saw clearly, he couldn't help but be shocked. Io, isn't this Xianxia? Why wasn't he frozen into an ice pillar by the ice worm? Moreover, there's a ball of blood on his back? Xiaohua suddenly understood. Just now, he was looking at those ice pillars and didn't pay attention to the two sides of the stone wall. Of course, he couldn't see Xiangxia's corpse. When Xiaohua took Xiangxia's corpse down from the mountain and saw the fatal wound on the corpse, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw that Xiangxia's body didn't have the slightest trace of being frozen by the ice worm. Only his Daoist robe was a bit messy. And in Xiangxia's heart, there was a sharp hole. Inside the hole, the blood had already flowed out. That human heart was also gone. This clearly wasn't done by the ice worm. Could it be there are other powerful spirit beasts in the southern color plains? Xiaohua suddenly thought of the mind-shaking cry he heard just now. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to delay any longer and picked up Xiangxia's corpse. First, he threw everything in the storage bag into his own space. Then, he took out the silk bag and put it into his storage bag. He hurriedly urged his magic power and quickly flew out of the valley. His anxious appearance like a stray dog was really laughable. Fortunately, Xiaohua didn't go too far. He didn't use any notes talismans. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he already arrived at the valley's entrance. Xiaohua slowed down and shouted loudly, "Fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist Li." Hearing Xiaohua's shout, Li Xiaowen and the others were all stunned. They looked at each other and all soared up. They didn't expect Xiaohua to come out so quickly. Some people didn't even think that Xiaohua would be able to come back safely. When they saw Xiangxia's corpse, they were greatly shocked. They naturally looked at Xiangxia's waist. Of course, the storage bag on his waist was already put into Xiaohua's sleeve, causing them to be slightly disappointed. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, did you get the silk bag?" Li Xiaowen's gaze swept over the corpse and immediately asked. "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. It is already in I's storage bag," Xiaohua said with a smile. As he spoke, Xiaohua put down Xiangxia's corpse. He patted his storage bag and took out 2 silk bags. He shook them in front of everyone and put them back into his storage bag. "Good." Li Xiaowen and the others finally let out a sigh of relief. Looking at Xiangxia's corpse, Sun Fian frowned and said, "Where did you find fellow Daoist Yang's corpse? Is it far from the valley's entrance?" Xiaohua had already thought of a countermeasure. He said in a low voice, "It's a bit far. It was on a withered tree on a cliff. If it wasn't for I's sharp eyes, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to find it." "Fellow Daoist Yang's injury, what's going on? I am a bit puzzled." Xiaohua pointed at Xiangxia's chest and asked. Chapter 1362. This. Li Xiaowen and the others looked at each other with puzzled faces. Li Xiaowen bitterly smiled and said, "Not only is fellow Daoist Xiao puzzled, I am also scratching my head. This kind of injury should have been caused by the heart being dug out. I and the others have shallow knowledge and don't know what kind of monster or enemy did this. Fellow Daoist Li, look at the wound on fellow Daoist Yang's chest. It seems to have been cut open by something sharp." Sun Fian lowered his head and looked at the edge of the wound for a long time. "Yes, fellow Daoist Sun is right. Could it be that fellow Daoist Yong encountered a mortal enemy in the southern color plane?" Li Xiaowen held his chin and said in a low voice, Otherwise, in addition to the ice worms in the southern color plane, there are also. When Li Xiaowen said this, he suddenly thought of something and his face changed greatly. He was abnormally frightened. When he turned to look at the others, besides Xiaohua who was still somewhat confused, the other four were also pale. "Let's go!" Li Xiaowen shouted in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, he took out a flight talisman and stuck it on his body. He soared into the sky. The other four's movements weren't slow either, and they flew up one after another. Xiaohua was puzzled at first, but after thinking for a bit, he was greatly alarmed and flew up. The five didn't even care about Yongshang's corpse and fled far away. The five flew for more than half a day. Seeing that they were already very far away from the Gushu mountain range, they slowed down and let out a slight sigh of relief. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Xiaowen opened up some distance from the others and flew at the back with Xiaohua. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you've kept eye in the dark." Seeing that the people in front couldn't hear his voice, Li Xiaowen turned his face and said to Xiaohua with a deep voice. Xiaohua's heart tightened and he promptly cupped his hands. "Fellow Daoist Li, I am very puzzled. May I know what fellow Daoist is talking about?" "AI, fellow Daoist, don't play dumb with I." Li Xiaowen's face was full of disdain. "When fellow Daoist escaped from the southern color plane, I was somewhat puzzled. With fellow Daoist's second stage flying speed, how could you escape the encirclement of the ice worms? Even with the strange fireball talisman, it's impossible to kill all the ice worms. Most importantly, I'm a talisman master myself. Of course I know that although there are high-grade talismans in this world, high-grade or top-grade talismans can't possibly increase the speed of a cultivator in the second layer to that of a cultivator in the fifth layer. Fellow Daoist Xiao, the other fellow Daoists might believe you, but he don't." So it's like that. Xiaohua's mind whirled rapidly, yet his expression didn't change. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Li's discerning eyes are indeed like torches. I have indeed practiced a type of body lightning technique that can increase my speed when using a flight talisman." "There's such a miraculous technique?" Although Li Xiaowen sounded surprised, his face didn't seem to be moved. Presumably, he had already figured it out. "It's a pity that I haven't mastered it yet. I can only barely use it." Xiaohua had an embarrassed look on his face. "It's already enough. Your flying speed can actually catch up to us. It's absolutely something that makes people flabbergasted." Li Xiaowen shook his head. "That's right, fellow Daoist Li, about fellow Daoist Yong's matter. What do you think?" Xiaohua asked very modestly. "I's cultivation is shallow, and my knowledge is also lacking. I still want to ask fellow Daoist Li for guidance." Li Xiaowen heard this and frowned. His face had a slight trace of fear, and he said in a low voice, "Actually, I also don't know what's going on. However, according to I's guess, I'm afraid this is the work of another extremely powerful demon beast. Only a demon beast would eat a human heart." Sigh. Thinking about it, fellow Daoist Yong escaped with us, and from what fellow Daoist Xiao said, the place where fellow Daoist Yong was killed wasn't too far from the entrance of the valley. I reckon that when that demon beast attacked fellow Daoist Yong, we must have been nearby. At such a close distance, we actually didn't sense anything. Fellow Daoist Xiao, say, if that demon beast targeted us, would we still have our lives? Hearing this, Xiaohua also felt his blood run cold. He very naturally turned his head to look and casually asked, "Such a powerful demon beast, what kind of demon beast could it be?" "Who knows?" Li Xiaowen activated the flying talisman and also casually said, "If it wasn't a demon beast, it could also be a ghost cultivator or a devil cultivator." Devil cultivator? This was already the second time Xiaohua heard this term. He asked very curiously, "These cultivators can also be more powerful than fellow Daoist Li?" Devil cultivators and ghost cultivators can't be considered as cultivators," Li Xiaowen said with a smile. "Devil cultivators practice the cultivation method of the devil world and feed on the flesh and blood of human cultivators, so they are our mortal enemies. On the other hand, ghost cultivators practice an extremely strange cultivation method that feeds on the essence and blood of cultivators. This poor Daoist can't explain it clearly. However, looking at fellow Daoist Yang's fatal wound, it's also one of the methods that devil cultivators and ghost cultivators use to kill cultivators. Oh, so it's like that? Xiaohua nodded. After flying forward for a while, everyone landed in a place with beautiful scenery to rest. The light wind and gentle clouds were truly different from what they saw in the southern color plains before. The 6 people sat upright on the ground and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. They first filled Xiaohua's magic power before they started talking. The first place, the southern color plains, we encountered extremely powerful ice worms and lost fellow Daoist Yong. The second place, the Yulian Mountains, is even more dangerous. Perhaps we will have even more losses. If any of the fellow Daoists have an accident, the silk bags won't be able to be gathered together. How will we continue on our path in the future? Fu Shu grumbled. Could it be that fellow Daoist Fu's meaning is to gather our silk bags together with one person? Sun Fian sneered. I was just saying. If you want I to hand over the silk bag, I also won't be willing. Fu Shu repeatedly waved his hand. I just feel that this treasure hunt seems to be somewhat difficult. It's not quite the same as before. There's nothing different. Li Xiaowen said indifferently, the previous few times were also like this. Even in the end, the wandering cultivators in Heaven's Forsaken were also greatly damaged. And those who were able to stay were all extremely outstanding people. Yeah, there's only so many techniques and treasures. If everyone goes, there won't be enough to share. Fan Daomao laughed. Everyone chatted for a while, venting their nervous emotions. Only then did Li Xiaowen stand up and say, fellow Daoists, this place is still far from the Yulian Mountains. The journey might take 5 days. There shouldn't be any danger along the way, but we still have to be careful. Immediately, the 5 of them were in high spirits again. They flew into the sky and flew towards another Yulian Mountains. Xiaohua didn't know where the Yulian Mountains was, nor did he know what dangers there were in the Yulian Mountains. However, looking at everyone's nervous expressions and what they were talking about, he knew that it was a dangerous place that wasn't any worse than the southern color plains. After flying for another half a day, night arrived. Everyone found a large cave and waited for Li Xiaowen to set up the warning talismans. Then, everyone sat down cross-legged and closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. Xiaohua was the same as before. He found a secluded place and sat with his palms facing the sky. From the outside, Xiaohua seemed to be cultivating. However, in reality, Xiaohua had already immersed his mind into the space. He had already thrown everything in Yongshang's storage bag into the space. He didn't even have time to look at it carefully. Inside Yongshang's storage bag, in addition to some bottles and jars, there were also some yellow talismans, a lot of spirit stones, and a small booklet. Is this a technique? Xiaohua saw the booklet and felt a burst of ecstasy in his heart. He opened the booklet in the space. Before he could clearly see the contents, a page fell out of the booklet. When Xiaohua saw the thing that fell out, he couldn't help but be surprised. It was also a piece of gold leaf. It looked exactly the same as Zhangji House. Xiaohua put the 2 pieces of gold leaf together in the space and couldn't see any difference between them. Strange. Xiaohua thought, what kind of good thing is this gold leaf? How come Zhang Jihao has it, and Yongshang also has it? But if it's a good thing, how can it be good when many people have it? Maybe Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and the others also have it. Xiaohua thought and threw the gold leaf to the side. Then he looked at the booklet. The booklet was very thin. Inside, there were some densely packed chants. Xiaohua carefully read it. There were about a few thousand words. Unfortunately, the cover of the booklet didn't mention how to use the chants. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't know what the chants were. However, after Xiaohua recited it several times in his heart, he knew that this cultivation method wasn't a basic cultivation method. It didn't have any effect on the growth of magic power. Every time Xiaohua recited it, he would feel calm and refreshed, and it would be easier for him to enter the state of cultivation. Obviously, this is a supplementary cultivation method. Xiaohua was a little disappointed. However, he still recited the chants in his heart to keep his mind clear and organize the other things. Yongshang had a lot of things. He had more things than Zhang Jihao and the disciples of the spirit husbandry sect. Xiaohua put away the spirit stones and other things. He also put away the yellow talismans and other things. Then he looked at the bottles and jars that he took out. There were many different kinds of pills in the jars and jars. It was very complicated. This is the marrow cleansing pill? Xiaohua slowly organized them. When he saw the 4 bottles, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, joy climbed up his brows. There's also a foundation establishment pill? The last jade bottle really made Xiaohua go crazy. He really didn't expect that the unremarkable Yongshang would have so many precious pills in his hands. He even had the legendary foundation establishment pill. Yongshang must have prepared these pills for a long time. He wanted to use them when he had a breakthrough in his cultivation. He said he wanted to, but he left with regrets. How sad. Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If he didn't participate in this treasure hunt, with these marrow-cleansing pills and the pills he would use to build his foundation in the future, Yongshang's future would be boundless. But now, fate has made a fool of us. Chapter 1363. As Xiaohua lamented Yongshang's bitter experience, he was about to put away the marrow-cleansing pills and foundation establishment pills. However, at this moment, Xiaohua suddenly froze. His mouth revealed a bitter smile as he inwardly thought, "Just now, I was still talking about Yongshang. Look at me, I already have the marrow-cleansing pill in my hands, yet I still want to use it in the future. While searching for treasures, I need to increase my cultivation. If I don't take it now, when I encounter danger in the Yulian Mountains and need magic power in the next few days, wouldn't the heavens and earth be unable to help me?" Thinking this, Xiaohua looked at the people nearby who were all closing their eyes and adjusting their breathing. He put a marrow-cleansing pill into his mouth. The marrow-cleansing pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into liquid that flowed into his abdomen. Soon after, it was absorbed by Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He began to circulate the cultivation method of the second layer of the qi refining realm and began to refine the marrow-cleansing pill's medicinal power. Just as Xiaohua was concentrating on cultivating, the reverse light within the space stopped as usual. An indescribable fluctuation began to surge. At the same time, the starlight in the sky shone down, wrapping Xiaohua in the center. After about 4 hours, Xiaohua finished refining the marrow-cleansing pill. After carefully inspecting it, he found that his cultivation had indeed made some progress. Moreover, the effect was much better than the marrow-cleansing pill he obtained from the auction in Jinghua City. It was comparable to more than 4 months of bitter cultivation. And, fortunately, it was useful. It seems that the marrow-cleansing pill from before was refined from spirit herbs that were too young. Yongshang's 3 jade bottles contained 30 marrow-cleansing pills. According to my previous experience, it should be comparable to 10 years of bitter cultivation. I used nearly 12 years of bitter cultivation to advance from the first layer of the qi refining realm to the second layer of the qi refining realm. I don't know how many years it will take to advance from the second layer of the qi refining realm to the third layer of the qi refining realm. Xiaohua inwardly calculated. 30 essence cleansing pills? This isn't a small number. Even Shang Huaming couldn't gather that many pills in the past. I wonder how Yongshang got his hands on them. Xiaohua thought about some useless things before popping another essence cleansing pill into his mouth. The night quickly passed. Perhaps it was because they had been in a hurry the day before, or perhaps it was because they had just experienced a life and death escape, but Li Xiaowen and the others did not immediately get up in the morning. It was only when the sun was high in the sky that they got up and removed the warning talismans. Over the course of the night, Xiaohua had taken 4 marrow-cleansing pills in one go, which was equivalent to 2 years of bitter cultivation. The progress of his cultivation was quite obvious. However, for an ordinary cultivator, 2 years might be enough to raise their cultivation from the second layer to the third layer, but for Xiaohua, it was still somewhat insufficient. Even when Li Xiaowen and the others looked at Xiaohua, the corners of their brows slightly raised. They were too lazy to even show a trace of astonishment. "Fellow Daoists, are you ready?" Li Xiaowen finished tidying up and asked softly, "If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. We still have to travel for a day, so I'm afraid we won't have much time to rest." Everyone nodded and followed Li Xiaowen as they continued to fly in the direction of Yulian Mountains. Xiaohua was still the last. After last night's bitter cultivation, his cultivation had improved a lot. Magic power flowed through his entire body like mercury flowing down the ground, very smooth. Under the urging of his magic power, the flying talisman also displayed a greater effect. Xiaohua's flying speed was also much faster than before. Right now, I'm only at the second layer of qi refining, but my flying speed is comparable to that of an 11th layer qi refining cultivator. What if I cultivate to the 11th layer? Then how fast could the flying speed be? Wouldn't it be comparable to that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Then even if this young master can't beat them, I can still escape. Xiaohua secretly laughed as he flew. Xiaohua's thoughts were quite beautiful. If he calculated like this, wouldn't his flying speed be comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator when he reached foundation establishment? When he reached the legendary Great Ascension stage, wouldn't his flying speed be comparable to that of an immortal? For 4 days in a row, Xiaohua and the others flew during the day and cultivated at night. Other people didn't say anything, but Xiaohua's cultivation increased bit by bit. He hadn't even used half of the 30 marrow cleansing pills he obtained from Yongshang, yet he actually reached the middle stage of the second layer of qi refining. One day, the 5 of them were flying to the left of a mountain forest when they saw a cultivator in the 7th layer of qi refining flying diagonally in front of them. During the past 4 days, Xiaohua and the others had been flying through rather remote areas. If they weren't flying through ravines, they were flying through deep mountains and swamps. It was rare for them to encounter other cultivators. Now that they saw this cultivator, they were slightly startled. They secretly slowed down and respectfully waited for the cultivator to pass. The cultivator glanced at them, then ignored them and continued on his way. After the cultivator left, the 5 of them flew up again. Originally, it was normal for them to encounter other cultivators, but in the next few hours, Xiaohua and the others met one after another. There were qi refining cultivators, foundation establishment cultivators, and so on. Xiaohua wasn't the only one who found this strange. Li Xiaowen and the others were also puzzled. In the end, when several cultivators in the 5th layer of qi refining like them passed by, Li Xiaowen stepped forward and blocked them. He very politely asked about the reason. The result made Xiaohua and the others very happy. About 2 hours to the left of Xiaohua and the others, there was a small e-bazaar tomorrow. Once those cultivators left, Li Xiaowen and the others stopped flying. Fellow Daoists, although we prepared a lot of things, we also used up a lot of them in the southern color plane, especially the fire-type yellow talismans. Even though we've already used them up, if we can go to the e-bazaar to replenish them, it'll be beneficial at that time. I want to go take a look. What do you think, fellow Daoists? Everyone was also happy to hear this. They stopped flying forward and looked for a quiet place to cultivate. On the morning of the second day, they determined the direction and directly flew to the e-bazaar. The e-bazaar was quite famous. It was called Fengju because there was a cultivator family with the surname Feng. When Xiaohua and the others arrived at Fengju, the sun had already risen. Many cultivators who received the news also rushed to the e-bazaar. Therefore, although Xiaohua and the others didn't know the exact location, they still found it by following others. The e-bazaar wasn't located in the small town called Fengju. Instead, it was located in a valley 50 kilometers southeast of the small town. The valley's entrance had a restriction commonly used in the cultivation world. It was used to distinguish the identity of cultivators. It was similar to the restriction used in the western part of Jinghua City. Xiaohua and the others were naturally able to enter without any hindrance. After entering the valley, there were quite a few cultivators strolling around leisurely. There were also quite a few cultivators who placed their items on the ground and sat down cross-legged, waiting for others to come forward to trade. Although the valley looked a bit messy, the noise was much quieter, making it feel very peaceful. Seniors, Are you here to participate in Fengju's e-bazaar? A young cultivator with delicate features and a cultivation around the third layer of qi condensation stood at the entrance of the valley. When he saw Xiaohua and the others enter, he very respectfully stepped forward and saluted. Yes, may I ask if there are any special rules? Li Xiaowen asked with a smile. Junior is a disciple of the Feng clan. My name is Discipline Hall. Senior, thank you for coming to participate in the e-bazaar. Discipline Hall smiled and said, My Feng clan's e-bazaar is the same as other bazaars. There are no special rules. Seniors only need to hand over 10 low-grade spirit stones. Oh, 10 low-grade spirit stones? Li Xiaowen nodded. That's not a lot. As he spoke, he took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and handed it over. This is for the 5 of us. I'll leave the rest for you. Thank you, Senior. The disciple seemed to be very happy. He thanked him and said, Do you need Junior to accompany seniors around? No need, I'll take a look for myself. Fellow Daoist, go ahead. Yes, Discipline Hall said. He cupped his hands and left to greet the other cultivators. Fellow Daoists, we don't have too much time. This valley's e-bazaar isn't very large. 4 hours should be enough for us to replenish our yellow talismans. Li Xiaowen roughly looked around the valley and said to everyone, We'll go our own ways. When the time comes, we'll come back here and meet up. Everyone nodded and went in different directions. Xiaohua thought for a moment, turned around, and walked in front of Discipline Hall. He cupped his hands and asked, Fellow Daoist Feng, I have a matter to ask? Oh, please speak, fellow Daoist. Discipline Hall looked at Xiaohua's cultivation and didn't have any intention of neglecting him. Excuse me, fellow Daoist, in the valley's e-bazaar, are there any medicinal pills that can increase one's cultivation? Xiaohua asked in a low voice. Discipline Hall had an awkward expression. He smiled apologetically and said, Fellow Daoist is giving I a difficult problem. Inside the valley's e-bazaar, there are fellow Daoists from all over the world. They can place their things anywhere they want. I don't know where those medicinal pills are. Xiaohua smiled and took out a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch. He handed it over and said, Fellow Daoist Feng is on duty here, so you must have some information. If you can tell me, I'll be very grateful. Seeing the mid-grade spirit stone, Discipline Hall's eyes brightened. He took it, looked around, and said, Medicinal pills that can increase cultivation are rare in the state of Xi. Let alone my Feng clan's e-bazaar. I'm afraid they're not common even in Jinghua City's e-bazaar. Xiaohua had a smile on his face and didn't say anything. He knew that since Discipline Hall dared to take the spirit stone, there must be some unknown information. Sure enough, Discipline Hall took out a summoning talisman from his storage pouch and handed it over, saying, Fellow Daoist, please take this summoning talisman and send it out in 2 hours. I still have an errand here. Once I'm done, I'll help you contact them. However, fellow Daoist, do you have enough spirit stones or items to exchange? Xiaohua had just received Yongshang's storage pouch and was rich and overbearing. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Feng, don't worry. I definitely won't disappoint you. If I'm satisfied, I'll be extra grateful to fellow Daoist Feng. Well said, well said. Discipline Hall smiled and cupped his hands. Sure enough, Wind Station's e-bazaar couldn't compare to Jinghua City's e-bazaar. Not to mention that there weren't many items, even the quality of the items was much lower. Moreover, e-bazaar's items were generally low and mid-grade spirit stones. High-grade spirit stones were extremely rare. Seeing this situation, Xiaohua realized that it wasn't because the spirit stones in e-bazaar had depreciated, nor was it because Jinghua City's items were too expensive. Instead, it was because Jinghua City's e-bazaar was one of the most famous e-bazaars in the state of Xi. At that level of e-bazaar or e-bazaar, mid-grade spirit stones were only the lowest grade spirit stones. Chapter 1364. The Feng clan's e-bazaar really didn't have anything outstanding. It wasn't on the same level as Jinghua City. However, Xiaohua didn't need any finished products. After buying a lot of low-grade talisman paper and talisman ink, he didn't have anything else to buy. Soon after, he held his hands and slowly strolled around while waiting for 2 hours to pass. What is this? Xiaohua strolled around for a long time. He stood here and squatted there, appearing extremely leisurely. However, when he arrived in front of a small stall, his eyes were immediately attracted by a pitch-black stick that was about a foot long. The stick was thrown to the side of the stall. There were some messy things on the stall that looked very ordinary. Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to go forward. He only quietly stood at a place with a bit more people. He seemed to be negotiating with others, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the stall. The owner of the stall was a sturdy middle-aged man. He had a square face and rough skin. He didn't look like a cultivator at all. It seemed that the items in the man's stall were not attractive at all. Almost everyone looked around casually and did not stop at all. Even if there were a few people who stopped and looked at the items in the stall, they would leave before they could stand still. As for the middle-aged man, his face was filled with obvious anxiety. From time to time, he would reach out his hand, wanting to greet people, but in the end, not a single word came out of his mouth. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua had an idea in his mind. He slowly walked to the stall of the middle-aged cultivator. Seeing Xiaohua stop in front of his stall, the cultivator's face revealed a happy expression. He rubbed his hands together, looking very excited. However, the cultivator still didn't say anything. He only looked at Xiaohua with a fervent gaze and pointed at his stall with his hand. Xiaohua frowned and thought to himself, could it be he's a mute? He looked for a moment and picked up a palm-sized brown object that he had just seen. He smiled and said, fellow Daoist, what is this? The middle-aged cultivator opened his mouth and his face turned red. He finally said, This is a lump of black gold. For refining grade materials. Oh, so it's a stutterer. Xiaohua suddenly realized. No wonder he had to greet him. After the cultivator finished speaking, he let out a long breath and the redness on his face faded a bit. He looked at Xiaohua's calm expression and continued, This thing. If fellow Daoist wants it, please take out three mid-grade spirit stones. The cultivator spoke with great effort and Xiaohua also listened with great effort. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua pointed at the things next to him and said, Are these all used for refining? Are they all common prices? Yes. When the middle-aged cultivator heard this, he nodded his head vigorously. There weren't many cultivators who came to Feng Clan's bazaar and those who knew how to refine were even fewer. His materials weren't particularly good so no one came to him to trade. Now, listening to Xiaohua's tone, it seemed he also didn't know too much. Although he didn't know if Xiaohua really wanted to buy it or not, he was still happy that someone came to take a look. Xiaohua put down the black gold in his hand and picked up another piece. He looked at it while thinking. Looking at this cultivator's rough appearance, he must be a disciple of some small sect that knew how to refine qi. Although he didn't understand these materials for refining, it didn't mean he wouldn't have a use for them in the future. Anyway, he had a lot of spirit stones in his space so there was no harm in buying some. Thinking, Xiaohua casually asked, What about this piece? What is it? This also doesn't know. Presumably because Xiaohua asked something he didn't know, the man's stuttering became even more serious. He only raised his finger and said, One mid-grade, spirit, stone. After he finished speaking, he actually wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand. Xiaohua almost wanted to cover his mouth and laugh, but he still managed to hold himself back. He nodded and said, Since that's the case, I'll buy some. Good. The middle-aged cultivator was overjoyed. He rubbed his hands and said, I wonder, which one does fellow Daoist want? These. Xiaohua calculated in his mind, and with a swipe of his hand he actually managed to swipe the majority of the things on the middle-aged cultivator's stall. This much? The middle-aged cultivator stuttered. Yes. Xiaohua nodded, then casually pointed at the pitch-black stick and casually asked, Is this also used for refining? The middle-aged cultivator squatted down and gathered the materials that Xiaohua had just pulled out. His mouth was wide open as he calculated how many spirit stones these materials were worth. When he heard Xiaohua's words, he looked at the rod that Xiaohua was pointing at and said, When Xiaohua heard this, his eyes became even brighter. He said with a slightly trembling voice, Can you sell it to I? Sell? Oh, that's selling. The middle-aged cultivator didn't even raise his head and said without hesitation. Xiaohua's heart turned cold. He was about to raise the price when the cultivator said, Fellow Daoist, you're curious as long as I'll gift it to you. The last sentence seemed to have been said with courage, and it was said very quickly. Ah! Xiaohua's heart bloomed with joy. He reached out and picked up the black stick. Although the stick was extremely heavy, it didn't seem to be too strenuous in Xiaohua's hands. Fellow Daoist has good strength. The middle-aged cultivator was somewhat flabbergasted. Then I will take it, Xiaohua said without any trace of politeness. Please. The middle-aged cultivator was also quite straightforward. He waved his hand and said, That thing? I don't know what it is. It's in a fountain stream. I picked it up. Fellow Daoist, these materials total 70 middle grade spirit stones. But Xiaohua looked left and right. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he waved his hand and put the black stick into his space. Then he put all the materials on the ground into his storage pouch and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, where is your storage pouch? I will give you the spirit stones. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly untied his storage pouch. When Xiaohua put the 78 middle-grade spirit stones into his storage pouch, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He almost couldn't believe that this little cultivator, who was only at the second level of qi refining, could take out so many spirit stones and buy so many refining materials. Fellow Daoist. The middle-aged cultivator looked left and right and said in a low voice, So many materials? To do it a few times. Xiaohua praised in his heart and said with a smile, I will tell you. Many thanks for pointing it out, fellow Daoist. However, I am not alone. There is still a master from my sect here. Oh. The middle-aged cultivator suddenly understood. He immediately nodded and said with a smile, I have thought too much. Soon after, Xiaohua didn't stay any longer. He cupped his hands and left. As he walked, he put the tip of the devil's spear together with the pitch-black stick. Sure enough, the crack at the bottom of the tip of the devil's spear matched the crack of the stick perfectly. I knew it. Just now, this crack looked very familiar. Sure enough, it was like this. Xiaohua was very happy in his heart. It was because of this guess that he went to the stall to buy those refining materials. And after he knew the weight of this stick, he was even more certain that this was definitely a devil tool. It's just that, from the looks of it, this devil tool is still incomplete. The back of the stick is still cut off. Xiaohua looked at the crack at the back of the stick and said thoughtfully, I don't know whose work this is. To actually be able to cut this hard devil tool into several pieces. Even if I managed to use this magic tool, how would I be able to completely restore it? Soon after, Xiaohua looked at the pile of refining materials that he just bought and thought to himself, could it be that I still need to practice refining? This devil tool is an item of the devil world. The refining methods of the cultivation world might not necessarily work. Besides, why would I restore this devil tool? It's fine as long as there's a spear tip that can be used. Xiaohua immediately came to a realization and thought to himself with a bitter smile. After looking for a while, Xiaohua estimated that it was about time and walked towards the entrance of the valley. Sure enough, at this time, there weren't many people entering the valley. There was only a young disciple standing there, bored to death, looking all around. Xiaohua saw that the disciplinary Wind Mansion wasn't there, so he didn't walk forward. He walked to a slightly secluded place and took out the communication talisman. Using his magic power, the communication talisman turned into a ray of light and unexpectedly flew into the stone wall to the side. Not long after, he saw the disciplinary wind mansion suddenly appear from the corner of the stone wall in the distance. After looking left and right, he walked straight toward Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist Feng, how is it? Xiaohua waited for the disciplinary wind mansion to come closer and cupped his hands with a smile. I'm afraid it's a bit troublesome. The disciplinary wind mansion said with a slight frown. Xiaohua stared blankly and his heart turned cold. He said in a low voice, I hope fellow Daoist Feng can explain. The disciplinary wind mansion looked left and right and said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist, please follow I. Xiaohua followed the disciplinary wind mansion to the side of the stone wall and said in a low voice, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist. I know a few loose cultivators. Always have some rare goods. As for the origin of these goods, I naturally won't ask too much. It's not convenient for them to come to my Feng clan's e-bazaar. Every time, they entrust e-bazaar to my martial uncle to bring them to sell on consignment. This is because my martial uncle had something to do a few days ago and left this matter to I to handle. As for the medicinal pills fellow Daoist mentioned, they always take out a little bit each time. Therefore, I saw fellow Daoist's eagerness to get medicine and agreed. Could it be there aren't any medicinal pills this time? Xiaohua asked curiously. It's just outside of fellow Daoist's expectations. The disciplinary wind mansion shook his head and said, It's not that there aren't any this time, it's just that there are too many. Too many? Xiaohua felt a burst of joy. However, he still didn't understand. Since there are some, why does fellow Daoist say it's troublesome? The disciplinary wind mansion smiled wryly. It's because their requirements are rather harsh. That's strange. What's so harsh about it? Fellow Daoist, please dispel my confusion. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said. Chapter 1365. Everyone is familiar with Little Dot as the group leader. Harass him more in order to make up for the mistake of being the third flower. This is the second update. I'll be honest with fellow Daoist. Feng Fu sighed and said, There are 3 types of medicinal pills this time. One is the marrow cleansing pill, one is the Peiyuan pill, and the last is the clear breeze pill. I don't know the specific number. I only know that the most effective Peiyuan pill has the least amount, while the marrow cleansing pill and the clear breeze pill have the most amount. Because the amount of medicinal pills is a bit too many, they made 2 requests. Which 2? Xiaohua knew that his anxiety was definitely unfavorable to him. However, he still couldn't help but say it. The first is, if they're going to buy them, then they'll buy them all together. They don't want more people to know about this. Feng Fu looked at Xiaohua and said in a low voice, But, with so many medicinal pills, who can eat them all? Sure enough, Xiaohua also frowned slightly. It wasn't that he didn't have spirit stones, but the problem was that if he bought them all, wouldn't that be inviting trouble onto himself? What's the second? Xiaohua asked again. The second is even more outrageous. They requested to not trade in my Feng clan's e-bazaar. Impossible! Xiaohua heard and immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. That's right. Feng Fu also said in a low voice, they should be trading in my Feng clan's e-bazaar. If they go out, who can guarantee fellow Daoist's safety? They're breaking the rules. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Feng, I have a question. Why don't they keep these medicinal pills for themselves? From fellow Daoist's words, they have so many medicinal pills and can take some out every time. If they take them for themselves, wouldn't they be able to reach the 10th layer of qi refining? Fellow Daoist, this question is rather strange. Feng Fu looked at Xiaohua somewhat strangely. Fellow Daoist, could it be that you can't increase your cultivation because your realm isn't high enough? It's true that medicinal pills can increase one's magic power, but if one's cultivation isn't high enough, no matter how many medicinal pills one takes, it still won't increase one's cultivation. I have seen a lot of cultivators like you who want to break through the bottleneck with the help of medicine. You don't have to doubt I. No, fellow Daoist misunderstands. What I mean is that those loose cultivators can use medicinal power to forcefully break through like I did. Xiaohua hurriedly explained. Fellow Daoist, you're wrong again. How do you know that they haven't tried this before? The disciplinary officer smiled and said, it's precisely because they tried it with fellow Daoist before that they didn't place their hopes on medicinal pills. And I understand. It's because they have no hope in the medicinal pill aspect that they're unscrupulously searching for other avenues. Xiaohua silently nodded and also sighed. I don't know if I sigh, let's not talk about it. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Feng to tell them that I agree to the first condition and let them state a price. If possible, I will take out the corresponding items or spirit stones. However, the second condition is absolutely out of the question. The disciplinary officer glanced at Xiaohua thoughtfully and said with a smile, all right, I'll go tell them now. I hope they'll bring good news to fellow Daoist. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Feng. Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks. After the disciplinary officer left with quick steps, Xiaohua slightly narrowed his eyes and stared at his back. It was unknown what he was thinking. The disciplinary officer was quite fast. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, he returned. Behind him was a cultivator wearing camouflage robes. Seeing that the other party was wearing camouflage robes, Xiaohua's heart stirred and he inwardly said, could it be, fellow Daoist, I've made you wait for a long time. The disciplinary officer welcomed him with a face full of smiles and said with a smile, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. When this senior heard how straightforward fellow Daoist was, he was also moved, so he also took a step back. Xiaohua nodded and cupped his hands towards the cultivator behind him, saying, greetings, fellow Daoist. That cultivator's voice was hoarse and had already been disguised by the camouflage robes. Urgently, that cultivator looked left and right. He took out a silence talisman and used it to block out the surrounding sounds. Then he said in a low voice, I heard from fellow Daoist Feng that fellow Daoist has the ability to buy all of I's medicinal pills, but I don't believe it. How many spirit stones does fellow Daoist have? Where are fellow Daoist's medicinal pills? And how many spirit stones are they worth? Xiaohua remained unmoved and asked back. I have 10 Peiyuan pill, 30 marrow cleansing pills, and 50 clear pleasure pills in this storage pouch. That cultivator patted the storage pouch at his waist and said, I won't say too much about the market prices of the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, and clear pleasure pill. Peiyuan pill costs 15 mid-grade spirit stones, marrow cleansing pill costs 5 mid-grade spirit stones, and clear pleasure pill costs 3 mid-grade spirit stones. Fellow Daoist has to pay a total of 450 mid-grade spirit stones. Fellow Daoist, this price is indeed expensive. Xiaohua said with a smile, 3 vitality-absorbing fruits and 3 black tusks can refine 10 Peiyuan pill. 3 vitality-absorbing fruits and 3 black tusks are only 6 mid-grade spirit stones, that's all. Fellow Daoist, this Peiyuan pill costs a total of 15 mid-grade spirit stones? Fellow Daoist, how can spiritual plants be compared to medicinal pills? Especially the Peiyuan pill that can increase one's power? That cultivator sneered, what I said is the real price. If it wasn't for I having some misgivings, I would have directly put it up for sale in this EG. Fellow Daoist, don't forget that things like the Peiyuan pill have always been auctioned. And that's fine. Xiaohua nodded. He knew. Previously, he bid for a marrow cleansing pill at Jinghua City's EG market and spent 10 mid-grade spirit stones. At this time, this rogue cultivator offered a price of 5 mid-grade spirit stones, which really wasn't expensive. Thus, he said with a smile, I already bought it, why don't you offer a few more spirit stones? Fellow Daoist, you should know that these are all exchanged with my life. If fellow Daoist is 1 less spirit stone, I definitely won't sell it. That cultivator said very decisively. Xiaohua thought for a moment, stretched out his hand, and said, I want to see if this medicinal pill is real or fake. To tell the truth, Xiaohua had never seen so many medicinal pills appear in this EG market for so long, so he felt a bit uneasy. Fellow Daoist, you still haven't taken out your spirit stones, right? The cultivator didn't hand over his storage pouch. And here they are. Xiaohua took off his storage pouch, but he didn't hand it over to the cultivator. Instead, he handed it over to the discipline hall and said, Fellow Daoist Feng, take a look. Is the amount of spirit stones inside correct? The discipline hall glanced at the cultivator and took Xiaohua's storage pouch. He roughly looked at it and said with a smile, Senior, you should know that this fellow Daoist's storage pouch indeed has enough spirit stones. Good. The cultivator heard this and very quickly handed over the storage pouch. Xiaohua patiently inspected it and found that it was indeed a genuine medicinal pill. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. After changing the contents of the storage pouch, he handed the spirit stones back to the cultivator and said with a smile, Deal. Fellow Daoist, please check the spirit stones. After the cultivator checked, he nodded and said with a smile, I didn't think that I would meet someone as generous as fellow Daoist at the Feng clan's EG market. Nice to meet you. After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands and was about to leave. At this time, Xiaohua's heart suddenly stirred and he hastily yelled, Fellow Daoist, please wait. What? Does fellow Daoist still have something to say? The cultivator turned his head and looked at Xiaohua and the discipline hall in confusion. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and looked at the discipline hall. He also said, This? Fellow Daoist, I have a matter. I don't know if I can ask you directly. What does fellow Daoist want to ask? The cultivator vigilantly asked. It's nothing. Fellow Daoist is overthinking. Xiaohua knew what he was thinking and promptly explained. I want to ask fellow Daoist, do you have any pill recipes or pill refinement methods? Seeing this cultivator take out so many medicinal pills all of a sudden, Xiaohua immediately thought of pill recipes when he thought about what the discipline hall said earlier. The cultivator's expression couldn't be seen due to the mist, but his tone was very hesitant. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot and said, These things don't have any use for fellow Daoist, and they might even attract some trouble. Why don't you transfer them to me? He will give fellow Daoist a satisfactory price. When the discipline hall beside them heard this, he was also slightly stunned. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. The cultivator pondered for a moment and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, you really have a big tone. Pill recipes above EG are hard to find. One pill recipe costs more than 500 high-grade spirit stones, yet fellow Daoist actually, Then, the cultivator turned his head and said to the discipline hall, I want to speak with this fellow Daoist alone. I ask fellow Daoist Feng to leave for a moment. Alright. The discipline hall smiled wryly and turned to leave. After the discipline hall left, the cultivator took out several books from his sleeve and held them in his hand. He said, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist. I indeed obtained 5 pill recipes. However, I'm not proficient in alchemy, and I don't understand the things inside. If fellow Daoist sincerely wants them, each of these 5 pill recipes will cost 800 high-grade spirit stones, for a total of 4 supreme-grade spirit stones. I want to take a look first. Xiaohua's heart was beating wildly, and he felt somewhat thirsty. The cultivator shook his head and said, Once you see these pill recipes, perhaps fellow Daoist will know where they came from. If fellow Daoist doesn't want them, what will happen to I? I can't take this risk. If fellow Daoist believes in I, then hurry up and give me the spirit stones. Xiaohua looked at his face, which couldn't be seen clearly under the mist. He clenched his teeth and said, All right, I believe you. As he said this, he handed over the storage pouch in his sleeve. Fellow Daoist, is there a mistake? This storage pouch is empty. The cultivator looked at the empty storage pouch and felt very strange. Xiaohua's expression gradually calmed down, and he said with a smile, Fellow Daoist, take a look at this storage pouch. It was specially made by the 7 Skills sect, and it costs 10 supreme-grade spirit stones. I didn't bring that many supreme-grade spirit stones. If fellow Daoist thinks it's suitable, I can exchange this storage pouch for the pill recipes. Fellow Daoist's storage pouch is really quite a lot. The cultivator glanced at the storage pouch on Xiaohua's waist, then carefully inspected the storage pouch in his hand. Seeing the cultivator inspecting it, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel his heart beating faster. This was the storage pouch he got from the spirit husbandry sect disciple. The space inside was much larger than Yongshang's and was about the same as the one he extorted from the market. Since that one could be exchanged for a few supreme-grade spirit stones, then this one could also be exchanged. Sure enough, the cultivator looked at it and nodded. Fellow Daoist's storage pouch is much better than I's. It should be worth a few supreme-grade spirit stones. Then, fellow Daoist, are you willing to exchange? Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Chapter 1366. Everyone is familiar with Xiao Dian as the group leader. Please harass him. In order to make up for the mistake of being the third flower, this is the third update. That cultivator still used his hoarse voice to say, "Why not? I happen to be lacking such a big storage pouch." However, the 7 Possibilities sect is as shady as the Feng clan. One storage pouch costs 10 top-grade spirit stones. I really don't want to part with it. Since fellow Daoist gave me your storage pouch today, it means that we are fated to meet. Why not trade? The cultivator put away the storage pouch in his sleeve and handed over the 5 small booklets. Xiaohua took them and resisted the urge to open them and put them into his storage pouch. All right, fellow Daoist, I's harvest today is quite bountiful, far surpassing my expectations. Farewell. That cultivator cupped his hands and smiled. Moreover, I didn't expect that fellow Daoist with your mid-stage second-layer qi refining cultivation would actually ksk tisk. That cultivator didn't finish his sentence and left. What's the meaning of this? Xiaohua was slightly surprised. This time, he had thrown caution to the wind and wanted to take the risk to get the pill recipes. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of the risks involved. The 7 Possibilities sect is as shady as the Feng clan? Just now, Xiaohua was immersed in the joy of obtaining the pill recipes. Now that he thought about it, he immediately woke up. Of course, the discipline hall was a disciple of the Feng clan. It wasn't a big deal for him to buy the Peiyuan pill, but the pill recipes, those were things that even cultivation sects coveted. How could a small cultivation clan not covet them? As for why that cultivator didn't sell the pill recipes to the Feng clan, it might be because he had just obtained them recently and hadn't met any martial uncle from the discipline hall. Or maybe the Feng clan knew that the origin of this cultivator's pill recipes was unknown and wasn't willing to pay a high price. If the Feng clan didn't know that the pill recipes were given to him, then it would be fine. But since they knew, how could they let it go? The discipline hall was also a disciple of the Feng clan. They wouldn't turn their elbows to him. When he thought up to here, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel regret for his rash actions. But if he hadn't taken the risk, would he have been able to obtain these pill formulas? Xiaohua understood and immediately walked towards the entrance of the valley. At this time, there was still more than an hour before the appointed time with Li Xiaowen. However, when Xiaohua came to the entrance of the valley, he was overjoyed. The 4 people were standing there and chatting. Thinking about it, these people were all strolling around Jingbua City's EG. How could they care about the Feng clan's EG? After restocking up on materials and yellow talismans, they lost their desire to wander around and returned to the entrance of the valley. Seeing that Xiaohua had unexpectedly returned ahead of time, Li Xiaowen smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, you're the last one to return. Did you gain anything?" It's all right. I bought some fireball talismans, but they aren't as good as the ones I bought before. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since all the fellow Daoists are here, let's leave in advance. It's not appropriate to stay here for too long." As Xiaohua spoke, his eyes slightly glanced at the Feng clan disciple standing not far away. That Feng clan disciple clearly didn't pay attention to them. At this time, many cultivators had already left the valley. Xiaohua's group wasn't the first group. Everyone nodded and stepped out of the valley. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea after Xiaohua's group left, Two cultivators around the 6th layer of qi, refining, hurriedly walked out from a corner of the valley. Behind them was the pale-faced discipline hall disciple. When the two arrived at the entrance of the valley, they immediately questioned the disciple on duty. That disciple was very surprised. After listening, he easily recalled the tall Xiaohua. When they heard that Xiaohua's group had just left, the two of them fiercely glared at the discipline hall disciple and chased after them from inside the valley. The discipline hall disciple's face was filled with panic. He didn't forget to fiercely glare at the disciple on duty and hurriedly chased after them. On the contrary, the disciple who was innocently glared at had a puzzled expression. He strangely looked at the discipline hall disciple's back and helplessly shrugged. When Xiaohua's group left the valley, there were also Feng clan disciples on duty outside. However, they didn't stop them from leaving. If Xiaohua was alone, he would definitely want to cover it up and definitely wouldn't directly fly towards the Yulian Mountains. However, Li Xiaowen's group didn't know this and directly flew towards the direction. Xiaohua couldn't explain it clearly and could only follow behind them. Li Xiaowen's group didn't fly very fast and even seemed to be somewhat leisurely. Xiaohua was impatient as he watched from behind. He unconsciously increased his speed and caught up to Li Xiaowen. He said, "Fellow Daoist Li, we don't have much time left. Can you fly a bit faster?" Fly a bit faster? Li Xiaowen stared blankly for a moment before coming to a realization. He glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, I know your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. You're already in the middle of the 2nd layer of qi refining. In addition, your flying speed should be quite a bit faster. However, the Yulian Mountains ahead is a place even more dangerous than the southern colored plains. If we don't conserve our energy, how can we safely pass through it?" These words immediately pushed Xiaohua back. It was as if Xiaohua was urging everyone to fly because he wanted to show off. "Fellow Daoist Li, it's like this?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and still felt that he should roughly explain the situation. However, at this moment, a sneer came from behind him. "Fellow Daoist in front, could you please wait? This is bad." When Xiaohua heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He turned around and sure enough, there were two cultivators wearing clothes similar to the ones from the discipline hall. "Fellow Daoists, what's the matter?" When Li Xiaowen's group saw the Feng clan disciples, their hearts trembled and they became vigilant. Li Xiaowen stopped and cupped his hands. "What's the matter?" A slightly taller and plump Feng clan disciple glanced at Xiaohua and turned his head to ask, "Did you just come from the Feng clan's trade fair?" "That's right. What business does fellow Daoist have with us?" Li Xiaowen asked again. "This fellow Daoist? What's his relationship with you fellow Daoists?" The other thin disciple pointed at Xiaohua and asked straightforwardly. Li Xiaowen slightly frowned and cupped his hands. "This is fellow Daoist Xiao, who has been forsaken by the heavens. What business does fellow Daoist have with us?" "Forsaken by the heavens?" The disciple from before also frowned, inwardly regretting. "If I knew it was forsaken by the heavens, I wouldn't have come with just 2 people. If a few more people came, we could have caught all of these loose cultivators in one fell swoop. But now, it's a bit difficult." Soon after, this disciple slightly leaned to the side, wanting to see if the discipline hall disciples chasing after them had caught up. If it was just the 3 of them, they should still have some assurance. Li Xiaowen and the others were loose cultivators, so how could they not know the dangers involved? Seeing the 6th level qi condensation disciple of the Feng clan catch up without even explaining the reason, Li Xiaowen sneered and said, "My heaven-forsaken members shouldn't cause trouble, but we're also not afraid of trouble. Fellow Daoist, what business do you have with us? If there's nothing urgent, I and the others still have to hurry on. Farewell." As he spoke, he flung his sleeve and was about to leave. Wait. The slightly fat disciple of the Feng clan became anxious. He pointed at Xiaohua and said, "You can leave, but he can't." "Fellow Daoist, why can't I leave?" Xiaohua sneered. Because you stole something from my Feng clan." The slightly fat disciple's eyes turned and he hurriedly said, "Ha." Xiaohua laughed loudly and said, I only stayed in the valley of EG for 2 hours. How could I steal something from your Feng clan? Fellow Daoist, you're really slandering me. Whether you stole or not, you know clearly in your heart. We're too lazy to argue with you. You only need to follow us back to Feng Station. Naturally, my Feng clan's ancestor will deal with you. The slightly thin disciple went with the flow and said, even if you're a disciple of one of the 3 great cultivation sects in our country of Shi, you should still come to my Feng clan to explain. Not to mention that you're a member of Heaven Forsaken. If my Feng clan made a mistake, we should give Heaven Forsaken an explanation. At this time, Li Xiaowen also seemed to have thought of Xiaohua's abnormal behavior just now. He whispered, fellow Daoist Xiao, what's going on? Did you take something from the Feng clan or not? Xiaohua glanced at Li Xiaowen and said with a smile, I only stayed in EG for 2 hours with fellow Daoist. Does fellow Daoist think that I have the ability to steal something from the Feng clan? Fellow Daoists, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, this fellow Daoist has a shallow cultivation. How could he take something from the Feng clan? Could it be that only people with high cultivation can steal things? It's precisely this kind of shallow rogue cultivator that likes to take other people's things the most. Fellow Daoist, what did fellow Daoist Xiao take from the Feng clan? Li Xiaowen asked curiously. It's not convenient for I to tell fellow Daoist. I ask fellow Daoist Xiao to return with I. If fellow Daoists are not at ease, you can also follow along. What if I don't return with you? Xiaohua sneered. Don't return? That's not up to you. The slightly shorter disciple sneered. Then he glanced back again. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen's heart trembled. He already felt that the situation was critical. He hurriedly said, fellow Daoist Xiao, if you took other people's things, it's better to return them as soon as possible. Just now, I already said that I, Heaven Forsaken, am not afraid of causing trouble, but I also never take the initiative to cause trouble. If fellow Daoist makes any mistakes, I, Heaven Forsaken, will not protect you. Fellow Daoist Li, do you believe I? Or do you believe the Feng clan? Xiaohua asked coldly. Naturally believe the truth. Li Xiaowen said anxiously, if fellow Daoist Xiao took it, then quickly take it out and give it to them. Apologize and compensate them a bit. They might not let fellow Daoist Xiao go. Moreover, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you think our matters are more important, or that you took other people's things? Just as he said this, the people from the discipline hall caught up from afar. Their shadows could already be seen. The slightly fatter disciple had been paying attention all along. Now that he saw them, he sneered and said, since that's the case, then come to my Feng clan as guests. After saying this, the 2 of them glanced at each other. Then, they quickly surrounded the 5 people from the left and right. Not good, let's go. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen and the others were greatly alarmed. They urged the magic power they had long since stored up, and their figures swiftly flew in different directions like lightning. Only Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He looked for a direction where no one was going and flew over at a leisurely pace. Chapter 1367. Seeing this, the 2 disciples of the Feng family were overjoyed. They both abandoned the others and chased after Xiaohua. Their target was Xiaohua. Even if Li Xiaowen and the others ran away, they wouldn't care too much. Not to mention capturing Xiaohua, it would be easy to label him as a thief. Even if they killed Xiaohua, would their Feng family be afraid of the heavens? You brat, why haven't you surrendered yet? The 2 disciples chased while shouting proudly. But after chasing for a while, the 2 felt that something was wrong. Xiaohua was only at the 2nd level of qi refining, how could he fly faster than them? The 2 had already pushed their magic power to the maximum, but there was still a certain distance between them and Xiaohua. They couldn't get close. Could it be? The 2 disciples looked at each other and saw the astonishment on each other's faces. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that he had found an opportunity. He immediately stopped flying, turned around, and quickly flew towards the two. His speed was actually much faster than before. "This is bad, we've been tricked." The two disciples were shocked, but at the same time, they were bewildered. They couldn't figure out how they were tricked by this second-level qi refining cultivator. Around them, there clearly wasn't anyone lying in ambush. Just as the two were hesitating, they took out yellow talismans from their storage pouches and wanted to use their magic power. They heard Xiaohua sneer, "I'll let you see this young master's power." As soon as his voice fell, the two saw Xiaohua's hands shoot out in succession. In a short moment, a large expanse of gradually enlarging fireballs came down from above their heads and all around them. Fireball talisman? Seeing Xiaohua's fireball talisman, the two let out a sigh of relief and sneered in their hearts. This kind of low-level fireball talisman, no matter how many there were, wouldn't pose a real threat to a 6th-level qi refining cultivator. As such, the two of them didn't care too much about it. They slapped their storage pouches and took out several water curtain talismans. With a flash of magic power, several extremely thick water curtains appeared above the two of them, blocking the fireball talismans from below. However, something unforgettable happened. Just as the water curtain was formed, the fireball at the front hit the water curtain. With a loud bang, the fireball immediately blasted a large hole in the water curtain created by the middle-grade water curtain talisman. Immediately after, there was a series of rumbling sounds. Just as the water curtain was about to collapse, a few more fireball talismans exploded. These exploding fireball talismans actually caused the entire water curtain to disappear without a trace. Supreme-grade fireball talisman? Both of their eyes were filled with confusion. How can a rogue cultivator have so many of them? However, the two of them immediately realized that this guy in front of them was the one who had bought the pill formulas. How could he be lacking in spirit stones? In the instant after the numerous water curtains were destroyed, the numerous fireballs began to close in on them. They frequently exploded around the two of them. Intense explosions, scorching air currents, and the fireballs that did not reach their bodies forced the two of them into a fluster. They did not know how to deal with the situation. Flames also splashed in all directions, making it impossible for them to clearly see the situation around them. With a loud bang, an enormous fireball exploded above the two of them. All of a sudden, the two of them's hair was blown away. The flames spread in all directions, and even their Daoist robes were about to ignite. Fortunately, the two of them had already placed Vajra talismans on their bodies, so they were not injured. However, even so, the enormous heat wave still caused the two of them to tumble a few times, and they directly fell down from midair. Hee, this guy is really a rogue cultivator. He only knows how to throw fireballs above our heads and in all directions. He doesn't know how to set up defenses below us. If he could also throw a few fireball talismans here, wouldn't we have to bear the consequences? The slightly shorter disciple stabilized his body and smiled as he spoke to the slightly taller disciple. The slightly taller disciple raised his eyebrows. Without waiting for him to speak, his expression immediately changed, and he urgently said, "Junior brother, be careful." Be careful? That cultivator immediately looked left and right, but did not discover the slightest abnormality. When he saw that his senior brother's gaze was looking downwards, he was startled in his heart, and promptly lowered his head. Sure enough, just a foot below him, Xiaohua was holding a spear in his hand, and was rapidly thrusting towards the sole of his foot. Impudent! That cultivator loudly roared, and an icicle talisman was casually created, thrusting towards the top of Xiaohua's head. This icicle talisman was much larger than the one Xiaohua used before. Moreover, as the icicle talisman flew through the air, it faintly emitted a "v" sound, which was a sign of vigorous magic power activation. As expected of a 6th-level qi refining cultivator. The strength of this magic power, the control of this magic power, and the use of yellow talismans are all far beyond what I can compare to. I'm afraid that my iron cloak talisman will be destroyed by this low-level icicle talisman. Xiaohua saw that the icicle talisman was casually thrusted towards him like a real icicle talisman, and he secretly praised in his heart. Sure enough, the icicle talisman used by a 6th-level qi refining cultivator was several times more powerful than Xiao Hua's own icicle talisman. Xiao Hua's iron cloak talisman was only able to resist for a moment, and after a flash of brilliance, it was destroyed by the icicle talisman. Xiao Hua tilted his head, and with a poo sound, the icicle talisman pierced Xiao Hua's shoulder. However, even though Xiao Hua was pierced by the icicle talisman, he didn't stop in the slightest. At the same time, the devil spear in his hand pierced that cultivator's leg. Although that cultivator also had a Vajra talisman on his body, which was newly formed after being destroyed by the fireball talisman, when the devil spear pierced through, the Vajra talisman's brilliance actually faintly flashed, and the devil spear pierced a bowl-sized hole in it. Afterwards, the devil spear didn't stop in the slightest, and at almost the same instant that the icicle talisman pierced Xiao Hua's shoulder, the devil spear also pierced that cultivator's leg. Ouch! The sharp pain transmitted from his leg made that cultivator faintly cry out, but his cry didn't spread for long before that cultivator's body immediately fell from midair, like a piece of stone. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. The other cultivator only had time to shout, "Junior Martial Brother," before everything was over. Xiao Hua immediately turned around, and only a few strands of blood flowed out from his shoulder. Xiao Hua was too lazy to pay attention to it, and with a wave of his devil spear, he once again rushed towards that cultivator. Seeing Xiao Hua rush over, that cultivator's heart trembled for no reason, and a trace of fear actually appeared on his face. It was as if Xiao Hua was a 6th-layer qi refining cultivator, and he himself was only a 2nd-layer qi refining cultivator. "Hand over your life," Xiao Hua shouted as he rushed closer. That cultivator anxiously waved his hand, and similarly, a pile of fireball talismans was thrown out, wanting to block in front of Xiao Hua. "Haha, you actually dare to play with fire in front of this young master." Xiao Hua sneered, and with a wave of his hand, he also threw out a pile of fireball talismans. At the same time that the fireball talismans were thrown out, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. The corners of his mouth faintly rose, and with another stretch of his hand, he also took out a dozen or so confinement talismans. With a wave of his hand, he activated them with magic power, and scattered them into the rumbling fireballs. The fireballs exploded one by one. Not only did the flowing fire scatter, but even the confinement talismans that had been activated were thrown into disarray by the chi waves, and rapidly flew in all directions without any pattern. If it was a normal confinement talisman, this 6th-layer qi refining cultivator would have many ways to avoid it. However, under the influence of the qi waves from many different directions, the confinement talismans that Xiao Hua had just scattered suddenly appeared near the cultivator. That cultivator did his best to avoid them, but in the end, he still couldn't escape. One of the confinement talismans hidden in the fireball talismans was stuck directly in front of his chest. With a whoosh, this cultivator, like his junior martial brother, rapidly fell down. Xiao Hua also dodged a confinement talisman that had exploded in front of him and quickly chased after this cultivator with the devil spear in hand. This cultivator was hit by the confinement talisman and his body was tightly bound. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free in the slightest. He could only watch helplessly as Xiao Hua flew closer and extended the devil's spear, easily piercing his chest. "Martial uncles, martial uncles." The voice of the pursuing cultivator from the discipline hall echoed in the air. In his eyes, for two 6th-layer qi refining martial uncles to catch a 2nd-layer qi refining brat like Xiao Hua was as easy as lifting a hand. That's why he wasn't worried in the slightest as he headed towards this area where sparks were flying. However, before he could clearly see the situation, a gust of wind came from behind him. He only had enough time to turn his head, and all he saw was a black spear tip that suddenly enlarged in front of his eyes. Soon after, he felt pain on his face, and he lost consciousness. That spear tip was the only thing the cultivator from the discipline hall saw before he died. As for the owner of the spear tip, even the dead cultivator from the discipline hall absolutely didn't believe it was Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua withdrew the spear tip and coldly looked at the corpses of the cultivator from the discipline hall. he didn't have any pity in his heart. Soon after, he flew to the ground and took the storage pouches of the 3 cultivators. He threw everything into the space and stuffed the empty storage pouches into his sleeves. Finally, he used a fireball talisman to destroy the 3 corpses. Only then did he fly into the air, find the possible direction of Li Xiaowen and the others, and chase after them. Compared to Xiaohua, Li Xiaowen, Fan Daomao, Fu Shu, and Sun Fian were even more shameful. When they saw the Feng clan's disciples surround them from both sides, they immediately flew away. Moreover, they very tacitly flew in all directions and didn't gather in one place. At this time, how could they still have Tianqi's style of facing a common enemy? When they flew far away like stray dogs, they finally realized that the target of the Feng clan's people was Xiaohua. They didn't seem to put Tianqi in their eyes and didn't care about Tianqi's so-called revenge. They didn't have any intention of silencing all of them. And it was just that they didn't have any absolute intention of doing so. Soon after, several people gathered in the direction of Yulian Mountains and gathered together at the foot of a towering mountain. Alas, fellow Daoist Li, our luck isn't good. Fan Daomao sighed and said, "When I saw fellow Daoist Ma send Xiaohua to our group that day outside of Jinghua City, I felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, you see, what kind of trouble did he cause? Even going to the Feng clan's EG could attract the Feng clan's disciples. You said that you bought something good and quietly took it away. Why did it have to be seen by the Feng clan? However, this poor Daoist is quite curious, Xiaohua. What kind of treasure did he get that actually made the Feng clan disregard their face and not afraid of spreading the news of EG to the cultivation world?" Sun Fian said thoughtfully. Chapter 1368. Only he himself knows what benefits he obtained. In any case, he won't have the chance to speak again in the future. If fellow Daoist wants to know, you should go ask the Feng clan. Li Xiaowen coldly said, "I feel that fellow Daoist Xiao is very loyal. Just now, he didn't explain the matter clearly. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be standing here so calmly." "Yes, fellow Daoist Li is right." Fu Shu bitterly said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is a person with great luck. He was able to calmly escape from the southern color plane and even found Yong Shang's corpse. Even in the small Feng clan's bazaar, he was able to find good things that could make the Feng clan fall out with him. If he could escape today's calamity, we might be able to obtain the treasures and cultivation methods for this heavens-forsaken mission if we were together with him." Bullshit. Sun Fian didn't speak, but once he did, he spoke with a foul mouth. If this guy is dead, then he's dead. Why didn't he give us the 2 silk bags in his storage bag? Yong Shang died and only took 1, but he took 2 in a row. Without 2 silk bags, where would we go to search for treasures? It would be better to just pat our butts and go back to our own homes. Sigh, we can't blame fellow Daoist Xiao. Just now, the Feng clan was too strict. If fellow Daoist Xiao had some free time, he would have given us the silk bags first. Li Xiaowen thought of Xiaohua's abnormality at the beginning and what Xiaohua wanted to say to him. His heart was filled with regret. Presumably, Xiaohua wanted to give him the silk bags at that time. Right now, it's useless to say more. Let's think about how to deal with it. As Fu Shu spoke, he suddenly frowned and looked towards a direction. He curiously said, "Fellow Daoists, over there seems to be thunder. Did you hear it?" "Yes, it's true. Although the sound is very soft, it's continuous." Li Xiaowen and the others also curiously looked towards that direction. "There's no sound." In a flash, Sun Fian said, "Maybe our fellow Daoist Xiao is stubbornly resisting. The fireball talisman he accidentally bought from the bazaar is showing its might. But what's the use of it? How can a 2nd-level Qi refining kid be a match for a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator? Even we can't avoid it. Won't he be captured obediently? I'm afraid we can't return to Feng Station. The Feng clan wants to take something important from Xiaohua. If we go back, we'll be walking right into their trap." Li Xiaowen ignored Sun Fian's cold words and said in a low voice, Perhaps, should we look for some old friends who are familiar with the Feng clan? We only want the 2 silk bags in Xiaohua's storage pouch. Everything else will be given to the Feng clan. Moreover, we'll just treat it as if Xiaohua died in the southern color plains? Sun Fian asked for a snub and said again. It's possible, but won't the heavenly Forsaken be implicated in the matter of the spinneret? This operation is very secretive. Li Xiaowen frowned. Everyone looked at each other and talked for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, but they still couldn't come up with a good idea. Just as everyone was frowning, a figure flew over their heads at an extremely fast speed and headed straight for the Yulian Mountains. An 11th level Qi refinement senior? Fu Shu was the first to notice and hurriedly pointed with his finger. Look at his flying speed. Sun Fian's eyes were somewhat envious. This is Xiao. Fellow Daoist Zhao's figure. Li Xiaowen looked at the back of the figure that he suspected to be an 11th level Qi refinement cultivator and suddenly stammered. The degree of stammering really caught up with the Feng clan's Xiaohua. Isn't that? That's fellow Daoist Zhao's Daoist robe. Fan Daomao also exclaimed. Quickly stop him! Sun Fian immediately shouted. But just as they hesitated and flew into the air again, Xiaohua had already flown far away. With their flying speed, how could they catch up? Quick, consecutive note talisman. Li Xiaowen suddenly thought. He slapped his storage pouch and took out the consecutive note talisman. Urging his magic power, the consecutive note talisman quickly flew in the direction of Xiaohua. It really is fellow Daoist Xiao? Sun Fian only now truly believed it. Let's go, we'll welcome him. The expression on Li Xiaowen's face was somewhat strange. It really wasn't easy to express with words, and the others were the same. Sure enough, in no more than a moment, Xiaohua's thin and tall figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. However, as everyone expected, his flying speed was already extremely slow, about the same as their flying speed. Seeing Xiaohua turn around, Li Xiaowen hurriedly stepped forward and opened his mouth. It was unknown what he wanted to say, but he rolled his eyes and laughed. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I and the others have been waiting here for a long time. Hee, I've troubled fellow Daoists to wait for so long. I'm truly ashamed. Xiaohua's expression didn't change as he also cupped his hands and said, Fellow Daoist Xiao. Feng clan? Sun Fian actually didn't want to ask, but he really couldn't help it. He couldn't imagine that just a moment ago, Xiaohua was still an insignificant little cultivator, but in the blink of an eye, he became so mysterious. He actually flew so fast, and actually escaped from the hands of 2 6th level Qi condensation cultivators. Moreover, looking at Xiaohua's leisurely appearance and the sound just now, those 2 cultivators, no, 3 cultivators, perhaps, all pointed to disaster? However, the Xiaohua in front of him just happened to be at the 2nd level of Qi condensation, and he simply didn't conceal it in the slightest. Could it be that this guy is a senior who hides his strength? At the same time he asked, such a thought suddenly popped into Sun Fian's mind. But when he thought of Xiaohua's knowledge and experience that were very consistent with his cultivation, Sun Fian inwardly denied it. Oh, Feng clan. Xiaohua smiled very meaningfully. After everyone left first, I reasoned with them, laid out the facts, and explained the whole sequence of events in full detail. They were aware that they were too impulsive and knew that they had wrongly accused I. After repeatedly bowing and apologizing to I, they returned. Huh? Li Xiaowen and the others heard this, and their faces were all strange. Oh, right, the Feng clan's disciples also told I to tell fellow Daoists that they have disturbed everyone. They are very sorry. If you have the opportunity to come to Feng Station next time, they would like to invite fellow Daoists to Feng clan for a chat. They will do their best to entertain you. Xiaohua's words were very colorful, and his eyes contained a smiling expression. The 4 people didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know how to respond. Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed an expert, who convinces people with reason. After a long while, Li Xiaowen muttered. Indeed, I really am an expert who convinces people with force. Xiaohua grinned, showing his snow-white teeth. Okay, since fellow Daoist Xiao has returned, we have nothing to worry about. Fu Shu's bitter face finally had a trace of a smile. I feel guilty. I should have given the silk bag to fellow Daoist Li, but, hee. Xiaohua smiled. No need. That silk bag is very safe with fellow Daoist Xiao, I can rest assured. Li Xiaowen quickly waved his hand and said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly go to Yulian Mountain? Xiaohua smiled and said, Yes, let's go quickly. Li Xiaowen and the others suddenly realized that this was still the Feng clan's territory. Although Xiaohua said that he convinced people with reason and that the Feng clan would no longer pursue this matter, who would be so brainless to believe it? If they didn't hurry now, when the Feng clan caught up, Xiaohua could escape, but what about them? However, just as this thought arose in everyone's eyes, they immediately thought that since Xiaohua's flying speed was so fast, then when he encountered the Feng clan disciples, he should have been able to escape. However, he didn't fly away and led the Feng clan disciples to another place. Then, what did Xiaohua do? Everyone didn't think that Xiaohua abandoned his own safety for the sake of being abandoned by the heavens. Immediately, they tensed up their guesses, and a trace of cold sweat quietly appeared on their backs. On the road again, Xiaohua's speed was still about the same as theirs, but Li Xiaowen and the others didn't dare to leave Xiaohua behind, and rather respectfully invited Xiaohua to fly at the front. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua knew that his matter had been somewhat exposed, but his current state of mind was already somewhat different from a month ago. First, in the past, he had only stayed at Yellow Flower Ridge, then came to Jinghua City. Of course, when he was at Yellow Flower Ridge, he also went to Medicine Farmer Peak, which caused Xiaohua's vision to be narrow. Although Zhang Qingxiao previously said how big the Xiaoyu continent was, Xiaohua didn't have a direct impression. Therefore, he previously tried his best to conceal himself, wanting to avoid the 100 Herbs clan's pursuit. However, during this period of time in Jinghua City, and from the time he left Jinghua City until today, he truly experienced the vastness of the Xiaoyu continent. Moreover, this was only the country of Shi, a mere rogue cultivator organization, heaven-forsaken's operation, yet he ran for so long and encountered so many things. The key point was that after doing so many things, he wasn't recognized by the 100 Herbs clan disciples at all. Outside of E-City, he hadn't even seen a 100 Herbs clan disciple. Since he couldn't meet a 100 Herbs clan disciple, what was he afraid of? Who knew who Xiaohua was? Secondly, Xiaohua successively obtained talisman crafting methods, pill recipes, and the recently obtained pill concoction method. These were things that even cultivator aristocratic families coveted. With these things, Xiaohua wasn't afraid that he wouldn't have a direction in his cultivation, nor was he afraid that he wouldn't be able to exchange these things for cultivation techniques. Thirdly, Xiaohua obtained a large pile of Peiyuan pill, Spirit Awakening pill, and Clear Ripple pill that could increase his power. Relying on these pills, he could easily raise his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Qi refining. If Heaven-Forsaken's operation this time went smoothly, he would be able to obtain some benefits from it. Even if there weren't any benefits, as long as he stayed in Heaven's Forsaken for a while, he would be able to get his hands on some 3rd layer aura refining cultivation method and some medicinal pills. Then, reaching the 4th and 5th layers of aura refining wouldn't be impossible. In the end, what made Xiaohua the most confident was that, relying on his speed, the heavy spear tip, and his immense strength, even a 6th layer Qi refining cultivator was easily killed by him. Once his cultivation reached the 4th or 5th layer, perhaps even a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator would be no match for him. Then, why would he be afraid of being hunted down by the 100 Herbs sect? Chapter 1369. After Xiaohua figured it out, he immediately felt that this Dawn Rain continent was vast and that he could go anywhere he wanted. For a moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. His flying speed slowly increased, almost as if he wanted to leave everyone behind. Li Xiaowen and the others chased closely behind, urging their magic power to barely keep up. When the magic power in their bodies was almost exhausted, Xiaohua was still leading the way as if nothing had happened. Li Xiaowen and the others unconsciously looked at each other in dismay, exclaiming from the bottom of their hearts, "This? Is he really at the second level of qi refinement?" Fellow Daoist Xiao. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Li Xiaowen shouted loudly, not lacking a trace of respect. Fellow Daoist Li, why did you call me? When Xiaohua heard the call, he slowed down and asked curiously. But when he turned around and saw everyone chasing after him, he immediately came to his senses and cupped his hands. Fellow Daoists, this poor Daoist was thinking about something, but I was rude. Cough, cough. Fellow Daoist Xiao leading the way isn't bad. Li Xiaowen caught up, his face somewhat strange. But fellow Daoist, your direction is wrong. The more you walk, the further you go. Hee. Xiaohua laughed embarrassedly, saying with extreme embarrassment, then I'll ask fellow Daoist Li to lead the way. I'll still be at the back. Everyone was unwilling, still wanting Xiaohua to fly in the middle. How could Xiaohua be long-winded with them? He said somewhat impatiently, I's cultivation is the most shallow. I still want to comprehend cultivation at the back. Seniors, please lead the way. You're still calling your cultivation shallow? 2 6th-level qi refinement experts are in your hands, their fates unknown. Everyone cursed in their hearts, but they also didn't dare to force Xiaohua. They could only do the same as before, letting Xiaohua follow behind. Everyone's order was the same as before, but the situation was as different as heaven and earth. With someone leading the way in front, Xiaohua's heart felt a lot more at ease. He just casually flew at the back, free and unfettered as before. Sun Fian and the others occasionally turned their heads, but Xiaohua simply ignored them. He knew that these loose cultivators all put their own interests above everything else. Even if he took a few pieces of top-grade spirit stones from them, they might not necessarily take this sentiment to heart. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken those spirit stones a few days ago. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful in his heart. After flying for a while, Xiaohua took out the 5 pill recipes from his sleeve and looked at them one by one. Xiaohua's heart almost jumped out of his chest. It was no wonder that the Feng clan wanted to do such a despicable thing, and it was no wonder that the rogue cultivator wanted to quickly get rid of them. These 5 books, not only were there pill recipes, there were also 2 books related to alchemy techniques. Because he was in the air, Xiaohua didn't look at them in detail. However, based on a cursory glance, Xiaohua knew that these 5 books must belong to some alchemist. As long as he could comprehend these 5 books and obtain the pill furnace, he would definitely be able to refine pills. I don't know which sex alchemist was killed by that bastard. Xiaohua sneered. If someone were to find out, they would definitely come out to hunt him down. No wonder he wanted to get rid of it so quickly. This thing can't be given to the Feng clan yet. After the Feng clan obtains it, the first person they will silence is that rogue cultivator. Xiaohua once again understood why the rogue cultivator didn't sell the alchemy technique to the Feng clan. This young master got lucky. Xiaohua put the 5 books into his space, then touched his nose and secretly pondered, perhaps that bastard also has the intention of shifting the disaster outside, but is this young master afraid of this? Soon after, Xiaohua immersed his mind into the space and organized the things of the 3 disciples of the Feng clan. The storage pouches of the 3 disciples of the Feng clan were all low-level goods, and there weren't many things inside. There were some spirit stones, some common medicinal pills and yellow talismans, and then there were a few books. Xiaohua still threw the spirit stones and yellow talismans to the side and cut the books first. However, after looking through them, he was slightly disappointed. There wasn't a single book related to cultivation methods. However, Xiaohua wasn't without any harvest. Among these books, one recorded some small spells that the disciples of the Feng clan often used, one recorded materials for refining tools, and one recorded a spell called Thunder Palm. What made Xiaohua the happiest was that in the middle of this book, there was actually a topographic map of the Feng residence. Inside the map, there was the internal and external structure of the Feng residence, as well as where there were restrictions and where there were secret rooms, Everything was clearly written. Hey, Feng Clan, you're out of luck. Who told you to provoke this young master? Wait until I'm free, see how this young master will bring disaster to your Feng Clan. Xiaohua carefully looked at the topographic map and coldly smiled. Next, Xiaohua looked at the Thunder Palm. This spell was a real spell and didn't rely on yellow talismans to cast it. He didn't know which disciple of the Feng Clan had it. Since it was a real spell, the requirements were also very high. In addition to the requirements of cultivation and magic power, there was also a high requirement for the spell's comprehension. Xiaohua only looked at it roughly and threw it into the space. Even a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator couldn't cultivate it, so how could his magic power be comparable to the Thunder Palm? The last thing Xiaohua looked at was also the most practical. It was the book of basic spells that the disciples of the Feng Clan often used. Inside, there were spells used by ordinary cultivators such as the Flame Technique, Water Flow Technique, Object Controlling Technique, and so on. There was even a method to make a summoning talisman. Xiaohua didn't look at it carefully and only roughly flipped through it. His heart was blooming with joy. This was what he needed the most besides cultivation methods. It wasn't that Shang Huaming didn't have these spells, but Xiaohua didn't enter Shang Huaming's door. Although he stayed in Yellow Flower Ridge for 3 years, he didn't learn a single one. At this moment, it seemed that this book of basic spells was Xiaohua's biggest harvest from killing the disciples of the Feng Clan this time. Xiaohua flew with Li Xiaowen and the others for a long time. When Xiaohua finished organizing the things he just obtained, Li Xiaowen and the others stopped and wanted to rest. This time, the rest was different. Li Xiaowen first greeted Xiaohua and listened to his opinion. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist Li, you can do whatever you want. This poor Daoist doesn't have any opinion. In the future, don't ask this poor Daoist." When they landed in the forest, Xiaohua hid to the side and took out the book of basic spells from the space. He read it with relish. He ignored the eyes of the others who were secretly looking at him from afar and wanted to talk to him. When everyone saw this, they knew that Xiaohua didn't want to talk to them anymore. They closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing to recover their magic power as soon as possible. After the time it took to eat a meal, everyone got up and flew until nightfall. They stopped at a plain. "Have we arrived?" Xiaohua looked left and right. He didn't know where Yulian Mountain was. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, this place is still some distance away from Yulian Mountain." Li Xiaowen smiled and pointed at a foggy area in front of him. "That mountain covered in fog is Yulian Mountain. It's not too far, but it's hard to see clearly." Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. "This Yulian Mountain is covered in fog all day long. It's hard to see within a radius of 3 kilometers. It's really dangerous." Sun Fian whispered. Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Yulian Mountain, can we go around it?" Li Xiaowen nodded. Fellow Daoist Xiao asked a very good question. This is also what I wanted to say. Yulian Mountain is not like South Color Plain. We can go around it. We only need to go to the outer area of Yulian Mountain and open the silk bag that fellow Daoist Ma gave us. Once we know the next location, we can immediately come out and go around it. Although Yulian Mountain is a place where fog grows and there are many fog beasts inside, if we don't provoke them, what can they do? Yes, that's how it should be. Fan Daomao said happily. Why is fellow Daoist Fan so happy? Sun Fian sneered. Could it be that we need to go around it and enter Yulian Mountain just to open the silk bag? Without the silk bag, you don't need to go in? Fan Daomao glanced at Sun Fian and smiled. That's natural. I's silk bag has already been opened. There's no point in entering Yulian Mountain. Then why should I go in? So you're saying that only one fellow Daoist can enter the last location. Everyone else doesn't need to go in? Sun Fian immediately asked. Fan Daomao was at a loss for words. If it was as he thought, only the cultivator with the last silk bag that hadn't been opened could enter the last location. What was the point of others going in? Li Xiaowen waved his hand and smiled. Fellow Daoist Sun is right. We're a group and should advance and retreat together. Tomorrow, fellow Daoist Fan of Yulian Mountain will also enter with us. Fan Daomao thought for a moment and silently nodded. Alright, everyone, it's best to enter Yu Lian Mountain at noon. We'll rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. Li Xiaowen looked at everyone and said, Fellow Daoists, it's best to rest early. Then, just like before, Li Xiaowen used the warning talisman and sat in the center of everyone, closing his eyes and meditating. Xiaohua was the same as before. Seeing that they were resting, he immediately sat down cross-legged and took a marrow-cleansing pill. He worked hard to refine the medicinal power and improve his cultivation. Currently, he had enough medicinal pills. What he lacked was time. In the blink of an eye, it was the morning of the next day. By the time everyone got up, Xiaohua had already refined 5 marrow-cleansing pills. This time, everyone saw that Xiaohua's cultivation had improved. They could no longer remain indifferent. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiao, your cultivation has improved again. Li Xiaowen said very happily. Fellow Daoist Li is too polite. My cultivation is really not in your eyes. It's better if you don't mock I. Although Xiaohua said this, he didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. Li Xiaowen and the others also didn't look down on him in the slightest. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'm afraid you didn't find a suitable cultivation method in the past and only built a cart behind closed doors in your abode, right? You've only come out of Jinghua City for a few days and your cultivation is already comparable to several months of our previous cultivation. Fellow Daoist Xiao, your future is limitless. Fan Daomao was very moved. With all of you seniors in front, I really don't dare to be negligent. I only hope that my cultivation can catch up with all of you seniors in my lifetime. I will be satisfied. Xiaohua said modestly. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1370. This young master has taken so many marrow-cleansing pills. It's equivalent to cultivating bitterly for several years. But when it comes to you, you only take it as increasing your cultivation for several months. Why is this young master's life so bitter? Xiaohua silently cursed. Therefore, Xiaohua flew at the back of the group, immersing himself in the foundational techniques he had just learned yesterday. However, before he could make a name for himself, they arrived at the Yu Lian Mountains. The Yu Lian Mountains were just as Li Xiaowen and the others had said. The mountain wasn't very tall, but the fog was extremely thick. From afar, it looked like a huge cloud had fallen from the 9 heavens onto the mortal world. What a big cotton candy! Xiaohua raised his head and couldn't help but groan. The person flying in front of Xiaohua was Sun Fian. Xiaohua's sigh just happened to be heard by him. Sun Fian, who was originally flying very confidently, twisted a few times and almost fell from the sky. Fellow Daoist Sun, be careful. Xiaohua promptly reminded him. Sun Fian had a strange expression on his face. He turned around and cupped his hands. Thank you for your concern, fellow Daoist Xiao. Then, he bit his lip and used all his strength to fly forward. Below Xiaohua and the others was a plain. It really felt as if it stretched as far as the eye could see. And right above this plain, the Yu Lian Mountains, which were shrouded in clouds and mist, appeared very abruptly, giving people a very strange feeling. Especially when Xiaohua and the others flew over from the sky. If they didn't mention the dangers of the Yu Lian Mountains, it would be a strange place. Fellow Daoist fan. Seeing that they were already near the Yu Lian Mountains, the clouds and mist in the mountains were constantly rolling like 10,000 galloping horses, but after going out of a certain range, the clouds and mist immediately dispersed, disappearing under the dazzling sunlight. They couldn't see any monsters. Xiaohua wasn't surprised. He looked at Fan Daomao, who had landed beside him, and asked softly, Fellow Daoist fan, fellow Daoist Xiao, is something the matter? Fan Daomao's face was full of smiles. Xiaohua wasn't polite. He pointed at the cloud and mist and asked, Yesterday, fellow Daoist Li said that there were many cloud beasts on the Yu Lian Mountains. How come I haven't seen them? This cloud mist beast, what does it look like? I see. Fan Daomao didn't have a strange expression on his face when he heard this. He smiled and said, It's no wonder that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know. This Yulian mountain isn't like the southern color plains. It's not a place that people have to pass. Therefore, it's not very famous and not many people know about it. I happen to have an extremely good friend. 2 years ago, because he was picking grass from a stream, he had no choice but to enter the Yulian mountains. He also had a narrow escape in the Yulian mountains. When he returned, he complained to I. This time, I learned how powerful the cloud beast is. Shilian grass must be a specialty of the Yulian mountains. What is it used for? Xiaohua looked like he was thirsty for knowledge. To let fellow Daoist Xiao know, the Yulian mountains are shrouded in clouds all year round and the water attribute spiritual energy is very dense. This spiritual energy is also very dense, so sunlight can't penetrate it. This is the best place for creek grass to grow. In our country of Shi, only the Yulian mountains are rich in creek grass. As for the Shilian herb, it was only a necessary ingredient for the cultivation of spiritual sense. Therefore, it's normal that fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't know. Cultivation of spiritual sense? Xiaohua stared blankly and asked curiously, this spiritual sense can also be cultivated. Fan Daomao shook his head slightly. I am only in the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm. There's still a long way to go before I reach the peak of the Qi refining realm. Naturally, I don't know if it's true or not. It's just hearsay. Fellow Daoist fan, tell me more. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the incantation he obtained. It had the effect of refreshing the mind. He couldn't help but become interested. He had already put the matter of the cloud beast to the back of his mind. It's said that when spiritual sense reaches the 12th layer of the Qi refining realm, it will be formed in the cultivator's Naiwan palace. This spiritual sense is the foundation for controlling magic tools and magic weapons. If one's spiritual sense is strong, it will be like an ordinary person's strength. In a fight, it will be very advantageous. However, the cultivation methods we usually practice can only increase our cultivation level. Our spiritual sense will only increase with our cultivation level. Fundamentally speaking, it has no effect on the improvement of our spiritual sense. Because of this, some people with great divine abilities have created their own cultivation methods to cultivate spiritual sense. It's like cultivating the body, walking the path of body cultivators. Oh right. Fellow Daoist fan, you mentioned body cultivators. I have also heard of them, but I've never seen one. I heard they are all big and rough people. Is that true? Would fellow Daoist fan like this? Xiaohua thought of Zhang Jihao calling him a body cultivator. Although they were already in front of Yu Lianshan, Fan Daomao didn't seem to be impatient. He said, I have seen a few body cultivators before. They were all big and rough people. However, it's said that when they cultivate to the depth, they are not much different from ordinary cultivators. Actually, when it comes to body cultivators, there are 2 theories. The first is that in the primordial era, there were no magic spells, only innate divine abilities. Everyone had the body of a celestial being. Later on, cultivators came into existence, and magic spells and cultivation levels. Body cultivators, on the other hand, came from the primordial era. Celestial being? Body of a celestial being? Xiaohua's heart trembled. He couldn't help but think of the celestial being Xiao Yuehong spoke of. What about the second theory? They believe that body cultivators originate from the devil realm. Fellow Daoist Xiao should know that the people of the devil realm all have tyrannical bodies. They don't need any magic spells when fighting against us cultivators. The cultivation methods of the devil realm. Don't they come from the devil realm? Fan Daomao spoke with conviction. But Xiaohua thought about it, but in the end, he didn't say anything. If the devil realm didn't have magic spells, then where did the cultivation methods come from? If there were no cultivation methods, then wouldn't all devil cultivators be body cultivators? While the 2 of them were talking, Li Xiaowen and the others landed on the ground around 300 meters away from Universe Mountain. Li Xiaowen took out several musical talismans from his bosom and handed them to everyone. He warned, fellow Daoists, please take care of these musical talismans. In the fog of Yu Lianshan, these consecutive note talismans are extremely important. If anyone gets lost in the fog, they will have to rely on these consecutive note talismans. Fellow Daoist Li's words are inappropriate. We've all entered Yulianshan, so who knows who didn't go the wrong way. If we all get lost, what's the use of sending these consecutive note talismans? Fan Daomao said angrily. Fellow Daoist fan. Forget it, I won't say anything unnecessary. Even if someone doesn't go in, it's still I because I's consecutive note talisman is the main talisman. If fellow Daoist fan agrees, I will give fellow Daoist I's silk bag. How about I wait outside? Wouldn't it be fine if fellow Daoist Li gave the main talisman to I? Fan Daomao said with a smile, I also want to find that treasure. I can't just run away like this, right? When Xiaohua heard this, his heart was moved. He had never been able to tell directions. Not to mention this fog, he would even go astray in broad daylight. Fan Daomao's method immediately moved his heart. The fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist fan's words make some sense. We only need to go in and open the silk bag. With fellow Daoist fan outside, wouldn't we have a much better chance? Xiaohua rubbed his nose and asked. If it was before yesterday, Li Xiaowen definitely wouldn't have listened to Xiaohua's words. He would definitely have ridiculed him without thinking, but now Li Xiaowen was in a difficult position. As the leader of the five, he should be fair. Just like he said before, if Fan Daomao didn't go in this time, there would definitely be more and more people who wouldn't go in the future. In the end, if only one person went in, wouldn't that be terrible? Fellow Daoist Li, fellow Daoist Zhao's words make sense. Sun Fian said in a low voice, this Yulian mountain isn't like other places. If we lose our way, we'll all be trapped inside. It's better to have one person stand guard outside. Fellow Daoist fan, although he's a bit lucky, who told him to be so lucky? Li Xiaowen pondered for a moment and sighed. He glanced at Xiaohua intentionally or unintentionally. I only have a silk bag left. If others don't have any objections, I will also agree. Xiaohua knew he was talking about himself. He smiled and said, let's take it one step at a time. It's better than getting lost in the fog all of a sudden. Li Xiaowen handed the voice transmission talisman's main talisman to Fan Daomao and walked into Yulian Mountains without looking back. Fan Daomao looked to his left and found a huge rock. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. Just like the fog in the early morning, Xiaohua followed Li Xiaowen and the others to the edge of Yulian Mountain. When everyone's figures were swallowed up by the fog, Xiaohua's vision also started to become a vast expanse of white. Naturally, this was different from ordinary white fog. Ordinary white fog was faint. As soon as people approached it, they would be blown away by the sound of the wind. However, this fog was dense, almost as if it had settled in the air. Not only did it block people's vision, it also covered people's mouths and noses. A kind of rotten, fishy smell mixed with some decadent fragrance rushed over. When Xiaohua smelled this strange smell, he immediately sealed his mouth and nose, not letting a trace of it enter his body. However, this wasn't what worried Xiaohua the most. The strangest thing was that the fog seemed to be able to completely block his vision. Although Xiaohua's five senses were sharp, he could only see about 3 feet around him. Moreover, as everyone went deeper, this range was still shrinking. Strange, if we go inside, wouldn't we be unable to see anything? Xiaohua pondered. This is creek grass? Xiaohua lowered his head slightly and saw a small blade of grass that was 1 inch tall. There were 3 leaves at the top, and each leaf had a saw-like edge. There were fine hairs growing on the edge of the saw-like edge. The hairs were slightly trembling in the clouds. It was unknown whether it was the clouds or the grass that was moving. Fellow Daoist Sun, Xiaohua whispered, This is creek grass? Hearing this, Sun Fian followed Xiaohua's finger and said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Xiao is indeed lucky. This is indeed creek grass. I have seen it before at Jinghua City's e.g. Hee. Xiaohua looked at the jealous expression on Sun Fian's face and felt comfortable in his heart. Of course, this creek grass was under everyone's feet. Only Xiaohua saw it. The others actually didn't notice it. Not good, this place, Why is there creek grass? Sun Fian waited for Xiaohua to quickly pick the creek grass and immediately whispered again. Chapter 1371. What? Creekling grass? Li Xiaowen was a few steps ahead of Sun Fian. Hearing his surprised voice, he quickly turned around and asked, "There's creek-link grass here?" "Yes, fellow Daoist Li, could it be that there's something wrong?" Seeing this, Xiaohua was startled. He faintly felt that something was wrong, so he took out the creek-link grass. Sure enough, it really is the legendary creek-link grass. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen frowned. He looked at Sun Fian and said, "Fellow Daoist Sun must know that this creek-link grass is the favorite food of the cloud beast. I've only heard that it grows in the depths of the Yulian Mountains. This is only the edge, how could it be here?" Sun Fian was also worried. He quickly said, "Fellow Daoist Li, let's hurry up and take out our silk bags. If we can open one, we'll quickly leave. I feel a bit uneasy." "I also think so," Li Xiaowen said crisply. "Fellow Daoists, let's not rush in first. Take out your silk bags and try." However, everyone took out their silk bags, but not a single one opened. Xiaohua looked at the 2 silk bags in his hands, his expression somewhat ugly. He originally thought that if he took one more, he would have more to rely on. Now it seemed that this might not be the case. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen said in a low voice, "Presumably, we still need to go deeper into the Yulian Mountains. Everyone, hold your silk bags in your hands. Let's go and watch." Thus, everyone followed Li Xiaowen's words. As they quietly walked in, they paid attention to the silk bags in their hands. Xiaohua looked at Fu Shu, who was walking at the back. He looked at his silk bag that didn't seem to move, then looked at the thick clouds around them. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist fan, just now? I still haven't finished speaking. The cloud beast? What does it look like?" Fu Shu stared at his silk bag. He raised his eyelids and said in a low voice, "This cloud beast. As the name suggests, it's a demonic beast born from clouds. This thing doesn't have a fixed shape. When mixed with ordinary clouds, it's impossible to distinguish it. Only Qi refining 12th layer or foundation establishment seniors can see it with their divine sense. We can't see it with our eyes. So it's like this." Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. It was as if he was surrounded by cloud mist beasts. "Don't be afraid, fellow Daoist Xiao. The cloud mist beasts are born from the essence of the clouds. Most of them live in the depths of the universe mountains and don't dare to leave easily. Otherwise, fellow Daoist Qing wouldn't have let us come here." Fu Shu mocked himself. A mature cloud mist beast is a second-rank spiritual beast, comparable to a 10th layer Qi practitioner like me. How could it be unstoppable? "A mature cloud mist beast?" Xiaohua said curiously, "The cloud beast is similar to this ordinary cloud. How did it grow?" "A newborn cloud mist beast is about the size of a fist," he said. "Its cultivation base is about the same as that of a second-level Qi refining cultivator like me. As time passes, it absorbs more cloud mist quintessence. Its body grows larger and its cultivation base becomes more profound. When it reaches the 6th level of Qi refining, the cloud mist beasts will begin to devour each other. Every time it devours another cloud mist beast, its cultivation will increase by a bit. When it has devoured enough, it will mature." When Xiaohua heard this, he smiled and said, "There's actually such a miraculous thing. You can increase your cultivation just by eating." Of course, not only do cloud mist beasts devour their own kind, they also devour cultivators. A trace of fear appeared on Fu Shu's face. "What? Devour cultivators?" When Xiaohua heard this, he was also shocked. At this moment, an extremely weak divine sense faintly swept across Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked around in panic. "Fellow Daoist Xiao? What's wrong?" Fu Shu asked curiously. Xiaohua paused for a moment. That feeling disappeared. "Could it be that I was too nervous?" "No, it's nothing." Xiaohua forced a smile. Before he could finish speaking, Fu Shu's surprised voice came from the front. Fellow Daoists, my silk pouch has changed. When Xiaohua and the others heard this, they were all overjoyed. They quickly gathered around Fu Shu. At this moment, the silk pouch in Fu Shu's hand faintly emitted a light blue brilliance. Specks of fluorescent light danced up and down as if it had a life of its own. However, this fluorescent light constantly scattered in all directions. It was very eye-catching in the milky white cloud mist, but it didn't make any sound. Fellow Daoist Fu, it's better for us to walk forward a bit. Li Xiaowen reminded. AI, that's right. I was thinking the same thing. Fu Shu bitterly smiled and slowly walked forward. But Xiaohua thought of his previous feeling and had a very bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, as Li Xiaowen walked forward, the light blue brilliance became denser and denser. Slowly, it became like the surrounding clouds. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a sizzle sound was heard. It was as if boiling water had been poured on snow. The fluorescent light fiercely boiled, and Qing Fengmin's familiar voice came. Fellow Daoists, thank you for your hard work. The next place we need to go is Yunxi Marsh. Please continue to work hard. I will be waiting for you at the destination. Qing Fengmin's voice disappeared, and the brilliance of the silk pouch also disappeared. Alright. Fellow Daoist Fu, put away the silk pouch. Li Xiaowen said with a smile. We finally have an easy place to go. Xiaohua didn't know where Yunxi Marsh was, but he vaguely saw that Li Xiaowen and the others' faces were relaxed. He knew that this place wasn't too dangerous, so he quickly walked back with the others. After walking a few steps, Xiaohua felt more and more that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. So he said in a low voice, Fellow Daoist Li, why don't we use the consecutive note talisman? Let's look at the direction and hurry back. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I have a plan in mind. We came straight here and went straight back. We didn't encounter any accidents on the way, so we won't use the consecutive note talisman. That consecutive note talisman, it'll be used less each time. So it's like that. Xiaohua bit his lip and took a deep breath. It's nothing. Then he looked at Fu Shu beside him and asked, Fellow Daoist fan, that cloud mist beast, what does it look like when it swallows cultivators? Fellow Daoist Xiao, when did you become so timid? Fu Shu also looked relaxed at this moment. He smiled and said, This place is still far from the depths of Yulian Mountains. The cloud mist beast won't come here. On the other hand, fellow Daoist Xiao is so noisy. Maybe it really will attract the cloud mist beast. Sun Fian said with a smile. But Xiaohua's heart was still not relaxed. He still asked, Fellow Daoist fan, please enlighten me. How does the cloud mist beast swallow cultivators? It's very strange when you talk about it. Fu Shu looked around and said with a smile, The cloud mist beast is born from clouds and mist. Clouds and mist are made of clouds and mist, so they don't have any specific form. I have only heard that the way the cloud mist beast swallows cultivators is very mysterious. It's the most difficult to detect. This is bad. Fellow Daoists, have you heard any rumors? Or have there been any sounds? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization. Along the way, the clouds and mist were indeed dense, but there was also a slight breeze and even the rustling of leaves and grass. But at this moment, it was simply deathly still. Ah? Everyone heard and cried out in alarm. Fellow Daoist Xiao, what do you feel under your feet? Li Xiaowen also cried out involuntarily. Hearing this, Xiaohua realized that although it was soft just now, he could clearly feel the grass and soil under his feet. But now, it was as if he was stepping on cotton. Consecutive note talisman. Xiaohua slapped his storage bag and was about to take out the consecutive note talisman, but Sun Fian's hands were even faster. The consecutive note talisman had already been sent out. What made everyone's hearts jump was that the consecutive note talisman only flew about a foot in the air. It actually spun in the air and didn't fly forward anymore. What do we do? What do we do? Xiaohua's heart beat wildly. Thinking that he was actually in the stomach of the cloud mist beast, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. Needless to say, that faintly discernible divine sense just now was definitely there. It was a mature cloud mist beast that had attacked them, and the way this cloud mist beast attacked them was really strange. It actually swallowed everyone into its body without them even realizing it. Fu Shu hurriedly flew up and said, "Quick, let's hurry and fly out of Yulian Mountain." Although the cloud mist beast is powerful, but it doesn't have a physical body. If we fly out of its body before it swallows our magic power, we should be able to escape. Hearing this, Xiaohua was shocked. He silently used his cultivation technique to check. Sure enough, the true qi in his body was disappearing little by little. Looking at the others again, although they looked blurry, they all had panicked expressions. Following Fu Shu's flying figure, they all chased after him. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He activated the flying talisman, looked at Fu Shu's back, and chased after him in one breath. However, a strange thing happened again. Xiaohua's speed was much faster than Fu Shu's. According to Xiaohua's estimation, he only needed a few breaths of time to catch up, or even surpass, but Fu Shu's back was right in front of Xiaohua. No matter how Xiaohua activated his magic power, he couldn't catch up even a little bit. Oh no! Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that there was a problem. His body suddenly stopped, but Fu Shu's back was still in the fog not far away. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and his eyelids twitched. He stared at Fu Shu's back, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, Xiaohua clenched his teeth, took out the devil spear from the space, and held it in his hand. He turned around and activated his magic power, pouring it all into the flying talisman. His body was like lightning, quickly flying into the depths of Yulian Mountain. Xiaohua's flying speed was originally comparable to the 11th or 2nd layer of qi refining. At this time, he was flying at full speed. He felt as if countless clouds and fog were being pierced through by him, and an empty passage was being drilled through by him. However, the faster Xiaohua flew, the faster the true qi in his body flowed out, and his dermic powers were also consumed at a similarly fast rate. Chapter 1372. Humph! Xiaohua's heart was filled with ruthlessness. He waved his hand and took out a marrow-cleansing pill from the space. He swallowed it in one gulp and silently operated his cultivation method. On one hand, he refined the medicinal efficacy of the marrow-cleansing pill to supplement the loss of true qi in his meridians. On the other hand, he stirred up his magic power and flew forward. Normally, Xiaohua would need 4 hours to refine the medicinal power of the marrow-cleansing pill. But now that it was a matter of life and death, he couldn't care about anything else. He urged his true qi to circulate in his meridians, rapidly refining the medicinal power. After the medicinal power was refined, the true qi was transformed into magic power to support Xiaohua's flight. On the other hand, it made up for the true qi that had been swallowed by the fog beast. Soon, in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the marrow-cleansing pill was refined. The time it took was much shorter than usual. Logically speaking, Xiaohua's meridians should have been overwhelmed by such a barbaric refinement of the marrow-cleansing pill and circulating true qi in his meridians without regard for anything else. It should have even caused some damage. But, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, his meridians were abnormally tough. He didn't feel any discomfort at all. Refining the marrow-cleansing pill like this was just enough to make up for the loss of true qi. Xiaohua knew that now was not the time to hesitate. He sent another marrow-cleansing pill into the air and maintained his original flight speed, constantly flying into the depths of Yulian Mountains. In Xiaohua's perception, he was flying in a straight line, but the real situation was not like this. In a huge mass of clouds, Xiaohua's flight path was an extremely irregular circle. This circle was tightly wrapped in the clouds. Similarly, in the middle of Xiaohua's circle, Li Xiaowen, Fu Shu, and Sun Fian were the same as Xiaohua, each of them flying around an irregular circle with great effort. They were the same as Xiaohua, all of them recklessly taking out medicinal pills that could replenish their true energy from their storage pouches. However, they were different from Xiaohua. Their faces were extremely panicked, and there was even some despair in their eyes. In particular, Fu Shu's cultivation was slightly weaker than the other two, and the range of his flight was also smaller. After 6 hours, when the medicinal pills in his storage bag were used up, the speed of his flight gradually slowed down, and the rate at which his true qi was flowing out also gradually increased. Seeing that he could no longer replenish his qi, Fu Shu's face turned red. He clapped his hands and the fireball talisman he bought from the Feng clan's EG appeared. He activated his Fa Li and threw it out. What made Fu Shu despair was that the fireball talisman that would normally explode as soon as it was thrown out was currently wrapped up by the thick, watery cloud just as it was in midair. Only a faint flame flashed before it was annihilated. No! Fu Shu screamed in fear, but his voice only traveled a short distance. Immediately after, Fu Shu seemed to have gone mad. He took out all the yellow talismans he had and threw them all out without caring about the loss of his Fa. Unfortunately, all the yellow talismans were like clay oxen entering the sea. They couldn't even set off half a wave, and Fu Shu's true qi was exhausted in this final struggle. Following the exhaustion of his true qi, Fu Shu no longer had a trace of magic power to activate the flying talisman. His entire body fell to the ground. Oh, perhaps it couldn't be said to be the ground anymore, but rather the slightly trembling cloud. This cloud was ice cold. When Fu Shu's body fell, his face immediately turned pale. Because he didn't have any magic power to defend himself, the cloud immediately wrapped around his body. Fu Shu only had time to struggle a few times before he lost all his strength. Soon after, he was swallowed by the white, viscous cloud and disappeared without a trace. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were with Fu Shu. Their cultivations were slightly higher than Fu Shu's, but their circumstances weren't much better. At this time, they were also at the end of their rope. They were clenching their teeth and making a final, futile struggle. Looking at Xiaohua again, in the span of 6 hours, he had already finished consuming the remaining 20 or so marrow-cleansing pills he had obtained from Yongshang. He had even taken another 10 marrow-cleansing pills that he had just obtained from the Feng family's EG. His true energy was maintained, and his magic power was also maintained. However, his cultivation base was continuously improving along with the circulation of his true energy and the refinement of the medicinal power. And with the increase of his cultivation, Xiaohua's flying speed became even faster. As Xiaohua's flying speed increased, the circle he was flying in also continuously increased in size. He gradually approached the edge of the huge cloud and cloud. After Fu Shu disappeared, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua took another marrow-cleansing pill. Just as he finished refining the marrow-cleansing pill, his speed suddenly increased. His figure, which was originally flying in a circle, suddenly rushed out in a straight line. Not only that, just as he was flying in a straight line, the tip of the demonic spear that Xiaohua had been holding in his hand all this time seemed to have been pierced by a layer of faintly discernible membrane. With a kind of faint schwa sound, the clouds and mist around Xiaohua began to violently boil. The boiling rapidly spread, and the clouds and mist within a radius of several thousand zhang were churning. Xiaohua, who had been observing the true qi in his body all this time, didn't seem to know that he was already flying in a straight line. All he knew was that he was extremely pleasantly surprised to see that his true qi had suddenly increased. The true qi produced by refining the marrow-cleansing pill didn't seem to have leaked out. Did I rush out? Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised as he thought, this young master has been flying for 6 hours. I'm afraid that I've traveled several thousand li? This cloud mist beast. Why is it even bigger than Yu Lianshan? Thinking this, Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and took out the consecutive note talisman. He urged his transcendence energy, and the consecutive note talisman let out a sharp whistle and flew behind Xiaohua. It's flying in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Xiaohua was very pleasantly surprised. Without the slightest hesitation, he chased after the consecutive note talisman's sharp whistle and turned around to fly. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian, who were extremely far away from Xiaohua, were originally on the verge of despair. The true qi in their bodies had already been exhausted. Their faces were ashen as they prepared to make a final struggle like Fu Shu. However, they suddenly felt that their true qi was no longer flowing out. Instead, as their true qi circulated in their meridians, new true qi appeared. Although they didn't know what had happened, they knew in their hearts that this seemed to be a turning point. Thinking the same as Xiaohua, they immediately took out the consecutive note talisman. Seeing the consecutive note talisman fly away, how could they not know that they had escaped? Desperately urging their last trace of transcendence energy, they chased after the consecutive note talisman and rushed out. In the time it took to eat half a meal, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian flew out of the clouds of Yu Lianshan from different places. Li Xiaowen was the first to rush out. Facing him was Fan Daomao, who was anxiously and somewhat pleasantly surprised, standing in front of the clouds. Li Xiaowen's consecutive note talisman had stopped in front of Fan Daomao. Seeing Li Xiaowen come out, Fan Daomao took 2 steps forward and called out, "Fellow Daoist Li." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Li Xiaowen's figure fell from midair and fell straight to the ground. The transcendence energy in his body had been completely exhausted. Li Xiaowen didn't have time to say anything to Fan Daomao. He sat down cross-legged, his palms facing the sky, and circulated his cultivation method to recover his transcendence energy. Seeing this, how could Fan Daomao not know? He immediately stopped and stood there, not daring to disturb Li Xiaowen. Just as Fan Daomao stopped, another consecutive note talisman flew out, and Sun Fian flew out from another place in a sorry state. Like Li Xiaowen, Sun Fian had just flown out of the clouds of Yu Lianshan when he fell to the ground. Then, with Fan Daomao's support, he went to a place slightly further away and hurriedly recovered his transcendence energy. Then, the clouds of the entire Yu Lianshan regained their calm, and no more consecutive note talismans flew out from within. Fan Daomao looked at the calm clouds, and cold sweat broke out on his back. Of the 4 people who went in, only the 2 with the strongest cultivation came out alive. The other 2 were probably already dead? Fortunately, I was quick-witted and found a reason not to go in. Otherwise, Fan Daomao suddenly felt a wave of lingering fear. He shrunk his neck and was about to walk back. But at this moment, from an extremely far-away direction, another consecutive note talisman flew out from the clouds. Following that consecutive note talisman was a tall and thin figure that immediately darted out from the clouds. Looking at the flying speed, it was almost catching up to the consecutive note talisman. Xiaohua. Seeing that figure, Fan Daomao was immediately shocked. Xiaohua's cultivation was the lowest. How did he come out alive? But thinking about how Xiaohua could kill a 6th-level qi refinement disciple of the Feng family, it was normal for him to come out alive. Xiaohua wasn't like Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian who fell to the ground as soon as they came out of the clouds. Instead, he quickly flew in front of Fan Daomao and cupped his hands in greeting. "Fellow Daoist Fan, did fellow Daoist Li and the others come out?" Fan Daomao didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, "Let me tell you, fellow Daoist Xiao. Fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Sun just came out, but because their transcendence energy was exhausted, they're recuperating over there. As for fellow Daoist Fu, he still hasn't come out. So it's like this." Xiaohua used his hand to pinch his chin and looked at the fog of Yu Lianshan from the side. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, could it be that you want to go save fellow Daoist Fu?" Fan Daomao probed. Xiaohua sighed. "Admittedly, I have the heart, but I don't have the strength to spare. Moreover, according to what I encountered inside, I'm afraid fellow Daoist Fu has already perished." The cloud mist beast was indeed frightening. It was 100 times more frightening than any opponent or demonic beast Sun Qing had encountered. Although the Ice Worm King of Nan Kaiping was formidable, but he could still encounter it. If he wasn't a match for it, perhaps he could escape far away, or use some top-grade fireball talisman to deal with it for a while. But this cloud mist beast was simply impossible to guard against. Unwittingly, he was swallowed into its stomach. Now, according to Xiaohua's thoughts, If he hadn't coincidentally obtained dozens of marrow-cleansing pills in the space, and if he hadn't taken a lot of them within 6 hours and increased his cultivation by a bit, his flying speed would have surpassed that of an 11th level Qi refinement cultivator and directly caught up to that of a 12th level Qi refinement cultivator. In terms of speed, he had surpassed the cloud mist beast's control and escaped from its body. Otherwise, even if Xiaohua could fly and had immense strength, he would have only met the same fate as Fu Shu. It was just that this fate was different sooner or later. Thinking of his own bitter experience, Xiaohua's heart was filled with lingering fear. How could he possibly dare to enter the cloud mist beast to save someone? Just as he was speaking, Xiaohua suddenly felt his qi and blood surging within his body. It was something he had never encountered before. Not daring to be negligent, he cupped his hands towards Fan Daomao and sat down cross-legged. He also began to circulate his cultivation method and adjust his breathing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1373. Xiaohua circulated his true qi through his meridians, and only then did he check his cultivation base. Xiaohua almost jumped up from the ground. The night before Xiaohua entered the fog of the Yulian Mountains, he had just taken 5 marrow-cleansing pills, and his cultivation had barely entered the middle of the second layer of the qi refining realm. In just 6 hours, his cultivation had actually advanced by leaps and bounds, directly reaching the late stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm. There was even hope for him to break through to the third layer of the qi refining realm. However, when Xiaohua suppressed his ecstatic mood and calmly thought about it, he understood in his heart. Although it had only been 6 hours, he had taken more than 30 marrow-cleansing pills in one go. This was equivalent to 10 years of bitter cultivation. In addition to the marrow-cleansing pills and other medicinal pills he had taken before, it was almost equivalent to 20 years of bitter cultivation. Others had used 1 or 2 years of time, but he had actually used 20 years of bitter cultivation to barely reach the late stage of the second layer of qi refining. This really made people speechless. Of course, he had used 6 hours to refine more than 30 marrow-cleansing pills, and most of the residual medicinal power was distributed in his meridians. The sudden increase in his cultivation base also made his meridians very uncomfortable, which was why his qi and blood were surging. Knowing the reason, Xiaohua was relieved. Following Shang Huaming's cultivation method, he refined the residual medicinal power in his meridians bit by bit, slowly stabilizing his cultivation base. Seeing Xiaohua, Li Xiaowen, and Sun Fian all sitting cross-legged and adjusting their breathing, Fan Daomao couldn't help but feel a bit irritated. As soon as the 3 of them left the fog, they hurriedly recovered their magic power and didn't say anything to him. Although he knew that Fu Shu had fallen in Yulian Mountains, he still didn't know who had sent the silk bag. If Fu Shu's silk bag hadn't been opened, even if the 3 of them escaped, their treasure hunting path could be considered cut off. They could only return to Jinghua City, with no possibility of advancing any further. How could he not be anxious? After wandering around for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Xiaohua and the others didn't get up, so Fan Daomao had no choice but to sit down and cultivate. Soon, the night arrived. Inside Xiaohua's space, the reverse light stopped rotating. Boundless starlight fell down, and starlight seeped into every part of Xiaohua's body. Along with the medicinal efficacy in his meridians, it was refined into his true qi bit by bit. The stars moved and the night quickly passed. When the first ray of sunlight shone from the east, Xiaohua opened his eyes, and a faintly discernible flame flashed in his eyes. Xiaohua opened his mouth, and a bit of sun essence was sucked into his body. Congratulations, fellow Daoist Xiao. I'm about to break through to the third layer of qi refining. Li Xiaowen's voice sounded from behind Xiaohua. Xiaohua turned around with a smile, looked at Li Xiaowen and also said, Congratulations, congratulations. Fellow Daoist Li's cultivation has also improved. It seems like you're about to break through to the 5th layer of qi refining. I am still far inferior to you, fellow Daoist. Fellow Daoist Sun, your cultivation is also the same as fellow Daoist Li's. I really have to congratulate you. Xiaohua saw Sun Fian walking over and also cupped his hands with a smile. Sun Fian bitterly smiled and shook his head. His face carried a trace of joy, but also a trace of fear. He said, "Although I've improved, the price is really big. If it wasn't for the life and death struggle in the mist, it would be impossible for me to advance by leaps and bounds. Fellow Daoist Fu still hasn't come out." Xiaohua looked around and said regretfully, "I haven't seen you for a night, I'm afraid. Yesterday's situation was really critical." Li Xiaowen sighed and said, "I flew up, but I couldn't see your figures. I knew that only by constantly flying forward could I have a chance to escape. But after flying for more than 6 hours, just as I was about to give up, a turn for the better appeared. I already asked fellow Daoist Sun, he had the same experience as I. I don't know how fellow Daoist Xiao is?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "I was the same as fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Sun. I was flying the whole time. The moment I escaped was about the same as the two of you. There was nothing unusual." But Li Xiaowen still felt a bit strange. Originally, Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, but he escaped after the two of them. If he didn't encounter something, how could he be late? Besides, 4 people were trapped and 3 people escaped. If it wasn't for some unforeseen event, how could 3 low-level aura refining cultivators escape from the stomach of a Foundation establishment cloud mist beast? Li Xiaowen knew that he didn't have such ability, and Sun Fian shouldn't have either. So the reason naturally fell on Xiaohua's head. As for Xiaohua himself, although he vaguely felt that it had something to do with him, after all, it was only a speculation. He couldn't take the credit for it, so he could only shake his head. Alas, no matter what, the 3 of you were able to escape, and you also know that the next place we are going to is Yunxi Marsh. Fan Daomao's gloomy expression was swept away as he spoke. "And that's right." Sun Fian nodded. "Although fellow Daoist Fu died, after all, his spinneret has been opened. It can be considered that he didn't die in vain." Xiaohua sighed slightly. There were some calculations in his heart. These 6 places, 6 spinnerets, 1 for each of the 6 people. They had just passed through 2 places, and 2 people had already died. The next 4 places, he didn't know how many people would survive. The true curtain of this treasure hunt hadn't been drawn yet, but the tragic deaths were far from what Xiaohua had imagined when he left Jinghua City that day. "Why does it feel like this is a test of our cultivation?" Xiaohua inwardly thought. According to what fellow Daoist Ma said, these previous operations were also like this. Could it be that some loose cultivators with insufficient cultivation were eliminated midway? And in the end, only the elites remained? Heaven Forsaken's method is a bit strange. But survival of the fittest is also normal. Could it be Heaven Forsaken wants to use this treasure hunt to wash away the dregs that joined Heaven Forsaken, only leaving behind the elites among the loose cultivators? And the goal of leaving behind the elites, is it the same as Jinghua City, to become a force of their own? Xiaohua was thinking a bit too far. Fellow Daoist Xiao. Although Li Xiaowen didn't know whether Yu Lianshan's escape had anything to do with Xiaohua, in his heart, he already had a whole new level of respect for Xiaohua. When he spoke, he was a lot more respectful. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be sad. Cultivators like us go against the heavens and have the possibility of being eliminated at any moment. And loose cultivators like us are even more miserable. Fellow Daoist Fu's experience is also common in the cultivation world. Let's take this as a warning and pay more attention." And many thanks for fellow Daoist Li's reminder. Xiaohua cupped his hands in thanks. "Let's go, fellow Daoist Xiao. Yunxi Marsh is 5 days away from here. We still need to hurry," Fan Daomao reminded. "And that's how it should be." Sun Fian looked back at Yu Lianshan with lingering fear. "This place, even if I stay here for a moment longer, I will still panic. It's better to leave as soon as possible." The 4 of them started their journey again and flew in the other direction of Yu Lianshan. After flying for a while, Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Fellow Daoist Li, I have something to ask?" "Fellow Daoist Xiao, there's no harm in asking. Li Xiaowen was very amiable. I want to know, from Jinghua City, to southern Color Ping, to Yulianshan, and now to Yunxi Marsh, these few places, do they have any relation? How should I put it? I just feel that through these few places, we can find out the approximate location of our final destination. Li Xiaowen smiled bitterly and looked at Fan Daomao and Sun Fian. This question? To be honest, fellow Daoist Xiao, I also thought about it for a long time. I presume fellow Daoist Fan and fellow Daoist Sun have also thought about it? And Fan Daomao and Sun Fian both nodded. It's a pity. Looking at your expressions, I'm afraid you two have no clue at all, just like I, right? Exactly. Fan Daomao sighed. Southern Color Ping, Yulianshan, and Yunxi Marsh are originally a triangle. There's a huge gap in the middle. In this area, I also didn't hear of any special places to pay attention to. If it said that there's some treasure in Southern Color Ping or Yulianshan, I can believe it, but unfortunately, these two places are just passing by. The most puzzling thing is that apart from these three places, we still have two more places to go. Only the last thread can tell us the specific places. Where those two places are, we also don't know. I have two questions. Xiaohua looked at the quiet sky in the distance and said, one is, there are more than 100 loose cultivators in our heaven forsaken. There are also dozens of teams. Don't tell me, they also have to go through so many dangerous places? Alas, our country of Xi is vast and rich in resources. There are too many dangerous places. Not to mention Tingyan Yuan, one of the top 10 dangerous places, even Mo Zhao Black Forest, Yan Lin Mountain Swamp, and other places are not much worse than Tingyan Yuan. It's just that they aren't famous. And there are even more dangerous places like Southern Color Ping and Yulianshan that even I, a loose cultivator, have the courage to enter. It's really easy for Heaven Forsaken to pick out some of these places. Li Xiaowen smiled bitterly. Xiaohua nodded and asked again, I have a second question. These dangerous places, even if they have their own characteristics, how can fellow Daoist Qing go to each of these places one by one? Moreover, only special spinnerets can be opened in special places. In the cultivation world, there are countless spells and magical powers. Everyone has their own secrets. Even fellow Daoist Xiao. I'm afraid he has spells that we can't reach, let alone fellow Daoist Qing. Sun Fian shook his head slightly. Xiaohua still didn't give up. Southern Color Ping has ice worms and an extremely cold climate. Yulianshan has fog beasts and clouds that don't disperse for years. These should be the factors that activate the spells in the threads, right? What's so special about Yunxize? Maybe, we don't have to go to the truly dangerous places. We can open the threads in places that are similar to these places? Haha, fellow Daoist Zhao's idea is really interesting. However, it's not that we haven't thought of this before, but as long as there are places similar to Yulianshan and Southern Color Ping, there are also demonic beasts. The ice worms and fog beasts are only at the second stage. The other places are at the third and fourth stage. They're far from what loose cultivators like us can handle. Fan Daomao explained to Xiaohua with a smile. Alas, so it's like this. Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that he could only follow Qing Fengmin's arrangement and take it step by step. Chapter 1374. In the next 5 days, Li Xiaowen and the others were extra careful. Nothing special happened, but the weather became more and more rainy. From time to time, there would be continuous drizzling and even torrential downpours, which slightly delayed their journey. During these 5 days, whenever Xiaohua rested at night, he would take marrow-cleansing pills. Although each marrow-cleansing pill was only equivalent to 4 months of bitter cultivation, Xiaohua's cultivation was gradually improving step by step as he took them one after another. In addition to the nighttime cultivation, Xiaohua also stepped up his cultivation during the day. Even during the flight, he mobilized his true qi and circulated it in his meridians according to the circulation. Xiaohua was only at the second level of the qi refining realm. This kind of cultivation speed was indeed a bit fast, but in Li Xiaowen's eyes, it didn't seem that surprising. After all, they also came from the low level of the qi refining realm. The second level of the qi refining realm was just the beginning of cultivation, so it really didn't count as anything. On this day, it was raining cats and dogs. Everyone used their defensive yellow talismans to form a transparent light shield around their bodies, blocking the rain outside. There wasn't a trace of rain on their Daoist robes, and they were as dry as usual. Fortunately, there isn't any thunder in the rain. Otherwise, today would be like yesterday, hiding in the cave and quietly cultivating. Fan Daomao looked at the dark sky and said loudly, "It should have been a 5-day journey, but it just had to be delayed by a day. Counting with my fingers, we've been away from Jinghua City for more than 10 days, and the 30 days of the silk capsule's destruction are not far away. We can't delay any longer." Li Xiaowen nodded. "Look, the silvery bright place ahead should be Yunxi Marsh," Sun Fian said as he pointed. Hearing this, Xiao Hua stopped the true qi circulating in his meridians and looked up. Sure enough, in the distance, there was a shiny place, similar to a small mirror. Why does it look like Yunxi Marsh is similar to Jinghua City? Xiao Hua asked curiously. It's a coincidence that I've come," Li Xiaowen said with a smile. "Jinghua City has countless lakes as its protective array. The entire lake looks like a bronze mirror. As for Yunxi Marsh, although it looks like countless lakes, that's because it's raining. When the rain stops, countless swamps of different sizes will be revealed. These swamps will be shrouded in white miasma from time to time. It's far from what we see now." Miasma? Xiao Hua immediately thought of the clouds and mist of the Yulian Mountains, and his face paled. "Fellow Daoist Xiao, don't be afraid." Fan Daomao had already seen this coming. He smiled and said, "The Yunxi Marsh is an insurmountable barrier for mortals, but for cultivators like us, it's a piece of cake. Even the most powerful water butterfly in the Yunxi Marsh is only a first-rank demon beast. Its strength is only comparable to a second-level refinement cultivator. It's extremely easy to deal with it." Sun Fian also said, "Most of the swamps within several hundred miles of Yunxi Swamp are ordinary swamps. Only in the depths of the swamp are there water pattern butterflies, so we don't have to be afraid." Seeing that Li Xiaowen and the others weren't afraid, Xiao Hua was naturally relieved. In the time it took to eat a meal, the 4 of them arrived at the edge of Yunxi Marsh. At this time, the pouring rain had stopped, and the sun was shining brightly. If it weren't for the swamps in front of them, no one would have thought that it was still raining just a moment ago. In the swamp closest to them, the mirror-like pool of water gradually became lively. Countless water frogs, toads, water snakes, and other creatures began to swim in the water and began to hunt for food. There were also dragonflies and other creatures on the surface of the water. They either touched the water or flew to catch the tiny flying insects on the surface of the water or beside the water plants. There were also swallow-like birds that flew from afar and quickly slid down. They swooped down on the water, either holding a struggling small fish in their beaks or catching a young water snake in their claws. After the rain, the swamp instantly came alive. Fellow Daoist Li, this swamp is several hundred miles wide. Where should we go to open this silk bag? Xiao Hua looked at the swamp full of vitality and felt a trace of joy in his heart. Soon after, he came to a realization. This is difficult to do. Li Xiaowen nodded and said, "This Yunxi Marsh is indeed safe and has no danger. However, the area is too large. I don't know where is the best place to open the silk bag. Let's go in and take a look. We'll go together. Just like in Yulian Mountain, we'll see who can open the silk bag," Sun Fian suggested. No one had any other ideas, so this was the only way. Thus, they flew up again, each holding a silk bag in their hands, and flew into Yunxi Marsh. Under everyone's feet was a swamp. It had just rained and was filled with water. At this moment, under the scorching sun, countless amounts of water vapor evaporated. Gradually, this swamp country became a land of mist. It was somewhat similar to Yulian Mountains. However, within this mist, there was a rather fishy stench that was nauseating. Xiaohua and the others closed their mouths and noses before daring to move forward. After flying for an unknown period of time, no one's silk bag had any changes. Looking at the water vapor lingering in the air, Li Xiaowen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Sun Fian exclaim in surprise. He pointed at the misty place in the distance and shouted, "Fellow Daoist, look, isn't that the Rainbow Epiphany?" Rainbow Epiphany. Xiaohua stared blankly. He had never heard of this name before. Following Sun Fian's finger, he saw that about a few hundred feet to their right, in the middle of the mist, there was a 3-foot-long rainbow suspended in the mist. It looked very blurry, but the rainbow color was different from the surrounding white mist. It was very eye-catching. However, if Sun Fian hadn't seen it, the others probably wouldn't have noticed it. This is the Rainbow Epiphany? What is this? Isn't it just a rainbow? It looks no different from a real rainbow. Xiaohua was somewhat bewildered. However, he also knew that this definitely wasn't a real rainbow. The real thing was hanging in the sky. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen's face also revealed ecstasy. His voice was somewhat trembling. Hurry, hurry. If we can get this Rainbow Epiphany, even if we can't find the silk bag and fellow Daoist Qing and the others, this trip won't be in vain. While speaking, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian both urged their magic power. Without even calling out to Xiaohua and Fan Daomao, they flew in the direction of the Rainbow Epiphany. Fan Daomao had obviously heard of the Rainbow Epiphyllum's reputation, but he was still half a beat slower than Li Xiaowen and the others, and his cultivation was also much lower. By the time he caught up, he was already more than 10 feet behind. Xiaohua frowned and used his finger to scratch his chin. Then his eyebrows raised and he very easily caught up to Fan Daomao. He asked in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist Fan, this? Rainbow Epiphany, what is this thing?" Fan Daomao looked at Xiaohua very enviously. Then he looked at Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian in front of him. Knowing that he might not be able to catch up to them, he said, I don't know how fellow Daoist cultivated before. You don't even know about this Rainbow Epiphany? Do I need to know? Xiaohua's face was slightly cold. Cough, cough. Fan Daomao realized that his words were inappropriate. He coughed twice to cover it up. Fellow Daoist Xiao must know about the Foundation Establishment Pill, right? Nonsense, I naturally know this. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Do you think I's an idiot? Of course not, fellow Daoist Xiao. Since you know about the Foundation Establishment Pill, you naturally know about the exquisite grass. The exquisite grass is the main ingredient for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. I naturally know this. Xiaohua interrupted without hesitation. Fellow Daoist Fan, just say it directly. Why are you beating around the bush for no reason? It's like this. The exquisite grass is the main ingredient for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill, and this Rainbow Epiphany is the main ingredient for refining the Revolving Illumination Pill. Fellow Daoist Xiao should know how precious this Rainbow Epiphany is. Fan Daomao laughed. I don't know. Xiaohua said decisively. Fellow Daoist Xiao should not know about the Revolving Illumination Pill, right? Fan Daomao was flabbergasted. Of course I don't know. I hope fellow Daoist Fan can dispel my doubts. Xiaohua's face was slightly red as he cupped his hands. And so it's like this. Fan Daomao rolled his eyes and said in a low voice, time is tight. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I's flying speed is too slow. I'm afraid I can't catch up to fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Sun. Fellow Daoist Zhao's flying speed is much faster than ours. If we can catch up to fellow Daoist Li and fellow Daoist Sun and obtain this Rainbow Epiphany, I will not only tell you about the Revolving Illumination Pill, but also how to deal with this Rainbow Epiphany. As long as fellow Daoist Xiao gives 30% of the benefits to it's fine. I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian in the distance, somewhat hesitant. Sigh, fellow Daoist Xiao, with your fearful appearance, how can you survive in the cultivation world? Didn't you see that Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian didn't even say anything to us before rushing forward? Look again, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian, aren't the two of them also quite a bit of distance apart? Aren't they also worried about each other? Fan Daomao stood in the air, almost stamping his feet. Besides, aren't we together looking for treasures? Besides the matter of the silk bag, we have to deal with it together. Normally, according to convention, it's whoever arrives first gets first. Xiaohua's heart stirred. That's right, this rainbow epiphany was originally an ownerless item. Whoever had the ability could obtain it first. Right now, he was poor and had nothing. When he needed something, no matter what this rainbow epiphany was used for, as long as it was precious, he could exchange it for some cultivation method if he obtained it. Thinking this, Xiaohua chuckled and said, "Fellow Daoist fan, wait a moment. Let's talk about it after I get it." As he spoke, he activated the flying talisman. His flying speed suddenly increased by several times, rapidly flying forward. When Fan Daomao saw that Xiaohua's speed was even faster than before, shock appeared in his eyes. Soon after, a pensive expression appeared on his face. Although Xiaohua increased his speed, after all, he had delayed them for a long time. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian were both afraid that Xiaohua would catch up to them, so they had already used all their strength. By the time Xiaohua had chased after them for more than half of the time, the two of them had already arrived in front of the rainbow epiphany. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for it. Chapter 1375. However, when Li Xiaowen and the others had just flown to about 10 feet away from the rainbow epiphyllum, a fiery red brilliance soared into the sky. Urgently, a young cultivator about 10 years old, with a somewhat arrogant face, wearing a light green Daoist robe, holding a leaf-shaped yellow talisman in his hand, appeared from the brilliance, blocking in front of Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian with a vigilant look. "Fellow Daoists, please don't go forward. This rainbow cloud is something that my Blazing Flame sect has long since taken a fancy to. If you get too close, I'm afraid there will be some misunderstanding." That cultivator looked to be only at the 4th level of qi refining, but his bearing was extraordinary. He didn't give off the feeling that he was being looked down upon because of his young age. Ah? Sun Fian and Li Xiaowen saw this and stopped in midair. Xiaohua also narrowed his eyes and slowed down. "Fellow Daoist, since this rainbow cloud, your sect has long since taken a fancy to it, but why don't you harvest it?" Li Xiaowen reluctantly looked at the 7-colored brilliance not far away and asked curiously, "This fellow Daoist? I already said clearly that this rainbow cloud belongs to my Blazing Flame sect. As for when my sect will harvest it, I'm afraid you don't have to worry about it, right?" That cultivator coldly said, I don't dare. I only thought, this rainbow cloud is a spirit herb, there must be a spirit creature protecting it. If fellow Daoist is unable to harvest it, we can also help. When the time comes," Sun Fian said with a smile. Without waiting for Sun Fian to finish speaking, that cultivator decisively interrupted, "There's no need to trouble fellow Daoists, I's 2 senior brothers have already." Before he finished speaking, that cultivator felt that he had misspoken and hurriedly shut his mouth. However, just this half of the sentence was enough for Sun Fian and Li Xiaowen. The two looked at each other and looked around. This corner of the swamp was currently filled with smoke and was a blur. They couldn't see anything clearly. The 2 senior brothers that the cultivator spoke of, they didn't know where they led the spirit beast guarding the spirit herb to. With such an excellent opportunity, how could Li Xiaowen and the others let it go? At this time, Fan Daomao also overtook Xiaohua and flew to the side of Li Xiaowen and the others. "Quick, fellow Daoist Li Xiaowen, fellow Daoist Sun Fian, fellow Daoist Sun. I'll pluck the rainbow epiphyllum. You guys kill this little cultivator and we'll divide the rainbow epiphyllum equally." Fan Daomao was very agile. His figure didn't stop in the slightest as he directly flew towards the rainbow cloud. As he flew past Li Xiaowen and the others, he didn't forget to call out their names. If it wasn't for the lack of time, wouldn't he have called out Xiaohua's name as well? When Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this, they couldn't help but reveal anger in their eyes. They originally had the same idea as Fan Dao Mao, but they were still somewhat hesitant. After all, the Blazing Flame sect wasn't a small sect. If their hands and feet weren't clean, it would inevitably bring about trouble for them in the future. But now, Fan Dao Mao hadn't even called out his own name yet, and their names were already heard by this little cultivator. Leaving them, there was only one choice. What made them feel the most ashamed and angry was that they were originally in front. Even if they plucked the spiritual herb, the initiative was still in their hands. However, Fan Dao Mao was one step ahead of them. The situation had already changed, and they had no choice but to listen to Fan Dao Mao's arrangements. However, as matters stood, what other choice did they have? No, absolutely no. But when Xiaohua heard this, his face relaxed instead. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and on the contrary, looked on coldly from the sidelines. When Sun Fian saw this, he couldn't help but stare blankly. He really didn't think that his words would actually make Xiaohua make a decision. He actually didn't care anymore. Exactly. Xiaohua was originally in a bit of a dilemma. On one hand, he and Li Xiaowen and the others had gone through some life and death situations together. If he didn't help, he was afraid it wouldn't be right. But on the other hand, the Blazing Flame sect already had disciples picking here. Moreover, from what the young cultivator said, they already had 2 senior brothers who lured away the spirit beasts guarding the spirit herbs. They were only short of picking the rainbow epiphyllum. If he and the Blazing Flame sect saw it at the same time, even if he saw it a bit later, as long as he and the Blazing Flame sect were about the same time, Xiaohua absolutely wouldn't hesitate. He would definitely fly in front of the others. But now, if he made his move, wouldn't it be the same as Zhang Jihao's cutting of the path and the 100 Herbs sect's ugly conduct? What made Xiaohua most disgusted was that Sun Fian actually wanted to use despicable means to force him to make his move. If, before the Feng clan's gathering, he probably wouldn't even pay attention to him, right? Now that he knew his methods, he wanted to tie him to them. How could he let him off so easily? Xiaohua didn't know what the revolving illumination pill was, but looking at the reactions of Li Xiaowen and the others, Xiaohua naturally knew the rarity of the rainbow epiphyllum. But if he was reduced to being in the same boat with such a repulsive person because of this spiritual object, Xiaohua really despised it. Thus, in an instant, Xiaohua made a decision. It was a decision that Sun Fian and Li Xiaowen couldn't understand. Seeing the flame sword stabbing towards them, the enchanting flames of the flying sword already burning in front of them, Sun Fian didn't have time to curse Xiaohua. He hurriedly retreated and grabbed with his hand, throwing out an icebound talisman, wanting to block the flame sword. That young cultivator was admittedly at the 4th level of qi refining, but his cultivation was still a bit lower than Sun Fian and the others. The icebound talisman hit the flame sword's tip. With a ka sound, a 3-foot-thick block of ice was formed, sealing the flame sword inside, unable to be used again. On the other side, Li Xiaowen took the opportunity to throw out an icicle talisman, hitting the cultivator's waist. A burst of brilliance flashed, and the defensive yellow talisman on the cultivator's body was annihilated. An icicle pierced deeply into the cultivator's Daoist robe, and blood seeped out along the Daoist robe. That young cultivator's complexion instantly paled, but he still refused to retreat. He clenched his teeth and urged his magic power. His face suddenly turned dark red, and more blood flowed out from his waist. Urgently, the leaf-shaped yellow talisman in his hand once again emitted a brilliance that soared into the sky, then quickly fell in front of him. This time, it didn't form a light screen, but rather a large ball of fire, slowly rotating in front of the cultivator's eyes. Seeing that the young cultivator seemed to be stubbornly resisting, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian weren't moved in the slightest. Their eyes flashed with a trace of excitement, and they threw out the yellow talismans they had prepared long ago. That cultivator didn't hesitate. As soon as the ball of fire formed in front of him, he placed both hands on the leaf-shaped yellow talisman and pointed his hands. The ball of fire split into 2 with a hua sound. Following the cultivator's very difficult and heavy hand seals, it immediately turned into two raging flames, respectively rushing towards Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian. The flames were very fierce. The icicles, ice seals, and confinement talismans Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian threw out were all turned into ashes in the flames, not having the slightest effect. This is bad. Seeing this, Li Xiaowen was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew, wanting to attack from other places, but the flames were very fast. Just as Li Xiaowen chanted, the flames rushed in front of him. Sun Fian was similarly alarmed. If nothing unexpected happened, he would really become a cloud of smoke wherever the flames passed. However, at this critical moment, the flames suddenly stopped. They quietly surged in front of the two people for a moment, then immediately shrank back and disappeared. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's faces were filled with pleasant surprise after surviving a calamity. They looked at the young cultivator from the Flame sect, whose face was flushed, his body bent, and the robe around his waist was completely soaked in blood. Was there any need to say more? He was already powerless to activate the leaf-shaped yellow talisman. The heavens are helping me. Sun Fian laughed loudly. He slapped his storage bag and took out several confinement talismans, hailstorm talismans, and so on. He activated his magic power and was about to kill that young cultivator on the spot. Ah! At this moment, from under the clouds, where the rainbow epiphyllum appeared in the swamp, Fan Daomao's heart-wrenching scream came. Shortly after, an angry roar came from below everyone. Where did this rascal come from? You actually dare to have ideas about my flame sect? Quickly hand over your life. This angry roar was truly shocking. It was as if a golden bell had rung in front of Xiaohua and the others. How could Xiaohua dare to hesitate? He didn't even see who had come. He activated his magic power and his figure flew rapidly in the opposite direction. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1376. Admittedly, the 7 colors of the rainbow epiphyllum were only 100 feet away, but that angry shout seemed to be far more than 100 feet under the faint clouds. However, that cultivator's magic power followed that angry shout. As soon as Xiaohua came into contact with it, he immediately knew that this so-called senior martial brother of the Blazing Flame School's 4th layer aura refining cultivator absolutely wasn't a 5th or 6th layer aura refining cultivator like he previously guessed, but a full 8th layer aura refining cultivator. Because of this, Xiaohua didn't even think about it and promptly made a decision to flee in another direction. As for Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian, was there even a need to say anything? They simply sensed it earlier than Xiaohua did. They separately fled in 2 different directions as if their lives depended on it. Just as Xiaohua and Xue Fian flew away, a lean cultivator holding a fiery red jade pendant in his left hand flew out from under the clouds with a face full of anger. That cultivator swept his eyes over him and called out, "Xue Hong." Then, the fingers of his right hand moved. Just as he was about to form an incantation gesture, he caught sight of Xiaohua's figure flying into the distance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. He inwardly said, "This? Could it be that he's a peak stage aura refining cultivator? But that can't be right. If he's at the peak stage of aura refining, wouldn't this rainbow epiphyllum be precisely what he wanted? Would he leave? If he stayed, wouldn't we die without a burial ground?" It was also during this moment of hesitation that Xiaohua gradually disappeared. When he looked in 2 other directions, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian had also flown very far away. That cultivator flashed to the side, wanting to chase after them, but Xue Hong's face had already returned to its original deathly pale color. Traces of bright red remained on his face from the forceful use of magic power just now. Although he had already taken the opportunity to take a medicinal pill and no more blood flowed out from the wound on his waist, looking at his appearance, he was somewhat weak. Sigh, that cultivator clenched his teeth and stomped his feet a few times in the air. He flew in front of Xue Hong and grabbed him, berating, "You're so fierce. Didn't you have a summoning talisman in your hand? Wouldn't we have known if you'd sent one? Why did you have to forcefully activate the fire spirit talisman? Why did you suffer such heavy injuries? With your cultivation, you can use it to defend yourself, But if you want to attack, you'll be lucky if you don't lose half of your life. Senior apprentice brother Lin, I'm useless. I can't cultivate in the sect, and I've already become a hindrance by following my senior apprentice brothers on this trip. If I send out a message talisman as soon as we meet an enemy, it'll be a disgrace to the name of our sect, but if it's a serious matter, won't it delay senior apprentice brother from luring away the water pattern butterfly and harvesting the rainbow cloud? Shui Hong bit his lip and argued. Do. Senior martial brother Lin glared at Shui Hong with a look of exasperation. You're so stubborn. If you don't change your personality, you'll still be a low-level qi refining cultivator even if you train for another 100 years. Little brother understands. Little brother will pay attention in the future. Although Shui Hong said so, he didn't look like someone who had admitted defeat for half a year. Sigh, forget it. Senior brother Lin pulled Shui Hong and flew down. After thinking for a moment, he stopped and pointed in the direction Li Xiaowen and the others had fled. These people, which sect are they from? I don't know. Shui Hong thought for a moment and said with a bit of confusion, these three people didn't wear the same Daoist robes, so I can't tell which sect they're from. However, I know their names. What? You know them? Senior martial brother Lin stared blankly and asked in surprise. Hee, not at all. Shui Hong told him what had happened just now. Senior martial brother Lin was all smiles at first, then he blurted out, is there even a need to say it? These people are all loose cultivators. Only these loose cultivators who don't belong to any sects would fight like dogs biting dogs, without any order to speak of. But when he heard Xiaohua's strange actions, he was somewhat aghast. He pointed in the direction Xiaohua had flown and said, But is he flying at the same speed as a peak qi refining cultivator? I didn't see how fast that person was flying, but he was flying in that direction. Shui Hong nodded and said, at that time, that cultivator was only watching from the side and didn't make a move. If he had made a move, let alone a peak qi refining cultivator, even a first or second layer qi refining cultivator would only need to throw an ice thorn talisman at me and I'd be dead. That's a bit strange. Senior martial brother Lin muttered, Xiaohua, I've never heard of a peak qi refining loose cultivator called Xiaohua. And, even if he was a loose cultivator, how could a peak qi refining cultivator like him mingle with these filthy fourth layer qi refining cultivators? Li Xiaowen, Sun Fian. Who are these people? They actually dared to attack a disciple of my blazing flame sect. When I return to the sect, I'll definitely report this to the sect master. We can't let this matter go. Senior martial brother Lin said fiercely. Senior martial brother Lin, did you get the rainbow cloud? Shui Hong nodded silently. Seeing that there was no longer any seven-colored brilliance in front of them, he knew that senior martial brother Lin had succeeded. That's right. Blazing Flame sects Lin Xiaonan, Yun Fei, Ao, and Shui Hong, the three great disciples took action. How could the rainbow cloud have flown away? Lin Xiaonan said proudly. It's all thanks to the two of you, senior martial brothers. I was just helping out. Shui Hong said with a slightly red face. Of course not. If it weren't for you holding back those three loose cultivators, junior martial brother Yun and I would have rushed back. I'm afraid the others would have already succeeded. Lin Xiaonan sneered. That loose cultivator who flew down alone was only at the fourth layer of qi refining. He couldn't even block junior martial brother Yun's body-shattering bone incantation, and he actually dared to dream of taking the rainbow cloud away? Just as they were talking, another figure flashed out from the clouds. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a yellowish complexion. It was none other than Blazing Flame sect's other disciple, Yun Fei. Yun Fei held a storage pouch in one hand and a leaf-shaped yellow talisman in the other. He was smiling, but when he saw Shui Hong's injuries, he was shocked. He handed the storage pouch to Lin Xiaonan and asked, Senior Martial Brother Lin, what happened to Junior Martial Brother Shui? Lin Xiaonan took the storage pouch, opened it to take a look, and explained the situation. This foolish brother thinks these people are loose cultivators. That cultivator called Xiaohua is someone we can't afford to offend. We'd better go back and ask the sect to make a decision. Shui Hong opened his mouth, wanting to say, that Xiaohua, his cultivation level seems to be only at the second layer of qi refining. But then he thought about the urgency of the situation and was afraid he might have been mistaken, so he didn't say anything. That's the only way. Yun Fei nodded. He looked at Shui Hong and said, Junior Martial Brother Shui, you've done a great service this time. When we return to the sect, I'm afraid you'll be handsomely rewarded. I hope Junior Martial Brother Shui can seize this opportunity. It's all thanks to you two senior martial brothers, Shui Hong hurriedly said, clasping his hands. I understand. It's all thanks to you. Yun Fei laughed. Looking at your injuries, you didn't tarnish the reputation of our Blazing Flame sect. The headmaster is very happy to hear that. Immediately, the three of them flew straight to the west. As for Xiaohua, he was as anxious as a bird startled by the twang of a bow. He was very clear in his heart that he didn't attack, but how could an expert at the 8th layer of qi refining allow him to say anything? Maybe he'd use some trick he didn't understand, and he'd lose his life on the spot. Wouldn't that be an injustice? After flying for a while, Xiaohua saw that the cultivator didn't chase after him. He slowed down and slowly flew forward. In his heart, he unexpectedly felt a faint disappointment. It was as if he really hoped that the cultivator would chase after him, so he could try and kill an 8th layer cultivator on the spot. Hey, what am I thinking? He's at the 8th layer of qi refining. His cultivation level is higher than mine by more than a level. I can't be careless. If I get cocky just because I was able to kill 2 6th layer cultivators, I'll die at the hands of others sooner or later. Xiaohua secretly warned himself. I don't know how Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian are doing. That cultivator didn't chase after me, so I'm afraid he'll chase after those two. Those two's flying speed is average. I'm afraid they won't be able to escape. Xiaohua was somewhat disheartened. He wanted to take out a sound-transmitting talisman and try, but when he thought about the two's behavior just now, he really didn't want to be reduced to jackals of the same lair as them. Heavens forsaken, it's just like that. It's just a plate of loose sand, only using a cultivation method to gather loose cultivators together. Without this, just the grudges between loose cultivators within Heaven's Forsaken would be enough to destroy Heaven's Forsaken. If this problem isn't solved, Heaven's Forsaken will forever be nothing. Xiaohua saw that the mist in this cloud-light marsh was faintly discernible. Apart from the faint stench, it really did look like a fairyland. He unconsciously flew slowly and carefully pondered. Perhaps Senior Qing is using this method to eliminate the dregs of Heaven's Forsaken? What's the use of the revolving illumination pill in the end? Fan Daomao didn't explain it clearly, and I've never heard of it in Jinghua City's marketplace. Presumably, it's not an ordinary medicinal pill. Moreover, seeing that Blazing Flame sect's disciple would rather die to protect it, I'm afraid that this revolving illumination pill is extremely important. It's comparable to the building foundation pill. I'm afraid it's also something that can increase cultivation. No, that's not right. Fan Daomao said that it's related to divine sense. It's for people at the peak of the aura refining realm. Xiaohua was frowning as he thought, when his heart suddenly tightened. He vigilantly looked to his left. That side was also filled with mist, and there was also a faint shadow flying to the side. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He thought that it was Blazing Flame sect's Lin Xiaonan chasing after him. Without thinking, he held his breath, found a place with dense mist, and plunged in. Fortunately, when he landed, he could clearly see that this was an extremely hidden area. There was an enormous boulder lying horizontally in the middle of the marsh, and Xiaohua was right on the side of that boulder. However, when Xiaohua landed on the ground, the toads that were previously squatting on the boulder were all scared away. They croaked and jumped into the swamp. This is bad. As soon as he heard this voice, Xiaohua knew that there was a problem. By the time he wanted to run, it was already too late. He heard someone shout from above him, "Who is it?" Immediately, a bright light shined from above his head. Bright light technique. Xiaohua knew from the Feng clan's book of basic spells that this was a spell used for illumination. What should I do? Although this voice was different from Lin Xiaonan's, Xiaohua couldn't see the other side's appearance. He didn't know the other side's cultivation, so he was still somewhat nervous. Oh, that's right, how could I forget this? At this critical moment, Xiaohua suddenly remembered. Chapter 1377. As Xiaohua thought this, he brushed his hand and took out a yellow talisman from his space. This yellow talisman appeared very exquisite, and the runes on the talisman paper floated above it. They vaguely seemed to be alive, slowly flowing. It was the Earth Escape talisman that Xiaohua had purchased from the market. Xiaohua urged his magic power, and the runes on the talisman suddenly expanded, releasing an extremely faint yellow splendor that covered Xiaohua's entire body. Before the cultivator's illumination technique could illuminate him, the entire brilliance gradually sank into the huge rock. In the instant the Earth Escape talisman entered the huge rock, Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Xiaohua wasn't stunned by the Earth Escape talisman's function, nor was it because he saw the cultivator above him. Rather, in the instant he entered the huge rock, a kind of incomparable familiarity spread from his skin. A kind of warm and very safe feeling enveloped his entire body. It was as if this brilliance that entered the huge rock was his home, a place that he had visited countless times before. What the hell is going on? Xiaohua felt this indescribable familiarity and was truly at a loss. So much so that his 10 fingers were pinched in front of his chest, each forming a kind of spell seal. The spell seals were very familiar and also very profound, but there wasn't any magic power being generated from the spell seals. Xiaohua had a kind of intuition that this magic power didn't seem to be something that his current cultivation could mobilize. Moreover, in his meridians, when the true qi circulated, the magic power that was generated simply followed the spell seals, somewhat inharmonious. But as for what was inappropriate, Xiaohua was at a loss. Thinking of his own unique understanding of the spell seals, Xiaohua somewhat understood. Could it be that I knew this Earth Escape technique back then? However, he soon faintly shook his head. The 5 elements escape technique was something that foundation establishment cultivators could use. It was far from something that he, a mere second-level qi condensation cultivator, could vainly dream of. If he was a foundation establishment cultivator back then where did his original cultivation go? His meridians were something that he had never cultivated before. If I was a foundation establishment cultivator, how could I have fallen to Yellowflower Ridge? Xiaohua's hands unconsciously formed hand seals, as if he was extremely familiar with them. He allowed the familiar feeling to ripple through his entire body. Suddenly, Xiaohua seemed to have been hit by a confinement talisman again. He stood there in a daze. His mouth was wide open, and his eyes were somewhat blank. It seemed he had thought of something. Outside the boulder, as soon as Xiaohua entered, a bright light illuminated the place where Xiaohua was standing. Afterwards, a short old man in extremely tattered clothes with gray-white hair and a face full of wrinkles flew over from the sky. His cultivation seemed to be around the 6th layer of qi refining. The old man's face was full of vigilance. While holding a few yellow talismans, he looked around and shouted from time to time, "This old man sees you. Come out quickly." "Why are you hiding? Aren't you there? It's still not coming out? Must you force me to get angry?" However, even after talking for a long time and landing on the boulder, there was still no response. Is there really no one? The old man muttered to himself very strangely. At this moment, a slender water snake drilled out from the mud of the swamp and swam in the mud. The toads and frogs in the surroundings that had just returned to normal immediately cried out loudly. They each jumped into the water and swam away. Oh, so it's like that. The old man saw clearly and nodded slightly. The expression on his face relaxed a little. He muttered to himself, "Like I said, a place like Yunshi Marsh stinks to death. Who would come here after the rain? He has also grown up. His thoughts are starting to become more meticulous. He actually chose this place. Soon after, the old man sat cross-legged on the boulder and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He no longer paid attention to the situation around him. Inside the boulder, Xiaohua was like a clay sculpture. After a long time, he blinked a few times and muttered, "How is this possible? I'm definitely wrong. How could I have cultivated other meridians?" Sect Master said that my meridians seem to be alive. Inside them, there must be many meridians that the second layer of qi refining doesn't touch. Who knows if those meridians have been cultivated or not? Besides, the strange spell just now clearly said that the true qi in these meridians can't support it. If it wasn't for the fact that these spells don't use magic power, then there's only one explanation. This young master still has some meridians that can't be cultivated before the second layer of qi refining, no, before the middle stage of foundation establishment. Celestial clan, the body of a sage? This thought suddenly emerged in Xiaohua's mind. I am really from the Celestial clan? Xiaohua thought in his mind. The spells in his hands were still unceasingly forming. These spells were very complicated. Compared to the Feng clan's basic spells or the spells of imprisonment talismans, they were of a much higher level. However, these seemingly very profound spells were displayed in Xiaohua's hands without any sluggishness. Outside the boulder, the time it took to eat a meal quickly passed. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the east. However, the east was shrouded in clouds and mist, so he couldn't see very far. The time should be here. That child has come, right? I want Uncle Xiang to give me an idea. On the huge rock, Xiaohua and the old man looked at each other and talked. Inside the huge rock, Xiaohua had another change. His mind was not distracted. His hands were fluently casting the spell. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly felt his whole body gradually moving up. Oh no, this is bad. Xiaohua suddenly realized that this so-called Earth Escape talisman had a time limit. He had stayed in this huge rock for a long time. He was afraid that the talisman had started to lose its effect. Xiaohua clapped his hands and was about to cast another Earth Escape talisman. But just as he picked up the talisman, he frowned slightly. He had been inside the huge rock all this time. He didn't know if the person on the huge rock had left. If he didn't leave, wouldn't the light from casting the Earth Escape talisman attract his attention? After thinking for a while, Xiaohua still put the talisman into his space. Then, he twisted his body with all his might and turned to the other side of the huge rock. When Xiaohua reached the other side of the huge rock, his body was completely squeezed out by the huge rock. Fortunately, Xiaohua's figure flashed on top of the boulder without making any sound. The thick white fog completely covered his figure as he lay on the boulder. This person's voice is so familiar. Xiaohua very naturally heard the old man's words. Uncle Xiang, please pay more attention and see if there are any movements from the Zhou family. If there are any opportunities, please inform me. I will wait for an opportunity to sneak in. Even if I can't kill the Zhou family with my own hands, taking out my Fu family's ancestral talisman is also a good thing. Chapter 1378. Match? Xiaohua stared blankly for a moment before immediately distinguishing between the two. He wondered inwardly, when I was in E-City, I couldn't find him anywhere. So he ran here. Heh, didn't this guy say he has a master? How come he has an enemy now? Does he want to sneak into the enemy's sect? When Xiaohua's Earth Escape talisman lost its effect and was forced out, Uncle Xiang had already talked for a long time. He only heard the end of the conversation, but Uncle Xiang replied, "What? Young master wants to sneak into the enemy's sect? How can this be? Young master's cultivation level?" Uncle Xiang asked in surprise, "How? Young master's cultivation level, how can it change?" Heh, Uncle Xiang, I'm untalented, but I coincidentally obtained a cultivation technique in Jinghua City. It can conceal one's cultivation level. Although I can't comprehend 50% of this cultivation technique with my aptitude, I can change my cultivation level to the first layer of the aura refining realm, or even the second layer and so on. I can definitely fool the enemy's attention. Oh, so it's like that? Uncle Xiang nodded, gratified. That's good. Otherwise, with young master's current cultivation level, how could he sneak in? Then Uncle Xiang changed the topic. Young master, revenge is important, but young master also has to consider master's descendants. In fact, in this old servant's opinion, this is the most important thing. Oh, right, these past few years, this old servant has been thinking about young master's dual cultivation. This old servant thinks, if it's possible, young master might as well. Xiaohua was eavesdropping in the distance. He couldn't see Uncle Xiang's expression, but in the white fog, Uncle Xiang's expression was exceptionally wonderful. It was a kind of annoyed but didn't dare to disobey, but if he did, he would feel extremely uncomfortable. Uncle Xiang had just nagged for a while when Uncle Xiang nervously looked around and whispered, "Uncle Xiang, although this place is hidden, there are many cultivators picking spiritual herbs after the rain. This kid has a blood feud and wants to hide my identity to seek revenge." Uncle Xiang used to be a famous figure in the cultivation world of our country of Xi. If someone saw this kid with Uncle Xiang, I'm afraid it would be inappropriate. Uncle Xiang was happy to hear this. He nodded and said, "That year, before this old servant joined the Fu family, I also killed several." Alas, why bring that up? By the way, there's a female cultivator on Qingyi Mountain. Listen, Uncle Xiang, is there someone behind the boulder? Song Ying suddenly pointed at Xiaohua's location. Oh no, how did this guy discover me? Xiaohua broke out in a cold sweat. He patted his storage pouch and took out several yellow talismans. He wanted to stand up. Unexpectedly, Uncle Xiang was shocked at first. He turned his head and scolded, "Where did this little thief come from?" But then he shouted again, Young master, why are you flying so fast? This old monk has yet to tell you the details of the female cultivators." As he spoke, Uncle Xiang's voice became softer and softer. He must have flown off to catch up with them. After a long while, Xiaohua walked out from behind the boulder with a strange expression on his face. He stood there, not knowing whether to laugh or cry as he looked in the direction the two people flew off in. It was unknown what he was thinking. Then, Xiaohua stamped his feet, looked at the surrounding boulders, and sent out another earth escape talisman. His whole body went in and out of the boulders several times. Only after he had satisfied his craving for earth escape did he finally fly up. However, while Xiaohua was flying in the air, he forgot his plan. He inwardly said, Song Ying admittedly has a blood feud, but he always has a target for revenge and a cultivation technique to cultivate. But what about me? 100 Herbs Gate is such a big power. If one doesn't have a cultivation base in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm or even at the Golden Core realm, it's basically impossible for me to take revenge. But what about my cultivation technique? Alas, there's no reason for this. I'd better see if Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian are dead or alive. Xiaohua finally understood. I have my own principles. My goal is the same as theirs. As for other things, I can't wallow in the mire with them. Thinking about this, Xiaohua opened his storage pouch and prepared to take out the consecutive note talisman. However, just as he opened his storage pouch, a light blue brilliance flashed in his storage pouch. Xiaohua almost cried out in surprise. However, he immediately understood. He reached out his hand and took out a silk pouch from his storage pouch. The moment the silk pouch was exposed, it immediately spun rapidly like a fist-sized spinning top. As the spinning ball of light spun, countless amounts of spiritual energy were used. Moreover, specks of light floated out from the ball of light. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the ball of light gradually stopped spinning. Then Qing Fengmin's voice sounded, "Fellow Daoists, it's been hard on you. I hope you can continue to work hard. The next place is Fire Fusion Valley." Fire Fusion Valley? When Xiaohua heard this, he frowned again. The doubt in his heart, or rather he was even more puzzled. Southern Rainbow Plain, Yulien Mountain, Cloud Shi Marsh, and Fire Fusion Valley. Each of them was a dangerous place. Moreover, the spiritual energy in each place was different. This silk, could it be that it was tailored according to the spiritual energy in each place? Forget it, forget it. Since I have to lower myself to ask for a cultivation technique, I can only listen to his arrangements. Xiaohua casually placed the silk pouch that had lost its brilliance into his storage pouch. He took out the consecutive note talisman and thought to himself, I hope the two of them are still alive to hear this news. However, just as Xiaohua was about to release the consecutive note talisman, he suddenly saw a strange brilliance under his feet. That brilliance was very dazzling. It was very special in the light white fog. Seeing this brilliance, Xiaohua was overjoyed. He put away the consecutive note talisman and took out several yellow talismans. He slowly flew towards the brilliance. As he flew closer, Xiaohua could clearly see that at the bottom of the fog, in the viscous swamp, there was a faint 7-colored ring floating in the air. Below the ring was a spherical object about the size of a duck's egg. Its surface was bumpy and bumpy. At the bottom of the sphere was a palm-sized black leaf growing in the swamp. The rainbow cloud? Xiaohua had never seen this thing before. This 7-colored ring was much smaller than the one he had seen before. Its luster was also much dimmer. Therefore, he couldn't be sure that this was the rainbow cloud. Most importantly, Xiaohua had always thought of the rainbow cloud as a gorgeous flower. However, when he saw this ugly spherical object, it was far from what he had imagined. Xiaohua stopped about 3 meters away from the rainbow epiphyllum and carefully observed it from both sides. The two 8th-layer Qi refining senior brothers of the Fire Flame School had gone to look after the spirit object. Presumably, the spirit object's strength wouldn't be too weak. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua didn't discover anything. He couldn't help but feel bewildered. Scratching his head, Xiaohua hesitated. Should he pick it or not? After standing there for the time it took to make a cup of tea, Xiaohua still couldn't resist this great temptation. He first placed some yellow talismans on his body. Then, he lowered himself and prepared to pick it. However, just as Xiaohua was about to release a spell, he suddenly felt as if he was being watched. Xiaohua immediately stopped his hand. Then, he did his utmost to look all around. Under his extremely careful observation, Xiaohua followed the direction of his senses and found a clue. That anomaly actually came from the leaf below the rainbow cloud. The leaf was black. Although it was the same as an ordinary leaf, it was still a little thinner. At the edge of the leaf, there were actually 2 thin antennae. On top of the antennae, there were also 2 small balls. What made Xiaohua vigilant were these 2 balls. Xiaohua was able to discern it clearly. He couldn't help but sweat a bit on his forehead. This spiritual object, its disguise is really ingenious. If anyone couldn't see through the rainbow epiphyllum's technique, they would definitely be attacked by it if they weren't careful. What kind of spiritual object is this? Xiaohua hurriedly flew back a bit. His eyes were fixed on the spiritual object as he tried to guess. Unfortunately, with his limited experience as a cultivator, how could he possibly know? How should I deal with this thing? Xiaohua pinched his chin and frowned in thought. This time it was very quick. In just a few flicks of his fingers, Xiaohua took out a confinement talisman. Urging his magic power, he released it towards the spiritual object. That spiritual object was very sharp. When the confinement talisman was still a few feet away, the leaf-like object suddenly withdrew. Soon after, it suddenly spread out. A butterfly separated from the rainbow cloud's leaf stem. Those 2 pitch-black wings were each the size of a palm. There were some water ripples on them. Moreover, those water ripples seemed to have the shape of some talismans. As the wings flapped, spiritual energy overflowed everywhere. The water-patterned butterfly flapped its pitch-black wings. As the talismans on the wings flashed, the weak spiritual energy around the wings was stirred up. After this spiritual energy was formed, it actually had a kind of suction force, sucking in the surrounding spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, it formed a pillar. Once the pillar of spiritual energy was formed, It spun and flew towards Xiaohua. This is a water-patterned butterfly? Seeing the rod formed by spiritual energy attack, Xiaohua was somewhat dumbstruck. He knew that there were water-patterned butterflies in Yunxi Marsh. Moreover, after seeing it, he also understood that this was a water-patterned butterfly. However, he never expected that the water-patterned butterfly's attack method was actually this kind of spiritual energy rod. Just as he was somewhat hesitating, the spiritual energy rod had already flown before his eyes. In this short moment, the spiritual energy rod became even thicker. The momentum of its flight was directly like a second or third layer qi refining cultivator urging his magic power to attack with all his strength. Xiaohua felt the stirring cold wind and hurriedly urged the flight talisman. His figure flew up gracefully, and with a turn, he leapt into the air. The spiritual energy rod missed and smashed into a huge rock. The spiritual energy rod's strength was limited, but the force of its attack was quite large. With a zing-zang sound, it actually carved a deep groove into the huge rock. Is there a mistake? Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and he became even more shocked. If the force of its flight brushed against a cultivator's body, no matter how sturdy their defenses were, they would probably be broken. Immediately afterward, the water-patterned butterfly flapped its wings and chased after him again. Looking at its flying speed, it was almost as fast as a 5th or 6th layer qi refining cultivator. Chapter 1379. Xiaohua saw the water-patterned butterfly flapping its wings and chasing after him. Its speed was actually comparable to a 6th stage qi refining cultivator. The corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. He flew sideways into the sky, controlling his speed to a certain degree. He was just able to fly faster than the water-patterned butterfly, but not by much. Little by little, he lured the water-patterned butterfly into the swamp next to the huge rock. The water-patterned butterfly, seeing that it couldn't catch up, unconsciously flapped its wings repeatedly. The brilliance of the talisman scripts on its wings flapped, and one after another, spinning spirit qi rods flew out one after another. Not only did they smash into the mountain rocks, but they also stirred up the mist in the swamp. This was different from the strong winds that Xiaohua usually saw. Not only did these rod-shaped spirit qi rods not disperse the mist, but because of the mist, Xiaohua's vision became even worse. After the last spirit qi rod was released, the talisman scripts on the water-patterned butterfly's body became somewhat dim. It seemed that its vitality had been damaged, and it didn't have the strength to release any more spirit qi rods. Moreover, the water-patterned butterfly flapped its wings and actually wanted to turn around and return. Huh! Xiaohua was very surprised. Isn't this water-patterned butterfly a bit too intelligent? It wasn't easy for him to lure the water-patterned butterfly away. How could he let it turn around? Immediately, Xiaohua didn't hold back. He flipped his wrist and several fireball talismans that he had long since stored up power shot out. They surrounded the water-patterned butterfly and began to explode with a rumbling sound. At the same time, Xiaohua didn't hesitate. He urged his magic power and flew with all his strength to the place where the rainbow cloud was. When he got close, he immediately used a spell and extracted the entire rainbow cloud from the swamp. With a wave of his hand, he sent it into the space behind his head. Soon after, Xiaohua controlled the puppet inside the space and began to slowly dig a hole in a corner of the space, preparing to plant the rainbow cloud inside. Just as Xiaohua sent the rainbow cloud into the space, the water-patterned butterfly escaped from several exploding fireballs in an extremely sorry state. Its pitch-black wings had a faint flame aura and some black smoke. There were even some cracks on its wings. However, at the same time that the rainbow cloud disappeared, the water-patterned butterfly seemed to feel something. Its originally somewhat trembling wings suddenly flapped, and the water-patterned butterfly chased after Xiaohua with extreme speed. Xiaohua naturally paid close attention to the movements of the water-patterned butterfly. When he saw the water-patterned butterfly fly out of the group of fireballs and even fly faster than before, he immediately laughed and said, "You should obediently stay in Yunxi Marsh. This young master won't play with you anymore." Then he flew high into the sky and flew into the distance. What shocked Xiaohua was that the water-patterned butterfly was even crazier than before. It flapped its wings and did its utmost to strike out the spirit qi staff while chasing relentlessly. Fortunately, Xiaohua flew much faster than the water-patterned butterfly. After a few twists and turns, he made several detours and got rid of the water-patterned butterfly. After flying far away, Xiaohua very strangely looked at the clouds and mist behind him that were stirred up by countless spirit qi staffs of various sizes and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just picking the rainbow cloud? You didn't plant it, so why are you chasing this young master like it's something that belongs to your family?" After that, Xiaohua took some time to wait for the puppet to finish digging a big hole. He then took some water and mud from the swamp and placed the rainbow epiphyllum inside. It seemed like Xiaohua wanted to try out how to plant the rainbow epiphyllum. However, what Xiaohua didn't expect was that at the stem of the rainbow cloud, there were 2 rice grain-sized eggs stuck to it. When Xiaohua put the rainbow cloud into the space, they also came in. After planting the rainbow cloud, Xiaohua flew for a while before taking out the consecutive notes talisman. He urged it with his magic power, and the consecutive notes talisman actually whistled and flew in a direction. I don't know which fellow Daoist is still alive. It's most likely Li Xiaowen. Xiaohua thought and sped up to chase. The consecutive notes talisman flew out of Yunxi Marsh. When Xiaohua flew to a slightly deviated cliff, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian hurriedly greeted him. Sun Fian smiled and said, "I already said that fellow Daoist Zhao's magic power is profound and his flying speed is fast. How could he be captured by the disciples of the Fire Flame sect? If fellow Daoist Li made a bet with I, wouldn't the result immediately be clear?" Xiaohua originally wanted to face Sun Fian's condemnation, but when he saw Sun Fian's attitude, he was stunned at first. Then he cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Daoist Sun is too kind. How can I's cultivation be compared to the 2 seniors? The difference is too great." Li Xiaowen also had a harmonious expression, as if the scene in Yunxi Marsh had never happened. He smiled and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao is too modest. When we were in the 2nd layer of the Qi refining realm, how could we have fellow Daoist Zhao's magical power? I'm afraid that when fellow Daoist Xiao cultivates to the 4th layer of the Qi refining realm, we won't be fellow Daoist Zhao's opponent." Hearing this, Sun Fian's expression changed slightly, but it was immediately covered by a smile. Xiaohua saw that the 2 people didn't mention a word about what happened before, and he understood in his heart. His eyes turned and he said with a smile, "I just practiced a rare kind of cultivation method, which is why I can fly slightly faster. But if this is known by others, I won't have any advantage to speak of. It's not as good as the 2 fellow Daoists who have profound magic power, so I'm not afraid of being known by others." When Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this, they both had a look of understanding and nodded. This is fellow Daoist Zhao's unique magical power. The 2 of us can guarantee that if fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't reveal it, others definitely won't know. Xiaohua cupped his hands. "Many thanks for the 2 fellow Daoists' magnanimity." Li Xiaowen glanced at Sun Fian, then turned to Xiaohua and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, our silk bags haven't changed. I wonder if fellow Daoist Xiao, the silk bag I obtained from Yongshang has changed." Xiaohua said as he took out the silk bag that had already turned into an ordinary one. That's great." Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian both clapped and laughed, asking, "Where is the next place?" "Fire Thaw Valley," Xiaohua said without hesitation. "Fire Thaw Valley?" When Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this, they didn't frown or be shocked like Xiaohua thought. They just understood like before. Could it be the 2 fellow Daoists already know? Xiaohua asked curiously. To be honest with fellow Daoist Xiao, just now when we fled here first, we already discussed it." Li Xiaowen said with a smile. "I and Sun Fian received fellow Daoist Zhao's reminder. Thinking about Nan Kaiping, Yu Lianshan, and Yunxi Lake, according to their characteristics, we felt that this Fire Thaw Valley was also within fellow Daoist Zhao's arrangements." Xiaohua understood. "So, If fellow Daoist Xiao can't come out in time, the two of us might have to go to Fire Thaw Valley to try our luck after waiting for a day. Sun Fian said, "Of course, this is only a backup plan. Since fellow Daoist Xiao has come out, the three of us have already gathered, and the remaining 3 silk bags are all intact. Naturally, this is the best." "Are we going to Fire Thaw Valley now?" Xiaohua nodded and asked. Li Xiaowen shook his head. "We can't go today. We offended the Fire Flame sect, and we don't know if they have an ambush outside. Yunxi Lake is admittedly big, but if they want to, I'm afraid they'll look for us outside. Why don't we create a diversion and rest here for a day? It won't be too late to go out after they've chased us far away." Hearing this, Xiao Huan nodded repeatedly. This was the trick he used to trick the 100 Herbs sect when he came out of Yellow Flower Ridge. "There are hidden caves in this mountain. Let's go in first. We'll leave tomorrow morning." Sun Fian flew first, and each of them found a cave at the foot of the mountain to adjust their breathing and rest. Xiaohua sat alone in the cave, thinking about Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's attitude just now. He couldn't help but sneer. He was very clear that it was because he revealed some divine abilities that surpassed ordinary cultivators that made the two of them treat him as an equal. Moreover, because of the common goal of treasure hunting, the three of them were temporarily in a kind of balance. No one could say for sure what would happen after the treasure hunt. As for whether Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian would suddenly attack him and take away the silk bags, Xiaohua wasn't too worried. After all, he was good at flying. If the two of them didn't have full confidence, they definitely wouldn't attack him. Besides, the two of them were still suspicious of each other. Who would take the risk to offend a cultivator who could fly faster than them? As for whether or not the two of them would leak out the fact that he could fly faster, Xiaohua was even less afraid. Wait until this young master's cultivation catches up to yours. Would I still be afraid of you talking nonsense? As Xiaohua thought, he took another marrow-cleansing pill and calmly refined the medicinal efficacy. Moreover, he immersed his mind into the space, comprehending the Tao of heaven and delving into the towering realm. In the next few days, the three of them seemed to have the help of God, and their progress was very smooth. In the Fire Melt Valley, beside a large expanse of boiling magma, Sun Fian's silk bag was opened by the rich and hot fire spiritual energy, and they found the next location, Hurricane Canyon. The three of them hurriedly rushed to Hurricane Canyon, braving the hurricane that could easily blow away the protective yellow talismans. Under the circumstances of the three people's confinement talismans, Vajra talismans, and other protective yellow talismans, they finally opened Li Xiaowen's silk bag inside the hurricane. The hurricane that could disperse the yellow talismans actually couldn't take away the weightless silk bag, and Qin Fengmin's voice also didn't disperse inside the hurricane. Fellow Daoists, congratulations, congratulations. The next test is the last one. I'm sure that fellow Daoists already have some complaints in their hearts. However, I still have to tell fellow Daoists that this time there is indeed a complete set of cultivation methods, and there are also magic tools, medicinal pills, and so on. However, I, Tianqi, have a lot of fellow Daoists, and I also want to give this opportunity to everyone fairly, so I have no choice but to set this test. I hope that fellow Daoists who can reach the end can understand my painstaking efforts. This Qin Fengmin's words were long-winded, causing the three of them to only curse in their hearts. While bitterly holding on to the yellow talismans that were about to be blown away by the hurricane, they pricked up their ears to listen. When Qin Fengmin said the three words, "Thunderclap Cave," the three of them no longer paid any attention to the silk bag, and all of them hurriedly flew out of Hurricane Canyon. However, after leaving Hurricane Canyon and arriving at a safe place, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian's complexions didn't look good. Chapter 1380. When Xiaohua saw their unsightly expressions, he immediately knew that the Thunder Accumulation Cave was definitely not a good place to live. While the three of them were discussing under a tree in the dense forest, Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Daoists, the Thunder Accumulation Cave? I'm afraid, is extremely difficult, right? Alas, it's more than difficult. Sun Fian glanced at Xiaohua. If it was before, he would have mocked Xiaohua's ignorance. But now, his face was full of worry. He looked at Li Xiaowen and said, "Fellow Daoist Xiao must know. I previously discussed with fellow Daoist Li and investigated many dangerous places in our country of Xi. This thunder accumulation cave was also mentioned, but we rejected it at that time." But Xiaohua asked curiously, "Is it more dangerous than Yulian Mountain and southern Kaiping?" What should I say? Li Xiaowen only wanted to roll his eyes at Xiaohua, but he still explained patiently, "Southern Kaiping and Thunder Accumulation Cave can't be compared at all." Well, fellow Daoist Xiao, the southern Rainbow Plains, the Yulian Mountains, the Fire Fusion Valley, and other places. Including the Hurricane Valley, are all places that loose cultivators like us or qi condensation cultivators can go to. Even low-level qi condensation cultivators can survive if they are lucky. But in the Thunder Accumulation Cave, heavenly thunder rolls with incomparable power. It's simply a place for foundation establishment and gold core cultivators. If we aura refining cultivators go in, we'll be struck by a thunderbolt and our souls will scatter. How can we look for treasures? I wonder what fellow Daoist Xiao thinks? Xiaohua suddenly understood and nodded slightly. But then he asked curiously, as the name suggests, this thunder accumulation cave should be a place where lightning accumulates. Then, are there any spiritual objects or spiritual herbs inside? Otherwise, why would foundation establishment and gold core cultivators go there? Hearing Xiaohua's question, Sun Fian said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao has a water attribute physique. Fellow Daoist Li has a fire attribute physique. And I, like fellow Daoist Xiao, also has a water attribute physique. However, there are many other fellow Daoists who have a variation physique of the 5 elements, such as a thunder attribute physique. When these fellow Daoists cultivate, although they won't be directly struck by lightning, if they can cultivate in a place like Thunder Accumulation Cave, they'll get twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, although this place is considered difficult by us, it is a rare place for them. In addition, there are also some thunder magic arts, such as the Thunder Palm and the Thunder Attraction skill, which can only be easily learned in the Thunder Accumulation Cave. Therefore, many people with profound cultivation come here to practice these magic arts. Li Xiaowen added. Thunder Palm? Xiaohua's heart stirred. It seemed that the Feng clan's foundational spells had something like this, but he was baffled by it and threw it to the side. What's more, because the Thunder Accumulation Cave is quite dangerous and the lightning strikes are quite powerful, many seniors in the foundation establishment stage and the gold core stage come here when they encounter bottlenecks in their cultivation. Sun Fian echoed, "In short, that place is not a place for us ordinary rogue cultivators." If that's the case, why does fellow Daoist Qing still want us to go there? Xiaohua smiled and said, "Why would we go there when we know we will die?" Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard this and their faces suddenly brightened. They both held their foreheads and laughed heartily. Fellow Daoist Zhao's words hit the nail on the head. In our hearts, we are only afraid of the Thunder Accumulation Cave, but we forgot that from the south-colored plain to the Yulian Mountain, and finally to the Fire Fusion Valley and the Hurricane Valley, the difficulty is getting smaller and smaller. This is already the last place. How could fellow Daoist Qing let us give up halfway? Exactly. Let's go quickly. Li Xiaowen urged. The 30 days are approaching, we can't let this silk pouch become useless. After the 3 finished their discussion, they were full of confidence again. Li Xiaowen knew that Xiaohua didn't know where the Thunder Accumulation Cave was, so he took the lead. Sun Fian accompanied Xiaohua and followed behind. Several days later, just as the 3 of them were flying, Xiaohua suddenly heard the faint sound of beating drums. Every time the drums sounded, it hit his heart, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. But what surprised him was that along with the drum sound, his meridians also faintly trembled. This was something that hadn't happened since he left Yellow Flower Ridge. The drum sound didn't continue, and it only lasted for a moment before it stopped. Xiaohua looked at Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian from the side. The two of them didn't seem to be aware of it. He wanted to open his mouth and ask, but after thinking for a moment, he didn't speak. After flying for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua had already heard several drum sounds. Only then did he hear Sun Fian say with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Xiao, did you hear the sound of thunder in the distance?" Sound of thunder? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. It seems to be the sound of drums? Ha, fellow Daoist Xiao really knows how to joke. This place isn't far from the thunder accumulation cave, so naturally it's the sound of thunder. Sun Fian said with a smile. It's not fellow Daoist Zhao's fault. We didn't explain it clearly, so how would fellow Daoist Xiao know the reason? Li Xiaowen said, this thunder accumulation cave is a flash of Jilei Peak. This Jilei Peak is very strange. It's incomparably tall, and there's a huge platform on top of the peak. For some reason, heavenly lightning often strikes this platform. As for the sound, it's really like what fellow Daoist Xiao said, it's similar to the sound of drums. This isn't the strangest thing. The most inconceivable thing is that after the heavenly lightning strikes the platform on top of the mountain, it doesn't disappear. Instead, it's transmitted from Jilei Peak to this thunder accumulation cave in the middle of the mountain. Because it's transmitted indirectly by the mountain, its power is much weaker, so it can be used by cultivators like us. Xiaohua secretly curled his lips. When they left Hurricane Valley, they didn't say anything. After flying for several days, they still didn't say anything. Instead, they only said it after he made a fool of himself and asked, I really don't know what they're thinking. However, Xiaohua also deeply understood that his experience was too shallow. If he didn't increase his knowledge, he was afraid that he would suffer in the future. Therefore, he thought of some travel notes in his space and the book he got from the Zhu family. I'll just read it when I'm not cultivating. I don't want to be deceived in the future without knowing it. Xiaohua said in his heart. Seeing that Xiaohua was silent, Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian looked at each other and didn't say anything. The two of them were just surprised in their hearts. Not to mention that Xiaohua's flying speed was extremely fast, far from what they could compare with. This might be the reason why Xiaohua said that he learned a special spell. Xiaohua's cultivation base was just at the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm when Li Xiaowen saw Xiaohua. Moreover, it looked like he had just set foot in the second layer of the qi refining realm. That was in Li Xiaowen's eyes. Xiaohua, an 18-year-old loose cultivator, would never make any significant progress. At best, he would only be at the third layer of the qi refining realm in this lifetime. However, since the southern Kaiping, in these short few days, Xiaohua's cultivation base had rapidly increased. It was almost faster than his flying speed. He actually went from the early stage of the second layer of the qi refining realm directly to the peak of the second layer of the qi refining realm. This kind of cultivation speed was extremely rare even in famous large sects. Of course, the peak of the second layer of the qi refining realm wasn't a taboo for Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian. What they were worried about was that with Xiaohua's cultivation speed, as long as he had a suitable cultivation method, in less than a year, no, perhaps as long as half a year, Xiaohua would be able to cultivate to the fourth layer of the qi refining realm. Even if he cultivated to the fifth layer of the qi refining realm, the two of them would absolutely not be surprised. Was there a suitable cultivation method in Heaven Forsaken? Others might not know, but Li Xiaowen knew that talisman masters had special privileges in Heaven Forsaken. As long as Xiaohua could refine yellow talismans, Xiaohua could choose any cultivation method below the fifth layer of the qi refining realm. After all, Heaven Forsaken didn't have high-level cultivation methods, but there were many low-level ones. However, Li Xiaowen still had a question. Xiaohua had this kind of aptitude, then why? He was already 18 years old now, but why was his cultivation only at the second layer of the qi refining realm? With this kind of cultivation aptitude, not to mention Blazing Flame School, even Xuanyan School and Splendid School would fight to the death for him. How could he possibly be reduced to becoming a loose cultivator and joining Heaven Forsaken? Of course, These doubts and astonishment were all a kind of appearance, but from the depths of their hearts, there was a kind of faint fear. Xiaohua's words, "I don't want others to know about some of I's matters, so please be careful with what you say, fellow Daoists," had been echoing in their ears as if a large stone was pressing down on their hearts. They were very doubtful. If Xiaohua's cultivation was raised by another layer and he could kill the two of them, would Xiaohua still leave them a way out? This was indeed gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. At this time, why would Xiaohua need to use too much strength to kill them? The two people's silk bags had already been opened long ago, and Xiaohua was already very proficient in using force to break through. Dealing with them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Xiaohua didn't know what the two people were thinking. He looked at the Jilei peak that was getting closer and closer with interest. The Jilei peak was very high, and the platform on it was also very large, like a flat top mountain. As several heavenly thunders fell on the flat top of the mountain, some ear-splitting drum sounds had already entered their ears. In addition, as they approached the Jilei peak, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth also began to become irritable. A kind of restless and unstable aura rippled in the surroundings. Xiaohua tried to use Splendid Flame's mental cultivation method to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside, but found that only a very small amount of spiritual energy could be absorbed into the meridians. Moreover, the spiritual energy was also abnormally active, almost uncontrolled by the mental cultivation method, and chaotically collided within the meridians. However, as the spiritual energy was refined, Xiaohua's flesh and blood also had a slight reaction this time, but it was much weaker than the previous time in the Inferno Valley. Thinking of the matter in the Inferno Valley, Xiaohua himself felt that it was inexplicable. Xiaohua and the other two people were almost smooth sailing in the Inferno Valley, and they didn't encounter any danger. However, when Sun Fian's silk bag opened next to the magma, the hot and lively fire spiritual energy was absorbed by Xiaohua's meridians. Xiaohua's flesh and blood all over his body began to violently heat up, and he felt that countless small spots in his body were trembling, as if they were all absorbing the fire energy. Of course, this kind of abnormality was fleeting. Today, it was just a slight heat, and then it immediately disappeared without a trace, leaving Xiaohua at a loss. "That's the Jilei cave." Li Xiaowen pointed at a vague black spot in the middle of the Jilei peak. Chapter 1381. As usual, Li Xiaowen flew in the front, followed by Xiaohua and Sun Fian. However, when they flew to a place not too far away from Jilei Peak, the sound of thunder became louder and louder. Not only could they hear it, but what surprised Xiaohua was that the sound seemed to hit his heart. Xiaohua was still okay. When the thunder sounded, he only felt a wave of discomfort. Then the thunder stopped and he returned to normal. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian couldn't do it. Their hands and feet trembled slightly, and their bones and tendons went soft. But after the thunder stopped, they still trembled and couldn't control themselves. This was still considered light. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian persisted for the time it took to smoke a cigarette. Seeing that they were close to Jilei Peak, a wave of thunder shook. The two suddenly panicked and stopped. Moreover, a wave of redness appeared on their foreheads and disappeared immediately. It was the sign that the true qi in their meridians was somewhat chaotic, and their magical power was out of control. Fellow Daoist, are you okay? Seeing Xiaohua's face as if nothing happened and his eyes looking at Jilei Cave, Sun Fian asked in astonishment. Xiaohua saw the two's embarrassed state and frowned slightly. He smiled bitterly and said, "Who said it wasn't uncomfortable?" The sound of thunder was different from the usual heavenly thunder. It directly hit I's heart. It was very uncomfortable. So it's like this. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian heard and were surprised. "Well, fellow Daoists, why didn't you fly forward?" Xiaohua saw the two talking and didn't move forward. "Alas, we guessed wrong." Sun Fian smiled bitterly. "Our cultivation is really low. This Jilei Cave, is really not a place we can come to. If I and fellow Daoist Li go any closer, I'm afraid there will be a risk of magical power backlash. Sun Fian used really twice in a row, reflecting the extreme helplessness in his heart. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This wave of thunder just increased in intensity, like a war drum urging people to go on stage. Xiaohua felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian felt a burst of qi and blood in their chest, and their magical power was suddenly somewhat out of control. The two didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly flew back several hundred feet. Only then did they feel their magical power slowly calming down. Xiaohua followed the two of them and unconsciously turned his head to look at the distant thunder accumulation cave. If it's like this from afar, then what about inside the cave? What does it look like? Fellow Daoist Xiao. Li Xiaowen cupped his hands and said, "We'll speak frankly." It was hard to tell what expression Li Xiaowen had on his face. Was it embarrassment, shame, or relief? He and Sun Fian, two peak 4th layer qi refining cultivators, actually had to rely on a 2nd layer qi refining cultivator. I understand. Xiaohua waved his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Since we've come to this final place through life and death, how can we not take the risk? Since you two fellow Daoists can't go, then I will go and give it a try." AI, thank you so much, fellow Daoist Xiao. I just did some calculations. Today is the deadline. If we don't open it, then fellow Daoist Fu and the others will have died in vain. Sun Fian also sighed and said, "However, fellow Daoist Xiao doesn't have to enter the thunder accumulation cave. If nothing unexpected happens, he can open the silk bag near the thunder accumulation cave. After all, fellow Daoist Qing is only a 5th layer qi refining cultivator. He can't enter the thunder accumulation cave. Also, I'll rest here for a bit. I'll be right back." Xiaohua cupped his hands and turned around to fly towards the thunder accumulation cave. Li Xiaowen and Sun Fian didn't dare to rest here. They could only stand there with folded arms and watch Xiaohua quickly fly towards the thunder accumulation cave. The rolling thunder didn't seem to have much effect on him. Fellow Daoist Sun. Li Xiaowen saw Xiaohua approaching the thunder accumulation cave and said unconsciously, "Fellow Daoist Li, what's the matter?" Sun Fian replied casually, "Oh, nothing." Li Xiaowen wanted to say something but stopped. He didn't say anything and just watched quietly. Sun Fian also had mixed feelings. Seeing that Li Xiaowen didn't say anything, he didn't ask and just watched with his eyes like Li Xiaowen. Xiaohua flew towards the thunder accumulation cave alone. He saw that the cave was getting bigger and bigger. The deafening sound of the drum beat his heart from time to time, but it only made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Moreover, after hearing it a lot, he actually got used to it and didn't feel uncomfortable at the beginning. If this is the case, maybe I can break into the thunder accumulation cave. Xiaohua gradually gained courage. The thunder accumulation peak was very dry. Moreover, the mountain rocks were maroon. There weren't many trees on the mountain and it looked like a pure mountain. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth on the mountain was very abundant, far more than what Xiaohua had seen in his life. However, Xiaohua's perception was the same as before. The closer he got to the thunder accumulation cave, the more active the spiritual qi of heaven and earth became. Xiaohua's death art couldn't draw spiritual qi into his body at all. It seems that only cultivators with special constitutions can cultivate here. Xiaohua tried a few times but gave up and focused on flying towards the thunder accumulation cave. The thunder accumulation cave in front of him wasn't big. The cave entrance was only about 10 feet wide. Waves of heat and spiritual qi of heaven and earth rushed out from the cave entrance. Moreover, it seemed that there were flashes of light in the pitch-black cave. In the flashes of light, he saw that the stone walls were red. Along with the flashes of light, there were also bursts of muffled sounds echoing in the cave. Xiaohua's qi and blood surged and he quickly flew to the side of the cave. This thunder is really strange. Xiaohua thought of the thunder tribulation he experienced in the death art. That was a real heavenly thunder. Why did it feel different from the thunder here? With this in mind, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed the last silk bag. The silk bag was exposed in the air, and strands of lively spiritual energy were sucked into the silk bag. Xiaohua smiled and lowered his head to look at it, but a moment later, that smile froze at the corners of his mouth. The silk bag only had some brilliance, but it didn't make any sound. Needless to say, this wasn't the place to open the silk bag. Do I really have to enter the thunder accumulation cave? Xiaohua bit his lips and looked at the thunder accumulation cave that was emitting light from time to time with some hesitation. But if he didn't enter, after today, he wouldn't be able to open the silk bag again. His cultivation method. Right at this moment, a rumbling sound came from his side. When Xiaohua turned his head to look, he saw a flash of light rapidly flying over from the distant horizon. In the blink of an eye, it entered Xiaohua's field of vision. What is this? Xiaohua looked at the sword light flashing in the air. Every flash was extremely far away and thought very puzzledly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A sound similar to thunder came from the sword light. Then, it stopped in front of the thunder accumulation cave. Xiaohua rubbed his eyes. On a long, thin flying sword with countless electric lights lingering around it, stood a very ordinary-looking young cultivator. That cultivator's face was red, his eyebrows were sparse, and his eyes were looking at Xiaohua in astonishment. Before Xiaohua could withdraw his gaze from that strange flying sword, an unparalleled divine sense drowned Xiaohua like a huge wave. At the same time, the majesty coming from the young cultivator's body directly covered Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's head was dizzy. His heart seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. His body staggered and his limbs went soft as if he was going to collapse on the ground. Ha! At the moment when Xiaohua couldn't hold on anymore, that divine sense swept over Xiaohua's body and the pressure also quickly withdrew. Xiaohua felt a burst of relaxation and immediately bowed in salute. Itinerant cultivator Xiaohua greets senior. Loose cultivator? That cultivator was slightly surprised. His figure descended from the flying sword. He pointed his finger and that flying sword immediately shrunk to the size of a pellet. That cultivator grabbed it and then sucked it into his mouth. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Where do you cultivate? The young cultivator asked. Junior still doesn't have a fixed place to cultivate. Xiaohua said honestly. I just joined Heaven Forsaken and am preparing to cultivate in Heaven Forsaken. Heaven Forsaken? What kind of sect is that? The young cultivator was slightly surprised. Senior, this is a spontaneous organization of loose cultivators. They are all loose cultivators below the 5th level of qi refining. Xiaohua said respectfully. Oh, so it's like that. The young cultivator suddenly understood. Then he asked with interest, I see that your cultivation is at the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining, but your magic power is much deeper than others of the same level. This really makes I surprised. Then he added, moreover, you're a loose cultivator. This really makes scratching my head. Hearing that young cultivator talking to him amiably, Xiaohua's heart warmed for no reason. He quickly bowed and said, Senior, this junior also doesn't know. Xiaohua, actually, this poor Daoist also cultivated from the 1st level of qi condensation. Although this poor Daoist can't see through you, this poor Daoist can be sure that your cultivation absolutely isn't limited to qi condensation and foundation establishment. Even core formation or nascent soul can be expected. You also shouldn't undervalue yourself. Xiaohua's heart was moved. Just as he was about to speak, that young cultivator said again, this thunder accumulation cave isn't a place that ordinary cultivators can come to. Generally, people at the peak of qi refining would be nervous if they come here. You can actually come to the entrance of the thunder accumulation cave. From this, it can be seen that your future cultivation. Oh right, why did you take the risk to come here? Xiaohua sighed and threw away the other thought. He respectfully handed over the silk bag and said, you need to take this silk bag into the thunder accumulation cave. This silk bag can be opened and you can say a place name. This junior needs to go to that place. Enter the thunder accumulation cave? What a joke! The young cultivator looked at Xiaohua and then looked at the thunder accumulation cave not far away. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on his face. He pointed his finger and said, "With your cultivation? Forget it, I won't say anything about you. It's not easy for a loose cultivator to cultivate. I also know that. Give me the silk bag." Xiaohua was delighted and hurriedly handed it over. That cultivator didn't take it. With a wave of his hand, the silk bag flew into the air and followed him into the thunder accumulation cave. As the young cultivator's figure disappeared into the cave entrance, a burst of brilliance flashed. Moreover, a burst of crackling sound was heard. It seemed to come from lightning strikes on the cave walls. In just a moment, that young cultivator walked out with a very relaxed expression. He threw the silk bag to Xiaohua and said a place name. When Xiaohua heard this place name, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.